CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the future. Because the story you're about to hear is a tale of mystery, crime, and adventure in a world 60 years older than our own. Whether that world is 60 years wiser is a question you'll have to answer for yourself. But we want to warn you right now that you might not like our futuristic hero very much. You may even dislike him a great deal. For after all, he is a criminal, a swindler, a con man, a fugitive, and perhaps something even worse. All we ask is that you don't judge him until the last sound is heard, even if it turns out to be this sound.
You hit Mrs. Sorensen.
That's right, everybody. You'll hurt your friend, Mrs. Sorensen. And if you don't let me out of this place, I'll hurt her myself.
She's an old woman.
Yes? And I haven't killed an old woman for days. I'm feeling the urge right now. So let me out.
Our mystery drama, The Night We Died, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slesser and stars Bob Reddick and Joan Shea. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It's the year of our Lord, 2043. It's a vastly different world in many respects. In others, particularly in respect to human nature, it's a world very much like the one we know. We think you'll recognize the kind of human Toby Kane is. A man with an ugly past and an uncertain future. But there were two things you could predict about the future of Toby Kane. One was that he wouldn't be called Toby Kane for very long. Two, that there would be trouble ahead.
Yes?
Harry? Sam. How the heck are you, Harry?
It's not Harry. You know my name is Toby Kane. That's the name you called me at the hotel, right?
Yeah, sure, that's right. Oh, you make it tough on a guy keeping up with you, Harry. I mean, Toby.
I'd like to know how you kept up with me, Sam. How did you know I'd left Callisto? Who told you my new name?
Mutual friends, Toby. Everybody knows that you gave Moffat the slip again. That cop's going to get awful sick of chasing you.
He won't be chasing me anymore. Harry Rentlow is dead. He committed suicide on Callisto.
Sure, I get the idea. Listen, Toby, you must be pretty strapped by now. Could you use some high financing?
You offering me a loan, Sam?
Heck no, I'm offering you a project. I could use some experienced help. Can I see you at the hotel tonight?
All right. Meet me in the Neptune Lounge.
Oh, that's great, Harry. Look forward to it.
The name is Toby. Toby Kane.
Swear, I wouldn't have known you, pal. That surgeon you use. Hey, tell me something. How many face changes have you had?
I don't remember. 3, 4.
That face of yours must be pretty tired by now.
Get to the point, Sam. What's the project?
Well, it's a phony stock deal. The old classic asteroid mines, you know.
Sure, I know. I practically invented it. Who's the fish?
A rich widow named Sorensen. Her husband was a major, killed during the moon revolt. He left her some 500,000 credits when he died. She was looking for a safe investment with a counter-inflationary return. In other words, the old dame was looking for a killing. Greedy people in this world, Toby.
What went wrong?
Some crook came along and killed the deal.
What crook?
Some phony medium. Old Lady Sorensen's a great believer in the spirit world. This Madam What's-Her-Name told her that her husband didn't approve of the investment. I don't even know who she is. I've spent 3 months cultivating this deal, and now it's frozen.
Maybe this medium has her own plans for Sorensen's credits. Maybe you could arrange a split.
How, when I don't even know her name?
Well, there are ways to find out. Give me Mrs. Sorensen's full name and address.
Come on in, Toby. Hey, Vanessa, he's here.
Oh. Hello, Mr. Kane.
Hello?
Sam tells me you've come up with a solution to our problem.
Vanessa knows the whole scam, so you can trust her all the way.
I didn't say I had the complete solution. What I have is the name of the medium.
How'd you get it, Toby?
Oh, it was easy. Mrs. Sorensen was a rich widow, right? Rich widows have their habits, like taking a Mars cruise, for instance. I called Mrs. Sorensen and spoke to her maid. Said I was from the White Line Cruise Company and wanted to clear up our records on her Mars trip. Sure enough, she took the trip in 32.
But how did that help you?
The next thing I did was write Mrs. Sorensen a letter. I've got a copy right here. Dear Mrs. Sorensen, I doubt that you'll recall me, since 10 long years have gone by since our late meeting. But I still recall with pleasure our delightful chats aboard the Mars cruise, particularly concerning our mutual interest in the spirit world.
Oh, wait a minute, Toby.
Now, let me finish. When we became acquainted on the voyage, perhaps I mentioned my dear wife. I am saddened to report that she passed on to the great beyond a few months ago, leaving a great void in my heart. However, recognizing the eternal nature of the spirit, I am not completely desolated. My one problem now is to locate a trustworthy medium who can bring my dear Agnes back to me.
You mean she actually replied to that?
She thought she did remember me. And she gave me the name of the lady who's querying the stock deal. It's Olivia Nemo, South Court Street, New York City.
Oh, terrific. I'll go see this phony and make a deal.
I've been to see her, Sam.
Well, what did she say? Will she make a deal?
No. Mrs. Nemo's not a very cooperative type. I suspect she has her own ideas about Mrs. Sorensen's investments. That's why she's spending so much time gaining her trust.
Well, what do we do now?
Well, I think it's simple enough. We offer the lady more than Mrs. Nemo is offering.
Like what?
Well, for one thing, I know that the lady doesn't attempt to bring back any image of Mrs. Sorensen's late husband.
Oh, well, Mrs. Sorensen wouldn't be fooled by some phony ectoplasm stuff.
But what if Mrs. Sorensen actually saw her dead husband? Saw him just the way he looked when he was alive, but yet obviously now part of the heavenly community.
What are you getting at, Mr. Kane?
Well, I've written one more letter to Mrs. Sorensen from the same old ship companion. Dear Mrs. Sorensen, thank you so much for recommending your friend Mrs. Nemo. However, since writing you, I discovered the most remarkable medium I've encountered in all my 70 years. A man named Shan Kazar, who has produced the beloved image of my wife Agnes right before my eyes. The living image, moving, talking, smiling, expressing her serenity and joy in the hereafter.
Oh, for heaven's sake. But who is this Shan Kazar?
Well, can't you guess, Vanessa? It's me.
Come on in, George. Can't tell you how good it is to see you.
That's good to see you too, Phil.
I'll tell you one thing, George. Those plastic surgeons did one heck of a job. You look great.
As you know, that fire bullet didn't just burn off my features. It did a pretty good job of my mind. I couldn't tell them what I used to look like because I didn't know.
Sure, I remember, but what the heck? Here you are, and here I am.
Well, some other things are different, Phil. You stayed in the Army. Hey, I see I have to call you Colonel now.
Tell me what I can do for you. If it's possible, I'll do it. You know that.
Well, it's a kind of unusual request, Phil. It's about those holographic image identifications they made during the moon revolt.
The HIDs? Sure, I remember. The Rebs were doing such a great job of infiltration that security insisted on three-dimensional projection holographs of every officer.
They're pretty spooky, aren't they? You could swear the person was in the same room with you. Are they still on file?
Sure, someplace. Why?
Because there's one that I want to borrow. The holograph of a major named John Sorensen of the 1st Moon Division.
Well, I don't know. The Moon Revolt was 5 years ago. Records are all in the Pentagon vaults.
But you can do it, can't you?
Well, I do have a good buddy in personnel. All right, I'll do my best.
So you're a Moon Revolt veteran, Mr. Kane. I don't think I've met one of those in years.
Well, not many Moon veterans like to admit it. It wasn't the most glorious action in military history.
Sam told me you were very badly wounded.
Yes, my face.
Oh, how awful.
Well, maybe not. For all I know, the surgeons gave me a lot better face than I had originally.
You really don't remember.
I remember very little before that fire bullet hit.
Oh, it's dreadful. I mean, the whole war was just sickening.
The Moon colonists got the nutty idea that they ought to be an independent nation.
Didn't they realize that they'd never had a chance?
It took 2 years just the same. 2 very bloody years.
Oh.
I still remember hearing about that horrible night. The mass suicide. It was only a few days after the surrender. All the leaders of the revolt, I guess they decided they'd rather die than face trial. All those bodies piled up in the crater Aristarchus.
Oh, it gives me the shivers to think about it.
Have you ever seen his statue?
Whose?
The man they call Arrigo, the leader of the revolt. There's a statue of him at the base of the crater. The only reminder left of what happened there.
That's funny, isn't it? When the revolt was happening, everybody hated that man, Arrigo. But now I suppose we all think of him as some kind of hero.
All martyrs become heroes, I guess. But when they sent me to the moon, all I cared about was getting off alive.
And now? Now, what do you care about, Toby?
Staying alive, the best way I know how. And if that means fleecing a rich old widow, here's to the fleecing.
I hope you know what you're doing, Toby.
My name is Shan Kazar.
Yeah, but your name might turn into a number if this HID thing doesn't work.
It does work, Sam. It's unbelievable. Oh, Mrs. Sorensen is here.
All right, get behind the curtain, Sam. Pull the switch when I give the signal. Remember now, the key word is light.
Come in, Mrs. Sorensen.
I hope I'm not late.
Oh, no. No, you're just in time. Mrs. Sorensen, let me introduce you to Shan Kazar.
I am delighted to meet you, madame.
I'm very pleased to meet you, Mr. Kazar. If you can really bring poor John back to earth, even for a moment.
Mrs. Sorensen, I promise that you will not be disappointed. The spirits are present. I can see something glowing in the darkness. It's a light from the other world. Can you see it, Mrs. Sorensen?
Oh, yes, I see something. Someone. Oh, dear God in heaven, it's him. It's my husband.
Edith, my darling.
Oh, John, it's really you.
Edith, my sweet. I am well and happy. I have found peace here.
What is it like, John? Where are you? Oh, please, tell me.
Do not ask me such questions, Edith. You must guard your health and your finances. You must take care of the money I left you.
Yes, I will.
You must invest it, Edith. Invest it wisely.
But how, John? You told Madame Nemo.
No. Do not believe that woman. She is an imposter, Edith. This is the first moment I have spoken to you from the other side.
But what about the money? Should I invest it in those asteroid shares?
Yes, my precious wife. I have had a glimpse of tomorrow. You will be wealthy. you will continue to have the earthly comforts I wish for you until the hour of our reunion.
John, you're beginning to fade.
I must go now, Edith. I must return.
Wait. One more moment.
He is going, Mrs. Sorensen. Back to beyond the curtain.
Oh, it was marvelous, Toby. You absolutely gave me the creeps.
I've really got to give you credit. You're still the best in the business.
Well, let's wait for the payoff, Sam. Let's get that money in our hands before we congratulate each other.
Oh, do you want me to get that?
No, I'll take it. Hello?
Toby, it's Phil Digby.
Yes, Phil. How are you?
Listen, Toby, about that HID projection.
It really did the trick. You don't know how much you helped, Mrs. Sorensen.
I just don't know what went wrong. My friend in the Pentagon goofed.
Goof? What are you talking about?
The holograph reel was the wrong one. It was a Major Warrenberg of the 6th Infantry. He isn't even dead. He's retired up in Nova Scotia. Toby, you there?
Yeah, Phil, I'm here. And, don't worry about it. The old lady's eyesight wasn't that good. I guess the uniform was enough.
Wow, that's a relief. Then you don't want the right reel.
No, that's okay. It's all over now. And thank you again, Phil.
What is it, Toby?
Is something wrong?
Oh, I don't know. But that wasn't Major Sorensen the old lady saw. And I don't think her eyes were that bad. She knew I wasn't Oriental even with this makeup on. What I'd like to know is, who's playing tricks on who?
Toby Kane is a man who's used to having things go the way he planned. But suddenly, a victim of a swindle has done something unexpected. Mrs. Sorensen has been fooled too easily. And Toby Kane has learned that nothing comes that easy. Not even in the world of 2043. We'll return to that world with Act Two shortly. Toby Kane, con man, has a disturbing riddle to solve. Why did Mrs. John Sorensen react so quickly to the ghost of a man who was clearly not her husband? Toby brooded about it for the next 24 hours. But then something happened that gave him something else to think about. A familiar visitor came to his door.
Mr. Kane?
Yes, who,
My name is Moffat, Mr. Kane. I'm with the Interplanetary Police. May I come in?
Would you mind telling me your business?
I'll tell you inside, if I may. Truth is, Mr. Kane, I'm here to do you a favor.
What kind of favor?
How long have you known Mr. Sam Thumbs?
Sam? Oh, about a month. I met him at a party.
That's what I thought.
Why, what's the trouble?
Mr. Kane, I'll be candid with you. We ran a fast check on Mr. Thumbs' associates. We couldn't find you among them. So we figured you were a recent acquaintance and possibly his next victim.
Victim? Of what?
Well, I'm sorry to tell you that Sam Thumbs is a confidence man. He's been indicted for grand larceny some 4 times in his career. He's never been sent to jail because his victims were too involved in his schemes to testify against him. But he's still a criminal. And he may be out to defraud you.
Well, I certainly appreciate this warning, Sergeant.
Captain. My title is Captain Moffat.
Well, I promise you that I'll be very careful. Yes, very careful. From now on.
Yes?
Mrs. Sorensen, I'm the one who called this morning.
Oh, yes. You said your name was... what again?
Kane. Toby Kane. However, my name was George Spanner when I served with your late husband in the 1st Moon Division.
Yes. Won't you come in?
Very good of you to see me, Mrs. Sorensen. Oh, I see. You have a portrait of your husband.
Yes.
Well, he's certainly a fine-looking man.
Mr. Spanner, or Kane, or whatever you call yourself, would you kindly tell me why you wish to see me?
Well, as I said, your husband and I were in the same hospital together.
That simply is not true.
Pardon?
My husband was killed at the Battle of Pluto Crater. He was never brought to any hospital. He died instantly. Now, just what is it you want?
All right, Mrs. Sorensen. I'll put my cards on the table. I understand that you're interested in purchasing stock in the Saturnian Asteroid Company, and that you've been talking to a man named Sam Thumbs.
Why should that be any business of yours?
Because I believe I can save you a great deal of money. I know certain things about Mr. Thumbs and about this asteroid mining project.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kane, but I am not interested in what you have to say.
But you can give me a chance.
Yes. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm giving you one chance to leave this place before I call the police.
Sam, something is wrong here. Very wrong. Now tell me again. How did you get the lead on old lady Sorensen?
It was Vanessa.
Vanessa?
So what?
Well, didn't it ever occur to you that Vanessa might have been part of a police trap? Did you ever stop to think she might have been working for my old friend Moffat?
Moffat's on Callisto.
He's on Earth, here. A few hours ago, he was in my hotel room trying to protect me from you.
Oh, Vanessa's okay, Toby. I swear it. Listen, it was her idea to get you into the act.
What did you say?
It's true. Vanessa was the one who told me that you were available.
Oh, you fool. Don't you see what that means? How could Vanessa know so much about me unless the cops told her?
Toby, I just don't understand why you're so upset when everything is going just the way we planned.
The way who planned, Vanessa? Tell me how you knew about my escape from Callisto.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I didn't even know you were George Spanner or Harry, whatever you called yourself. It was Sam who found out you were back on Earth.
That's not what he says.
Toby, the only reason I stayed interested in Sam was because he was your friend. Because I wanted to get close to you. This close.
Oh!
Oh, darling, I'm so sorry. These long fingernails of mine, they scratched your neck.
Now you can scratch your memory. You can tell me if you know a cop named Captain Moffat.
Don't do this, Toby. Be nice to me the way I want to be nice to you. Kiss me, Toby. Toby, aren't you feeling well?
I feel dizzy all of a sudden.
Oh, you poor darling. Come, sit down.
My neck is burning.
Oh, these awful cat claws of mine. I really should cut them down, shouldn't I?
I can't see straight anymore.
Oh.
You did something to me. Stuck a pin in my neck.
Toby, sit here. Don't fall and hurt yourself.
Drugged. You've drugged me with something. I can't see. Can't stand up.
18 hours.
What?
18 hours and 40 minutes.
Oh, Moffat, you here?
Yes, I'm here, my friend. Luckily for you. Must have been a powerful drug they used. Not enough to kill, however. My only regret is that we didn't catch them in the act.
What are you talking about?
I've been keeping a tail on Thumbs and his girlfriend for the past week.
His girl? You mean Vanessa isn't working for you?
Those two are in business for themselves, Mr. Kane. Or, should I say Mr. Murchis? Or Mr. Snapper? You pick the name, my friend. You have plenty of them.
The name is Kane. Toby Kane.
It's funny, you know. I've been chasing you for 5 years. From Earth to Saturn to Callisto. And then I catch you by helping you get out of a jam. Life's little irony.
You've made a mistake, Captain.
Oh, forget it, Kane. We've already run you through a computer ID. We know who you are. Now, if you help me, I'll help you. I'll guarantee you full amnesty for any past offense. I'll promise you immunity for any crime you've committed. And that's a long, long list.
What's the catch?
Just what you might expect. The assignment I'd want you to handle is difficult, dangerous. Do you know why you were drugged, Kane? Because you must have found out too much about them. You must have stumbled onto something they want very much to conceal.
What's that?
Their real identities. Not Sam. He's exactly what he seems to be. A hopelessly inept con man, hardly worth the paperwork it would take to arrest him. But the other, Vanessa and Mrs. Sorensen.
Mrs. Sorensen? What does she have to do with this?
Well, they're members of the most dangerous subversive group on Earth. We have good reason to think they and their friends are ready to commit treason.
Treason? Against who?
Against the entire world, against the planet Earth.
Why, you're crazy. Are you saying those two women are plotting another moon revolt?
Oh, not alone, I assure you. There may be hundreds or even thousands of others ready to repeat the same madness of 5 years ago. We think that both of these women are related to the men that we thought had died in the crater Aristarchus.
Thought they died? Their graves are there.
Yes. But we're beginning to doubt the identities of the men buried in those graves. Now, we've begun to suspect that the Earth forces were victimized by a hoax. A con game, if you like.
You mean they're still alive? Arrigo and the others?
No, we don't know how many, maybe only a handful, but I want you to continue to play the game you've always played, but this time on our side of the law.
What game?
Well, I want you to continue to be a cheat, a swindler, a liar, a pretender, only I want you to victimize a very special group of suckers. A group we've observed closely for the past year. Now, we know their habits. We know their meeting place. We know everything. Except their plans for the moon. And that's what I want you to find out.
Well, why should I be successful?
Because you're going to have another face change, Kane. An official one this time. Here, we want you to look like the man in this photograph.
My God.
That's right. It's the man they call Arrigo. Here's the printout. Now, you take these, Kane. They contain every available fact in the life of Arrigo. 10 biographers couldn't have collected so much data if they'd conducted 10 years' worth of research apiece.
Well, it's still not going to work. Even if I learn every single fact there is to know, there'll be other facts that could trip me up.
Yes, we recognize that possibility.
It won't be enough to have Arrigo's face, even his voice, and memory, and manner. There are certain things about people, things that can't deceive those who are close to them.
Yes, but they'll want to believe, Kane. Don't you see? These people have been waiting for Arrigo as if he was some kind of messiah come to rescue them from oppression. Oh, they'll welcome you without suspicion.
A million things can go wrong.
Yes, and then you're a dead man. Well, it's the gamble you'll have to take or reject.
The alternative, of course, is jail.
Yes. A prison asteroid, Kane. You live out the rest of your life on a barren rock in space.
And if I do this thing, amnesty?
That's correct.
What a shame. And I was just getting to like this face.
There's an old saying that one must set a thief to catch a thief. But does it really apply here? Can a swindler, a con man, and a criminal have enough brains and heart to overcome a group of dangerous insurgents? Can Toby Kane walk into their midst and learn their most important secrets? Or will he die in the attempt? We'll find out shortly in Act 3. It was 3 months before Captain Moffat of the Interplanetary Police was able to put his plan into action. The actual face change took only a week. The recuperation took 2 weeks. But the rest of the time was spent in educating Toby Kane to talk, think, and feel like the rebel called Arrigo. Finally, they knew there was nothing further they could do but send Arrigo on his mission, beginning with the first name on top of the list of suspected sympathizers.
Come in, Mr. Duncan. Won't you sit down?
Thank you, Doctor.
Well, shall we get right down to it? I always believed that...
Something wrong, Doctor?
No, it's nothing. It's just that for a moment you looked rather familiar, like someone I knew a very long time ago.
I see. Can I take this chair?
Oh, yes, please. We'll just talk informally at first. You can tell me what your problem is, and I'll tell you whether or not I believe that psychotherapy can be helpful.
Well, I'm not sure I can describe the problem. I've been having fits of depression lately. I've been having strange dreams every night.
Yes, can you describe one of these dreams?
Well, last night, for instance, I dreamed that I was walking in outer space, surrounded by stars and meteors. I was just alone.
What?
But then I looked below me and saw a soft, glowing object. It looked warm and friendly and inviting. Once I had been afraid of it. Once I had thought of it as being cold and airless and alien. But now I knew it was home.
And what was this object?
It was the moon. And it was mine.
Who are you?
Does this dream mean anything to you, Doctor? If it doesn't, then I think we're wasting each other's time.
Who are you?
I'm a ghost, Doctor. A ghost from Aristarchus. But a very solid ghost. Here, take my hand.
Arrigo. Arrigo!
Yes, Doctor, Arrigo. I've been a long time getting back.
But we were so sure that you were killed.
I survived. Now I'm here. And now I'm ready to help. I've heard that there are plans, Dr. Sullivan.
Oh, yes. There are good plans. This time we won't make the same mistakes. We're going to be ready before we strike.
And when will that be?
Well, the date hasn't been set. There's been too much disagreement among the members of the Central Committee. But now, maybe now, with a new leader among us.
How, Doctor? How will it begin?
Well, in the only way left to us, Arrigo, we won't begin on the moon, but on Earth.
Earth?
We're beginning right here. Preparing our weapons right in the camp of the enemy.
What weapons do you have?
Moon-to-earth missiles with atomic warheads. The weapons we should have had before the revolt. The only weapon that will give us the iron fist we need to make our voices heard. By the time we're ready to declare the moon a sovereign power, we'll be pointing the warheads at the continents of Earth. We won't fire them if our demands are met.
And if not?
Then we'll make sure that Earth never forgets the price of tyranny.
But how can you build these missiles? Where?
Well, I'll show you, Arrigo.
How strange, Doctor. So much noise in a hospital.
Well, this is a very unusual hospital, Arrigo. Populated by a very unusual breed of lunatics.
Lunatics? Yes.
The idea came to us 5 years ago. What would be a better hiding place for our activities than a mental home? So we built this hospital and filled its rooms and wards only with patients marked by that special madness of the moon children.
It was a brilliant idea.
Well, what you see here is only the tip of the iceberg. That noise you hear comes from below, from an underground missile factory. We'll go on a tour of inspection later, but right now, we have a meeting to attend.
Then we were expected.
I've alerted all the members of the Central Committee. They're in the main conference room. I don't have to tell you that this is a great moment for all of us. Please come this way. Ladies and gentlemen, Arrigo. Arrigo.
You fools! This is not Arrigo. This is not my son.
No, wait. You must give him a chance.
You think I wouldn't know my own son? This man is an impostor, an impersonator. You've been duped by a police spy, Selwyn.
But I've talked to him. I've asked him questions that no one but Arrigo himself could answer. Well, you must remember it's been years since you've seen him, Mrs. Sorensen.
Mrs. Sorensen? So that's what you're calling yourself now, Mother, huh? Whatever happened to the name, Mrs. Lincoln?
You think you're very clever, don't you?
I remember how you picked that name. Out of an old history book. Where did you get Sorensen from, Mother?
You think you can convince me, don't you? But you're wrong, the imposter. You really are my son. Sing it. Sing the song we used to sing together when you were a little boy.
I don't think I can remember it.
My son would never forget that song.
It's been so many years.
Arrigo would never forget. But Arrigo is dead. And you must die, too.
Now, wait. Listen to me. Mother, if you'll just look at me more closely. Like this.
Look out. He's got her. Don't shoot. You'll hit Mrs. Sorensen.
That's right, everybody. You'll hurt your friend, Mrs. Sorensen. And if you don't let me out of this place, I'll hurt her myself.
She's an old woman.
Yes, and I haven't killed an old woman for days. I'm feeling the urge right now. So let me out.
This is marvelous, Kane. Absolutely marvelous. With this information, you can wipe out this nest of rebels in 6 hours.
They were so anxious to believe that Arrigo had returned that they forgot to be cautious.
Well, you've done a magnificent job, Kane. A magnificent job for us and for the entire world.
I don't want any medals, Captain. I just want that freedom you promised me.
Well, a medal would be a lot easier.
What was that?
Freedom is the only thing I can't grant you, Kane. I know I made you promises.
What are you talking about? What's that gun for?
I wish things could be different, Kane. You've accomplished something that I could never have done by myself. You saved thousands, perhaps millions of lives. But that doesn't blind me to the fact that you're a criminal. A dangerous criminal who can't be turned loose on society.
I can't believe this. After you
The
swore...
only oath I've ever taken sacred is the oath of my office.
Well, you're not sending me to any prison asteroid, Moffat. You'll have to kill me.
I'm a policeman, Kane, not an executioner. But I can be both if you force me.
Well, then you'll have to be both.
Don't ready.
Are you all right? Have you been hit?
My leg.
Stay where you are. I'll get a doctor.
Vanessa, you killed him. You killed Moffat.
To save you. And to save us.
Well, then you're one of them, too, the Moon Rebels.
Mrs. Sorensen told me what happened. I thought you might return here, that you would never meet Moffat on his home ground.
Well, then why don't you kill me, too? I know as much as Moffat does.
Please try to understand. They didn't know who you were at the hospital. They didn't know you were Toby Kane.
Toby Kane? That doesn't make any sense.
Mrs. Sorensen didn't know you were Kane. That's why she accused you of being an imposter.
I don't understand.
Listen, and listen hard. I was the one who got Sam Summers to send for you. I drugged you because we planned to kidnap you, to take you to the hospital where we hoped to restore your memory, to help you recall the past.
And they tried that at the Army hospital.
Yes, we know. Your memory was destroyed the night we died in the crater Aristarchus. Most of us escaped, but you were brought down by a fire bullet. You were wearing an Earth uniform so that you were mistaken for one of them and brought to a hospital on Earth. We didn't know the true facts then. We thought you'd been killed. But after the war, we found records. Records that made us believe that you were alive, Arrigo. Truly alive.
Arrigo?
Yes. You're Arrigo. The face you wear is your own face. What an ironic joke on Captain Muffet. He gave you back the face you were born with.
And Mrs. Sorensen?
Your mother. She did believe you were an imposter because she knew that her son was wearing the face of Toby Kane. She never expected to see Arrigo with his own face.
I can't believe it. I don't remember anything before the hospital. They had me convinced that I was an Earth soldier. I never knew why I hated the fact so much.
You will remember. We need you to remember. We need you to lead us. And I need you to love me. Look at me, Toby Kane, Arrigo. I am your wife.
Here it is, Colonel. A recorded message from the moon base.
Put it on the screen, you idiot. Let's hear what this madman has to say.
Yes, sir.
I can't understand it. A whole garrison of moon troops surrendering without firing a shot. And now this lunatic with his demands.
All ready, Colonel.
Well, play it.
My name is Arrigo.
It is him.
My name is Arrigo. And I am spokesman for the Provisional Government of Luna. The moon is no longer a satellite of Earth. From this day forward, the moon is an independent world with full sovereign powers to choose its own leaders and determine its own future. We are prepared to defend this independence with our lives because we are the children of the moon. And the moon is ours.
And so the children of the moon, the lunatics, whose first revolt failed, have once again asserted their right to independence. Will it succeed this time? Have they prepared themselves enough to convince the powers of Earth to let them find their own destiny? The answer to that question is in another story and another time. I'll be back shortly. Will it ever really happen? Now that man has walked on the moon, will the next step be colonization? Will the moon become a new homeland where men will live in an artificial atmosphere, eclipsed by the great green globe of Earth, and yet become strangely devoted to the cold and rocky world they call home? Stranger things have happened. Our cast included Bob Reddick, Joan Shea, William Griffiths, and Jackson Beck. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Why are you doing this to me?
My thoughts guided me. They found your ship. They found you.
What do you want from me?
No more searching. Your hands are my hands.
No.
Your eyes are my eyes.
It's impossible.
I live again in the sunlight again. We live.
No.
We share this body. I survive in this body. No more darkness, no more aloneness. I survive in this body.
You can't take over another person's body.
We share this body.
It's indecent.
But this body must adjust to the heat of this planet. It's too warm.
I'm so hot.
We are hot. We must do something about the heat.
What's wrong with me?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. You come in. Make yourself comfortable because I'm going to tell you a nice, quiet little ghost story. Nothing to frighten you. Not badly, at any rate. Nothing to make you run screaming into the street. No, the most this ghost story can do is make you snuggle down deeper under the covers and reach out for a hand to hold. A hand, I trust, that is firm and warm, not clammy and cold. Our mystery drama, The Phantom Lullaby, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Rosemary Murphy and Arnold Moss. I myself have never met a ghost. I don't know why. Perhaps something in my personality puts them off. But if ever I should, I hope you'll do something more than moan and sigh and clank chains. What I should really enjoy would be a nice, chatty ghost who'd sit down and talk things over. Things like whether the life after death is really pleasanter than the one before. And if it is, why is it? Things like that. Things that only a ghost would know. Ah, well, perhaps one fine day or some dark night, if I hold myself in readiness, my ghost will visit me. Meantime, relax, won't you? And listen.
Hello? Intercoastal Airlines? Well, can you tell me if Flight 509 from New York is on time? Yeah, I'll hold on.
Ellen's room is finished.
Good.
I've ordered new curtains. Oh, I hope she likes her room.
Oh, I'm sure she will. I'm sure she... yes? Oh, it is? Well, good. Thank you very much. The plane's on time.
Well, you better get started then.
Yeah.
Don't be nervous.
I'm not nervous.
It'll only make her nervous if you're nervous. What are you looking in the closet for?
My overcoat.
It's on the chair.
Oh.
She's only been away 4 days.
It's not a question of how long she's been away. It's what she went away for.
I know that.
Well, then why say a foolish thing like only 4 days?
Please. I'm nervous, too.
Well, what do you think you're doing now?
This couch shouldn't be here. It should be over there.
That's an 8-foot couch. Don't try to move it by yourself.
I can do it.
Let me have the superintendent, please. Emily, will you stop that? I'd help you, but I have to get going. I don't want Ellen standing around the airport. Hello? This is Mr. Keene, Penthouse B. Yeah, we just moved in. We're not quite settled in yet, and I have to go to the airport to pick up my daughter. Could you possibly help my wife move a few pieces of furniture? No, we want the place to look extra nice. Our daughter's never seen it, and... Oh, that's great. That's just great. Thank you very much. He'll be up in a couple of minutes.
Howard, do you think Ellen will like this apartment?
Well, I certainly hope so. It's costing an arm and a leg.
What with the terrace and everything? Her own bathroom, a real dining room?
Well, the idea is to give her a change. New surroundings, blot out everything that happened.
As if a terrace and her own bathroom could take her mind off that terrible man.
Well, they'll help. I'm not saying completely, but they'll help. Give us something to think about besides John Draper and the rest of it.
Seems strange we never even met him.
I hope I never do meet him. Well, honey, I got to get going.
Don't tell Ellen about this place. Let it be a surprise. And, Howard, be very, gentle with her. Let her know we love her.
Yeah, I'll let her know. Well, I'm off. Oh. You're the superintendent.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you knock.
I was just getting ready to.
Well, come in. This is my wife. She'll show you what she wants done. Oh, and here's something for your trouble.
Oh, okay.
Honey, I'll be back in an hour.
Good luck.
Take care.
Well, now.
You like this place?
Well, I'm sure we will like it. We just moved in.
I know. It's a nice-looking apartment with a terrace and all.
First thing I want to do is move the couch over there to the long wall.
Everybody likes this place when they first move in.
If you take one end and I take the other.
1, 2, 3 months, then they start getting jumpy.
Jumpy?
They pay up what they owe on the lease and they move out.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah, it happens every time. Well, let's move this thing if we're going to...
Let me move the coffee table first.
No, I'll do it. Yeah. How'd you happen to hear it was vacant?
Well, actually, friends of ours called us. They'd met some people at a party who said they were giving up this beautiful apartment, and we thought...
That would be the Winthrops. Yeah, they lasted 6 months. Where do you want this table?
Right where you're standing.
Okay. And before them was the Katzes, and before them the Millbrooks, and before them the Kramers, and before them...
Why did they all move out? What's wrong with the place?
Search me. They would never say, any of them. Just paid up and moved out. You know what I think?
What?
I think the joint's haunted. Now, where does the couch go?
Enter, young lady.
Ellen. Darling, it's so good to have you back.
I'll put the suitcase in the bedroom.
When you see your bedroom, darling, make allowances for the curtains. I had to put up your old ones, and they're too short, but I'm expecting new ones, maybe today. But I got you a new bed. Oh, heavens, the fuss they made about delivering it. So, what do you think? Do you like the apartment?
It's very nice.
Come, look at the view from the terrace. Come on. You can see for miles. Isn't that spectacular?
Spectacular.
Well, you can take a good look at it later. What would you like to do now?
I don't know.
Take a hot bath? You have your own bathroom now.
Really? Do I?
Or would you like to just sit and talk?
All right. If you want to.
Ellen, was the operation very bad?
You mean the abortion? No. It wasn't bad at all.
I'm glad of that.
I opened your suitcase, let a little air in, huh? I didn't unpack anything, though.
I'll do it.
You want to do that now, dear? Maybe take that hot bath, and I'll start lunch, and then when it's ready, I'll call you.
All right.
Is the door on the right? Oh, here, I'll show you.
I'll find it.
And the bathroom opens right off of it. Howard, what's wrong with her?
I don't know. She was like that all the way in from the airport.
Like a sleepwalker.
Like a zombie.
Howard?
I'm making us a drink.
We need it.
How is she?
I guess she's all right.
Here's your drink.
She's lying on the bed, just staring at the ceiling. I spoke to her, but she didn't answer me. So I didn't bother her.
That horrible man, he did this to her.
I wish she'd talked to me about him. But she never did say much, except that she was seeing him a lot. And then when she told me she was pregnant, she said he didn't want to marry her, so she guessed she'd have an abortion.
Just like that.
Things have changed so. The young people nowadays.
And the parents nowadays.
I guess so.
I should have insisted. I should have put my foot down, absolutely insisted.
Insisted on what?
Well, at least on meeting the guy, at least that.
That's not the way things are done these days.
Well, they should be. Look, do you think I ought to get in touch with him now?
Now? It's too late
well, we
now.
can't just leave her the way she is, walking around like an automaton. Maybe he could... Oh, I don't know. Maybe he could snap her out of it or something.
Maybe she'll snap out of it by herself.
If she was really in love with him...
She said she wasn't.
Well, maybe she was. Maybe she was and didn't know it. Anyway, I think he ought to see what he's done.
What good would that do?
I don't know. Why don't you go and see if she's all right?
I don't like to disturb her.
Well, just knock on the door and see if she answers.
All right.
Well, the state she's in...
Ellen?
Oui, Mama.
I don't want to disturb you, dear, but I just want to make sure everything's all right.
Tout va bien.
guess she's all right. Anyway, she answered me.
What did she say?
I couldn't make it out, but she sounded fine.
Well, that's good. Maybe it was just shock or something before.
Probably that was it.
Emily, if you get to talking to her, if she'll talk to you...
Oh, she will.
Ask her about this man. What's his name again?
John Draper?
Yeah, ask her how she feels about him. You know, if she thinks about him, wants to call him up or anything, you tell her that it's all right with us.
Howard, she doesn't care if it's all right with us. Young people don't these days. They just go ahead and do what they want to do.
Well, do you realize we don't know anything about this man? What does he do for a living, if anything?
He plays the piano. I think he gives lessons.
Where does he live?
Over on Market Street, I think.
Yeah, that figures. Has he got a phone?
I imagine so. I don't know.
Well, if he gives lessons, he's got to have a phone. It's got to be in the book. I think so. Anyway, here he is. Look. John Draper, 121 Market.
You're not going to call him.
No, I'm not going to call him. I just want to know that he's alive and breathing somewhere in this town. If Ellen isn't better by tomorrow or the next day...
Howard, she will be.
Go knock on the door again, will you?
What'll I say?
Say anything. Say we're having a drink out here. Why doesn't she join us?
All right, if you say so.
But keep it light and, you know, cheerful.
Ellen, dear, your father and I are having a drink. Don't you want to join us?
Pas maintenant.
How's that, dear?
Je suis occupée.
Well, whenever you're ready, we'd love to have you. I think a drink would do you good. Whenever you're ready. I guess she's all right.
But did she say she was all right?
I don't know what she said.
What do you mean you don't know what she said?
Ellen!
Are you all right, baby?
Je regrette, mais je ne peux pas vous joindre pour le moment. Je dois m'occuper du petit garçon. Excusez-moi, s'il vous plaît.
Howard.
Why, I didn't know she could speak French.
She can't.
Well, she just did. I understand enough French to know that.
What did she say? Could you tell?
Well, she said she couldn't join us just now because she had to take care of the little boy.
Do you agree with Anthony Trollope that the chief duty a parent owes a child is to make the child happy? I think I do. And I think in their more beneficent moods, most people do. Why, then, are there so many bitterly unhappy children? Ellen Keene, only daughter of Howard and Emily Keene, came home a little while ago after the removal of an incipient life from her body. In the new penthouse apartment her parents have rented in an anxious effort to lift her spirits, she has just now delivered her longest utterance since she arrived.
Je regrette, mais je ne peux pas vous joindre pour le moment. Je dois m'occuper du petit garçon. Excusez-moi, s'il vous plaît.
Howard?
Why, I didn't know she could speak French.
She can't.
Well, she just did. I understand enough French to know that.
What did she say? Could you tell?
Well, she said she couldn't join us just now because she had to take care of the little boy.
What little boy?
Well, how should I know what little boy?
Howard, the operations affected her mind.
No, don't say that. That's not true.
It must have meant more to her than we knew.
How could we know she acted as though it was nothing?
That's how young people are these days.
I'm going to call that man.
John Draper? What good would that do?
He ought to know what he's done.
Howard, it isn't right to blame it all on him.
I don't care. There, here. Here's his number.
I don't see why you think he can help.
Well, maybe she still loves him. Maybe he can get through to her. Maybe.
Hello?
Mr. Draper? John Draper?
Yes?
I'm Howard Keene, Ellen Keene's father.
Yes?
Ellen came home a little while ago. I thought you might like to know.
How is she? Is she all right?
No, she's not all right.
What's the trouble? They didn't hurt her, did they?
Physically, she seems to be all right, but other ways, she's not.
I'm glad you called me. What can I do?
My wife and I thought it might help if you came to see her,
Why, of course, right now.
if you can.
I'll have to cancel some lessons, but I'll be there as soon as I can.
Oh, hold on just a minute. We've moved to a new place.
Oh? You've moved?
Yes, we took a penthouse on the spur of the moment, just moved in this morning. It's at 42 Cedar Terrace. Do you know where that is?
42 Cedar Terrace?
Yes, penthouse B. Have you got that? Hello? Mr. Draper, are you there? Hello?
I'm sorry, Mr. Keene, but I'm afraid I won't be able to get there after all. Give Ellen my love.
Hello? Mr. Draper? Hello?
Howard?
I don't get it. He was very nice, very concerned about Ellen. He wanted to help. He wanted to come to see her right away, and then all of a sudden, when I gave him the address, he made a sudden switch, and he said he was sorry. He couldn't.
Why would he do that?
Thought it over, I guess, decided he wanted no part of it.
But you said he sounded nice at first.
He's not going to get away with it.
Howard, what are you going to do?
What was his address again? It's right there in the phone book. I'm going to get him to see Ellen if I have to drag him here. What's the address?
121 Market Street. Howard, I wish you wouldn't go.
I'll be back in half an hour. You stay right here.
You think I should call Dr. Stone?
No, not yet. Well, what could we say to him? That our daughter talks to us in French when she doesn't know any French? That she says she has to take care of a little boy when there isn't any little boy? No, you just stay here with her, and I don't think she'll get violent or anything like that, and I'll be back in half an hour with Mr. John Draper.
Oh, dear. Ellen? Ellen, honey? Ellen, don't you want to come out now and have some lunch? I could fix us both a sandwich and some soup.
Je suis occupée.
We haven't had a chance to talk.
Va-t'en, maman.
You're sure you're all right?
Tout va bien, maman.
That's the phone buzzer from downstairs, dear. I have to answer it. Yes?
This is Super, Mrs. Keene. I got a big package down here for you.
Package? What kind of package?
It's big. It's from, Standish Decorators.
Oh, it must be the curtains for my daughter's room.
You want me to bring it up?
Yes. Would you please?
Yeah, I'll be right up.
Thank you. Ellen, darling? Ellen, the curtains for your room have come. Remember I told you I ordered new ones? What do you think? Shall we take down the old ones and put up the new ones? I'm dying to see how they look. Ellen, dear? Ellen?
Voilà, mon petit. Ne pleure pas, mon petit.
Ellen? Ellen, answer me.
Va-t'en, maman. Je suis occupée.
Dear God. I don't know what to do. I don't... Yes, I'm coming. I'm coming. Just a minute.
Your package, Mrs. Keene.
Thank you. Thank you.
You, okay, Mrs. Keene?
What?
Well, you look kind of peculiar.
I do?
What's the matter? Ghosts been bothering you?
Ghosts?
I told you the place was haunted.
Yes, you did, didn't you?
Didn't think they'd be getting to you so soon, though.
Look, come in for a minute, will you? Do you mind? I'd like to talk to you.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Tell me why you say this apartment is haunted.
It was just a guess.
You don't really know, do you?
No, I don't really know about this apartment, no, but I know quite a lot about ghosts from personal experience.
Tell me what you know.
Well, I guess everybody knows that ghosts are no more and no less than the spirits of the dead who won't leave the earth, right? I mean, that's pretty obvious, wouldn't you say?
I wouldn't know anything about it.
Oh, well, I thought everybody knew that. Well, that's what they are. The only difference between one ghost and another being why they won't leave the earth, why they keep coming back to haunt. And there's various reasons why.
Like what?
Well, they could be they're in love with some live person who returns that love even after death. That's one reason.
What other reasons are there?
Well, there's a ghost that won't admit to death, a ghost who resents the people who've gone on living. Now, this, generally speaking, is the ghost of some person who is used to lording it over everybody in life and comes back to try to lord it over them some more. That's another reason for ghosts.
What other reasons?
Then there's the kind that just can't understand how it happened.
How what happened?
Death. Their own death. That's the kind of ghost I understand very well. My sister's one of those.
You mean your sister doesn't understand how she happened to die? Is that what you mean?
She was 12 years old. She was on her way to school. And a car came along with a drunken driver behind the wheel, and the car swerved up on the sidewalk and killed her. She never knew what happened. Before she knew anything, she was dead.
And her ghost comes back?
Every night. Every night I wake up and hear crying.
What do you do?
I try to explain it to her, but what can I say? It doesn't make any sense. Drunk in a car and her on her way to school.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
It makes more sense to kill yourself, don't you think? That way you got something to say about how you go and when. Not just leave it up to some drunk in a car. Well, that's my opinion anyway. All right, I better be getting back downstairs.
Couldn't you just stay for a little while? I don't feel like being alone right now. My husband will be home in about half an hour. He went to see somebody over on Market Street.
No, I can stay a little while if you like me to.
I'd appreciate it.
We'll talk about ghosts, huh? That's my favorite topic. Ghosts.
I'm looking for Mr. Draper.
I'm Mr. Draper.
I guess it's your son I'm looking for.
I don't have a son.
Oh, well, I expected... Well, I didn't know I'm Howard Keene, Ellen's father. I'd like to come in and talk to you.
Mr. Keene...
Please, it's very important, or I wouldn't ask.
Come in.
Thank you very much.
Sit down if you want.
Excuse my staring at you. I expected a much younger man.
I'm 51.
That's just my age.
You said on the phone Ellen is all right.
No, I said that physically Ellen's all right. Why didn't you want to marry Ellen when you found out that she was pregnant?
I couldn't.
Why, you've got a wife?
I had a wife.
You're divorced.
Something I never talk about, Mr. Keene.
You never talked about it to Ellen?
I never talked about it to anybody. And I don't intend to.
Maybe you should.
I can't. Tell me about Ellen.
Well, she came home a little while ago. She was changed. She talked in monosyllables, short sentences at the most. And we thought after what she's been through, maybe that's only natural. So my wife told her to have a bath, take a nap, and we'd have a drink, lunch. Well, my wife and I were talking. Ellen came out of a room and spoke to us, quite a long speech. And every word of it in French.
In French?
Now, Ellen doesn't know any French. You never spoke to her in French, did you?
Never. Never.
Well,
Never.
I just wondered.
What did she say in French?
Well, she said she was sorry she couldn't join us for a drink, but she had to take care of a little boy.
What little boy?
I have no idea.
Mr. Keene, after an operation like the one Ellen had, don't you think it's possible that it's bound to have an effect on a woman, on her emotions, for a while anyway?
I don't want it to go on for too long, and that's why I called you.
You thought I could help?
I hoped you could. Get your coat. I've got a cab waiting outside.
Now I've told you everything I know about ghosts, Mrs. Keene. Have you seen the one that's haunting this place?
No. I'm not even sure there is one.
Well, I'll be getting on downstairs if you don't need me for anything.
Well, if you could, I'd really appreciate your helping me put these curtains up. If you have the time.
Oh, yeah, I got a few minutes.
They're for my daughter's room. I'm not sure we should go in there. She's been resting. I'll tell you what, I'll knock on her door. If she's up, I know she'd love to see the curtains. Ellen, dear, it's Mother. The superintendent is here, and if it's all right with you, we'd like to put up the new curtains. You know, I told you before they just came from the shop. Ellen, dear, I'm going to open the door and come in because I think you've been by yourself long enough. I really do. Ellen? Oh!
What's the matter?
Oh!
Mrs. Keene, what? Good Lord.
She's not moving.
She's not breathing.
Her eyes are wide open.
She's dead.
She's not dead. Don't say such a thing. Don't you dare say such a thing.
Mrs. Keene, what are you doing?
Calling the doctor, you fool.
Doctor won't do any good. She's dead.
Man is the only animal who knows that he will die. So said the great Voltaire. The knowledge that he will one day cease to live permeates man's days and poisons them a little. I think that if ever I am given another life, I should like to live it as a bird or a monkey or a chipmunk or a beetle. It doesn't add much to the enjoyment of life to know that it won't last long. You'll remember I promised you a quiet little ghost story? I think I've kept my promise so far. Though, of course, in any story, there must be an explosion or two. At this moment, Mr. Keene, Ellen's father, is preparing to enter a taxicab with Mr. Draper, Ellen's one-time lover.
Is that married?
Yes.
But you weren't divorced?
No.
Your wife died?
Yes.
I see. How long ago was that?
What?
How long ago did your wife die?
25 years ago.
Did you and your wife have any children?
Yes. One.
Where is the child?
Dead.
At birth?
No.
I feel a little bit like a heel asking you all these questions, but I'm concerned about my daughter.
I'm concerned, too, or I wouldn't have come with you.
I understand. I think I understand. You've never wanted to get married again, is that it?
Never.
Even after all these years?
I met my wife in Europe towards the end of the war. The big war. I'd been doing very well in business. I was on my way to making it big when I got drafted. I didn't like being drafted, but I went anyway, and she was the one bright spot in an otherwise drab and miserable Army career. I brought her back here. She had a child, and they both died. I stopped making money. I started playing the piano, and I have been at it ever since then.
But you were in love with Ellen. I hope you don't mind my asking.
I don't know what that means, to be in love. I'm not saying there's no such thing, but if there is, I've forgotten, or I never knew what it's like. I'm very sorry for you. It's very kind of you, but don't bother.
Cedar Terrace is the next right turn, driver.
Are we nearly there?
Next right, about half a mile. My wife and I just moved in. We wanted to do something to Ellen. We heard through friends about this marvelous apartment that was suddenly available, a penthouse of all things.
Penthouse B, you said?
Yeah, we took it on an impulse, thinking it'd be something for Ellen to come home to take her mind off everything, you know, what she'd been through.
And did it?
Well, no. No, she's hardly said a word about the place since I brought her home from the airport. She's hardly said anything about anything. Just a few words of French and that one thing about not being able to have a drink with us before lunch because she had to look after a little boy.
How could she speak French when she doesn't know any French? And what little boy did she have to look after? I don't understand any of it. Not any of it.
Hold on. We're almost there. Maybe Ellen will be all right, more of herself anyway, and then you can ask her. You just hang in there for a couple of minutes more.
Dr. Stone, what's wrong with Ellen?
Well, Mrs. Keene, I can't detect any vital signs at all. I hesitate to pronounce her dead, but what can I say? I can find no pulse, no heartbeat, no reflexes. I've done everything I can think of. Injection, massage.
She's not dead. Tell me she's not dead.
Like you, I refuse to conclude that at the moment. But if your daughter is alive, Mrs. Keene, she is in the deepest coma I've ever encountered. It's as though she were not in or out of this world at all.
It's that tall building on the corner, driver, number 42.
A very tall building.
What's that?
I said it's a tall building.
Well, compared to the way they build them nowadays, it's not so tall, but I guess when they put it up, it was considered pretty daring.
Hey, what do you think you're doing? I can't. I just can't. You get back in there. Driver, stop the cab. Hey, stop. I can't go up there. I can't.
I don't care if you can or can't. You're going to.
Now, march.
Don't you try anything now. I got hold of you.
I can't do it.
You let me pay the cab. Get out, driver. Now you get going.
Mr. Keene, I know you think this is very strange.
You bet I think it's very strange.
I can explain.
After you've seen my daughter, you can explain. Now, you get in the elevator there. Right now, Ellen's the only one I'm interested in. Push that button that says penthouse.
Penthouse B.
That's right.
Mrs. Keene, if Ellen isn't dead, and I'm still not convinced, then she's either in a very, very deep coma or... here I'm getting into territory that I don't understand at all. She's in a trance.
A trance?
We hear of these things, people who can control their body functions. I was told of a man who could make one half of his arm stone cold and the other half blood warm. He could do it at will, or so I was told.
I can't believe it. Do you believe it?
Mrs. Keene, there isn't a doctor alive today who would deny the power the human mind has over the human body.
But... oh, that must be my husband.
Yeah, well, I want to talk to him.
I'll only be a second. Yes, I'm coming. Howard. Mr. Draper?
That's him.
I'm Ellen's mother. Howard, I called Dr. Stone. He's with Ellen now. He wants to talk to you.
I'm in here, Mrs. Keene.
Dr. Stone, how is she?
She shows no vital signs of life at all.
You don't mean that she's dead? Oh, no, she can't be. Emily, what happened?
Mr. Keene, we don't know precisely what happened, and I don't... well, for some reason I can't really explain. I don't think she's dead. Either she's in a deep coma or she's in a trance state.
Well, what's that, a trance state?
It's something medical men know very little about. So, I want your permission to take her to the hospital and have her examined by another doctor there. And if he gives us no convincing diagnosis, we'll call in a psychic healer.
You have our permission to do anything you have to.
Of course.
All right, I'll call an ambulance.
Mr. Draper, I've been very rude. We've paid no attention to you at all. Thank you so much for coming.
It's quite all right.
You can see we're beside ourselves with worry.
Yes, I can see that.
There's an ambulance service. There's Dr. Stone.
Mrs. Keene, do you suppose that I could see Ellen?
Oh, I don't think so. Not now.
Why didn't somebody wake me up?
Ellen.
Thank you.
Darling.
Is it time for lunch?
Ellen, how do you feel?
Dr. Stone. What are you doing here? And John, you know, it's funny. I thought I heard your voice, but then I decided I must have imagined it.
Yeah, but how do you feel, Ellen?
Well, I feel perfectly fine. I had a wonderful sleep.
You're sure you feel all right?
Well, I just told you I feel fine. I was tired when Daddy brought me home from the airport, but I had a lovely nap, and now I'm fine. But what are you doing here? And John, how did you get here? How did you know where to come?
Your father, he told me.
Oh, really? Oh, that was nice. Then you've met.
Yes, we've met.
You'll stay for lunch, won't you, John?
Mother, is that all right? Is there enough for John, too?
Yes, dear, there's enough. But first, don't you think you ought to bathe and change your clothes?
I guess I should. I was going to do that before, wasn't I? When I first got here. But then I got busy with something or other, and I forgot all about it.
You want me to come with you, dear?
It would be nice. We haven't had a chance to talk, have we?
No, but we will.
See you off for lunch.
Yes, Ellen.
You'll stay, Mr. Draper?
I'm not sure that I can.
Please do. Ellen seems to want you to.
Mr. Keene, I don't know any of the whys or wherefores, but your daughter seems to be all right.
Yes, she seems to be.
All right. I'm going back to my office. I'll be there all afternoon. If anything happens to alarm you, please call me. I can be here in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Stone.
No, don't bother to come to the door. I'll let myself out.
I'm glad she's all right.
I suppose you don't believe there was ever anything wrong.
I don't know.
After all, you didn't see her when she was, well, the way she was.
I know your daughter very well, Mr. Keene. I know what a sensitive girl she is. I told you in the taxi that I didn't believe I knew the meaning of being in love. Now I'm not so sure. I think I was, in my own neurotic way, in love with Ellen. We were very close.
Well, why did you make such a fuss about coming here? Why did you try to jump out of the cab? What was that all about?
I had been here before.
When? When were you ever here?
I used to live here.
In this apartment?
Penthouse B, yes.
Well, when was this?
25 years ago.
You lived here with your wife?
Huh?
And your child?
Yes.
And your child was a little boy?
Yes.
How old was the child when he died?
2 years old.
And your wife, how old was she?
21.
They both died while you were living here. I can see why you wouldn't want to come with me.
It's not just that they died.
Well, what was it?
It was the way they died.
Tell me about it.
When I came back from Europe, I started up in business again. The business which the war had so rudely interrupted. I was determined to work my way up the ladder again, and I threw myself into my work. I think my wife felt neglected. Truth is, I did neglect her. But it wasn't just my neglect. She was a foreigner. Even after 3 years, she hadn't learned to speak English. She was shy. She didn't make friends. She was alone a great deal, except for the child. And one night, I was at my desk working over some papers when she came into the room with a child in her arms. She spoke to me. I don't remember what she said, but I remember that she spoke to me. I had every intention of answering her. But I didn't want to be bothered at that precise moment. Half a minute later, I turned around and she wasn't there. She had jumped from the terrace. She had jumped from the terrace with the child in her arms.
Good Lord. Do you think it's possible? I know how far-fetched it sounds, but is it possible that the little boy Ellen told us she had to look after was the ghost of your son?
I don't know what else to think. Do you?
Tell me something. What nationality was your wife?
My wife is French. It all begins to fit together, doesn't it? When you stop and think about it.
When you stop and think about it, you don't want to stop and think about it? That such things don't bear thinking about? All right. Don't stop. Go right on doing the things you've always done. Waking in the morning, putting in the hours until it's time to go to sleep again. Don't, for an instant of your busy day, think about such things. But that won't make the things go away. Now, will it? That was a quiet little ghost story, wasn't it? Just as I said it would be. Personally, I prefer ghost stories to be quiet. For ghosts, generally speaking, having no physical equipment, tend to be quiet. But like so many living people who are quiet, ghosts are also tenacious and persistent. And they are everywhere. Our cast included Rosemary Murphy, Arnold Moss, Mason Adams, Corinne Orr, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The preceding Mystery Theater program was furnished by the CBS Radio Network. Listen now to this scene from tomorrow night's offering on the WOR Mystery Theater.
I'm going to kill myself.
Well, that's one way to...
You're what? I'm going to kill myself, but it won't be suicide.
You're going to kill yourself, but it won't be suicide.
That's right, Murray. And my wife will receive $50,000 in insurance money.
Now I know you're crazy.
I'm serious, Murray.
Well, you can go ahead and kill yourself, but your wife isn't going to get any $50,000. You're not even married.
That's right, Murray. Don't you see now why it's so perfect?
Dressed to Kill stars Robert Morse and will be heard tomorrow night on the WOR Mystery Theater, following Fulton Lewis at 7 o'clock. Your dial is set for 15 minutes of late news with John Scott reporting at 8 o'clock.
Blackmail is an ugly word. And when one of the blackmailer's victims sincerely insists that he's an angel, while another swears he's a devil, and still others are convinced he's a ghost, the problem of dealing with him becomes Herculean.
My name is Robert Grand. I'm a 38-year-old bachelor.
Music is my life and my love. And it was all I needed until now. Now I'm driven to tell this story, which happened exactly as I will describe it to you. It started on the day when I took over the management of the great Paris Opera House from the elderly and famous René Castelot.
And last, Robert, but certainly not least, is this contract.
A contract in a memorandum book? Why, René?
Because that's the way the ghost wants it.
I never knew that the revered opera manager René Castelot had such a delightful sense of humor. Contract with a ghost? Surely you're not serious.
The opera ghost professes to be primarily concerned that the management give to every performance the splendor that belongs on what he calls the premier lyric stage of France.
And, of course, this ghost will be the sole judge of the artistic splendor of a performance?
Of course. However, there are two other conditions on which he places equal importance. Any attempt to perform an opera will meet with disaster if my allowance of 20,000 francs a month is more than 10 days late.
Well, let me see. That monthly figure would amount to 240,000 francs a year. And this joker has further conditions?
Oh, yes. If you'll allow me. Box 5 on the Grand Tier shall be placed at my disposal for every performance.
Oh, surely you don't mean to tell me that you took these ridiculous demands seriously?
I observed them scrupulously.
You never defied him or threatened to have him arrested?
How does one arrest a ghost?
Well, when he comes to take his seat in Box 5.
He never occupied Box 5.
And you still kept it vacant?
Certainly.
Well, you won't find me wasting a box that way. I intend to sell it.
Well, that's your privilege as the new manager. But if you'll take my advice, you'll never sell Box 5.
I didn't know whether to laugh at Castelot's foolishness or to cry because such a brilliant impresario had obviously fallen victim to some hoax. However, more immediate problems were demanding my attention. My soprano sent word that she was too ill to appear that evening in the role of Marguerite in Faust. I replaced her with a young girl named Christine Donat, who, to mine and everyone else's amazement, gave a performance which brought down the house.
I thought you were in Chartres with your brother. I was until I heard that Christine was to sing tonight, and then I rushed to Paris. Forgive my rudeness. I mean to congratulate you upon your appointment as the manager of the opera. Now I must congratulate you on choosing Christine. I never heard her sing like this before.
Nor have I. What a triumph! Look at her. She seems quite overcome.
Overcome? Nothing. She's ill. She's fainted.
I led Paul Duren quickly backstage to Christine Donat's dressing room. A crowd had gathered outside her door. I made my way through with Paul by my side. I opened the door and saw that the house physician was by her side. To my surprise, Paul Duren walked swiftly to the couch on which Christine was lying and knelt down beside her. She turned her head, opened her eyes, and said,
Monsieur, who are you?
Mademoiselle, when we were little children playing together at Perrault, I was the little boy who went into the sea to rescue your scarf.
Well, how amusing, monsieur.
Mademoiselle, since it pleases you not to recognize me, I should like to say something to you in private. Something very important.
When I'm better, please. And now I should very much like to be alone. I want all of you to go away. Please.
I wasn't aware that you knew Christine.
Oh, I've known her for a long time, Robert. Ever since we were children.
But we are no longer children, my friend. So why should we hang about outside her dressing room door like a pair of...
And I know her well enough to understand that she asked to be alone because she wanted the chance to talk to me privately.
I didn't get that impression. But if you're convinced...
Look, I'll prove it to you. Come on, let's go back and knock at her door, and you'll see.
I don't know what you want of me.
Oh, she seems to have someone in there with her.
But that's impossible. We saw everyone leave when we did.
Christine, you must love me.
I do. You know I sing only for you.
Nevertheless, someone must have stayed behind. Maybe we can learn something.
I do not listen at doors. I'm going in.
No. Wait. For my sake.
Are you very tired?
Tonight I gave you my soul, and I am exhausted.
Your soul is beautiful, child, and I thank you. The angels wept tonight.
I must go home.
Of course.
They're sure to catch us eavesdropping.
No. Come here. Quickly. They'll never see us in this corner.
She's alone. There's no one with her. He must have remained in her dressing room.
And she didn't lock her door.
I'm going in and find out who was with her. Are you with me?
Of course, Paul. Come on. But there's no light in here.
He must be hiding. Strike a match, please. Hiding isn't going to help you. We know you're here. We heard you. Now come out.
Can you see anyone?
No. He must be here somewhere, and we'll find him wherever he's hiding. You may as well come out now and save us trouble. I intend to find out who you are.
There's no one here, and no place to hide. We're talking to the walls.
Robert, you know my family goes back to the days of Napoleon, and I'm sure you feel I lied to you when I said I knew Christine Donat. Certainly you had every right.
What's this about Donat?
Well, this letter will prove to you that I wasn't lying. You see, she says right here, I have not forgotten the little boy who went into the sea to rescue my scarf.
Then you know where she is.
Of course. She is in Peru, and she is inviting me there, too, because it is the anniversary of her father's death. Her father and I were friends.
Do you mind if I go with you?
How do you know I am going?
Oh, don't talk nonsense. You're going because you're in love. And I'm going to bring back a singing sensation who hasn't been heard since the night of her triumph.
So you came after all. I was thinking while I was at Mass, will he come and will he remember the inn of the setting sun?
You knew I would come. And you knew I would remember, Christine. Oh, I also brought Monsieur Grand.
Well, how nice, but why did you...
I am here to ask you to return to the opera, mademoiselle, and to ask you to sing other roles.
Well, you will have to excuse me, Monsieur Grand, but I cannot talk of singing other roles now.
But I have come all this way, mademoiselle, just to...
I did not ask you to come. Or you either, Paul.
You asked me to come, Christine. You knew your letter would bring me here to Perrault as surely as the sun shines.
Well, that may have been a mistake on my part.
There was no point in my remaining, as it was obvious that there was a lover's quarrel brewing. So I told Paul he could find me in my room. What you hear now is what Paul told me happened after I left them in the sitting room.
Why do you say mistake, Christine?
I don't know. When I wrote the letter, I was thinking of my childhood and my father and the games we played as children. I think I wrote to you as the little girl I was then and not the woman I am now.
When I came to you in your dressing room the other night, was that the first time you noticed me?
No. I'd seen you in your box. I knew you were in the audience.
Oh, good. Then why, when you saw me in the dressing room and I reminded you about the scarf, why did you pretend not to know me and laugh at me? Oh, all right. I know it was because there was someone in your dressing room, Christine.
What are you talking about?
The man to whom you said, I sing only for you tonight. I give you my soul and I am exhausted.
You were listening at the door. That's the most...
I listened, Christine, because I love you. Yes, I heard everything.
All right, Paul. Tell me what else you heard.
I heard him reply that your soul is beautiful, child, and I thank you. The angels wept tonight.
Oh, Paul, you should not have heard that. You shouldn't.
And where is Christine now?
Oh, I assume she went to her room. She ran from me, Robert. Why would she run from me?
Oh, don't ask me to explain why women do the things they do. Why would she flee the opera after the triumph she had?
There must be some explanation. There must be.
I can give you one you won't like. The voice we heard was the voice of Christine's lover. He didn't know about you, nor were you aware of his existence. She ran away to try to get things straightened out. That's why she wrote you. She knew you'd come here, and she'd be able to speak to you away from her lover.
I won't believe it. Don't forget, we checked, and there was no one in her dressing room.
And don't forget, we both distinctly heard a man's voice. He had to be her lover.
Or someone who's been giving you problems, Monsieur Manager. Someone who calls himself the Opera Ghost.
At this point, I think I can say that I've become an authority on ghosts and their habits. Now, I've heard of ghosts who clank, ghosts who moan, ghosts who scream, wail, and even gnash their teeth. But this is the first time I've encountered a lovesick ghost who's also an opera lover. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. From time immemorial, out-of-the-way places have been favorite meeting spots for young lovers. And when a quarrel interrupts the course of true love, it's a common occurrence to find one of the unhappy pair sitting and waiting at their favorite trysting place, certain that the other must turn up. A cemetery, however, would seem a most unlikely place for a girl to expect to find her lover.
Christine.
I knew you'd come to pay your respects to my father at his grave, Paul. And I waited here to tell you something very serious. Paul, do you remember the Angel of Music?
Oh, yes. Your father never told a story without mentioning him. I remember him saying that at least once in every great musician's life, the artist receives a visit from the angel.
Yes. And sometimes, Paul, the angel leans over an infant's cradle, and that infant then has heard the angel, and the infant becomes a child prodigy.
I remember.
And when I asked Father if he had ever heard the Angel of Music himself, he shook his head sadly. But, Paul, he told me that I would hear the angel one day. He said, when I'm in heaven, I shall send him to you. Paul, I have been visited by the Angel of Music.
I don't doubt it.
How is it that today you understand so well?
You forget that I've heard you sing many times. And I never heard you sing the way you sang the other night. You were touched by genius.
Yes, the Angel of Music. He comes every day to give me lessons in my dressing room.
In your dressing room? The Angel of Music. What does he look like?
You should know better than to ask that, Paul. I've never seen him. I only hear his voice. He speaks to me, and it's like in a dream.
Are you sure you didn't dream all of this, Christine?
How could I? I'm not the only one who heard the voice of the angel.
Someone else has heard this voice?
You, Paul. It was his voice you heard when you listened outside my dressing room door.
Oh, Christine. You needn't have gone to such an elaborate lie to try to deceive me about the voice I heard.
You think I lied?
After all, I know what I heard.
I'm beginning to understand. You think that was a real man's voice. Well, if you had opened the door, you would have seen that there was no one in my dressing room.
After you left, I did open the door, and there was no one there.
And you still don't believe?
I do not.
Oh, how could I have ever loved you? Go away. I never want to see you again.
The return trip to Paris wasn't pleasant. Paul Duren wanted so desperately to believe that his darling Christine was the victim of some cruel hoax, while I was convinced that Christine was an artful minx who was trying to keep two men on a string. This belief was strengthened by a telephone call I received the following day at my office. Grand speaking.
Carlotta Sorelli.
Oh, good day, madame. What can I do today for my beautiful prima donna?
First, my dear Monsieur Grand, you must learn that I am not a woman easily intimidated.
I'm sure you're not. But why do you call me?
I intend to sing the role of Marguerite in Faust Thursday night.
Well, of course you do. Why would you call and tell me what has already been announced?
Because of a note I received this morning. It reads, if you dare to appear as Marguerite next Thursday evening, be prepared for a gigantic misfortune.
Oh, a prank. A jokester. Surely you're not going to take that seriously.
That's exactly what I called to tell you. And I'm pleased you're taking it so well. Even if I were dying, I would sing the role of Marguerite next Thursday night.
Before that Thursday night, I had to face the problem of the first masked ball to be held in the Opera House under my direction. This was to be a truly gala affair, with everyone in fancy dress. I knew from experience that every artist would be there, hoping to meet and fascinate a masked member of the upper crust. I, of course, attended unmasked.
Robert! Robert!
Oh, Paul! Is that you behind this black domino?
Yes.
I suppose you're seeking Christine, hoping to discover what masquerade she uses tonight.
I don't have to hope. My Christine is behind that white domino over there, and we have a tryst in box 17 on the Grand Tier at midnight.
And you're no longer concerned about that voice you heard in her dressing room?
In her note making this assignation, she as much as admitted that she'd made a dreadful mistake about that voice.
I see.
Monsieur Directeur.
What?
When Sorelli fails to appear for Faust next Thursday, you'll replace her with the magnificent Christine.
Who said that? It came from the white domino.
Nonsense. Christine is wearing the white domino.
Then Christine is using some trick to make sure she sings Marguerite again.
There's where it came from. From the center of that crowd. The man in the scarlet cape and the death's head mask.
You think so?
Yeah, well, it's almost positive. Come, let's unmask him.
Read what it says on his cloak. Don't touch me, for I am the Red Death stalking abroad.
Hold that man in the scarlet cloak. Quickly, after him.
No, don't touch him. He wears the mask of death.
Who was that man? Why did you tell everyone not to touch him?
Please, Paul. Please keep your voice down. You shouldn't have come here.
All right, but you were the one who asked me to meet you here in this box on the Grand Tier, remember?
I know, but that was before you started to chase the Red Death mask.
And why did you stop us? What is that masquerader to you?
Maybe nothing, maybe everything. Oh, Paul, you were right. The voice I hear is not an angel, but a human voice.
Belonging to...
I don't know. I still haven't seen him.
But what made you change your mind about the angel of music?
Because he forbade me to see you.
How did he know about me?
I told him. The first time I saw you in your box, I rushed back to my dressing room. The voice immediately noticed that I was elated, and when he asked me why, I saw no reason not to tell him about you.
Yes, and?
The voice spoke to me with great sadness and said that if I were to give my heart on earth, there was nothing for the angel of music to do but go back to heaven and leave me without any more lessons. And that was a thought I couldn't bear. I knew what the lessons had done for me in a few weeks' time.
How did the voice do this? What is the secret?
Believe me when I tell you I wondered myself. I even thought perhaps there might be witchcraft involved.
Oh, ridiculous. You could never be caught up with the forces of evil.
Well, then what is the voice?
A man. Someone who...
Yes?
I confess, I am jealous. That's why I stopped. There is no angel of music, but there is a man. A man who must love you and want you as I want you. And I mean to find out who he is.
No, you mustn't. That's why I had to see you tonight, to warn you. Promise me that
I'll promise nothing. I am not afraid of this voice, even if you are.
Paul, you must listen and try to hear how I discovered the voice was human. Listen, and if I have any power to transmit emotion, you will hear him as I heard him, and you will know why I'm frightened.
You have lied to me, my child, because you love Paul Durand.
Why should my love for Paul distress you so?
I have already told you. If you love him, then you do not believe in me. Believe in me, my child. Whoso believes in me shall live and sing. Whoso believeth in me shall also reach the heights. But I shall bring down those who oppose me, all of them. And don't think Eric cannot do that.
Eric? That's your name, then. You're not...
Your angel of music? Most certainly, my child. I have proven that to you. I am your angel, Christine. But I warn you that I have an evil side, and I have power. How is it that Sorelli fell ill the other night? How does it happen that all the directors of the opera have taken orders from me?
Who are you? And why did you choose me as a pupil?
Because of your purity, child, and your beauty, your gracious beauty.
Where are you?
Here.
This is a childish game you're playing. Let me see.
Never. The day you see my face will be doomsday for you, me, and everyone connected with the opera. And let me repeat my warning. If you want Paul Durand to live, you'll be very careful about seeing him.
Who are you to give me orders?
I rule here. The opera house is my kingdom. Kingdom. And all of you are my subjects.
Dearest, did I succeed at all in recreating the power of that voice and the terror he inspired in me?
Whoever or whatever he is, he must be completely mad.
Perhaps, but nevertheless he does have power.
What does it matter? You've told me that you love me, and now all you have to do is leave the opera, marry me, and we'll go away together.
I cannot. I dare not.
That's the most fantastic tale I've ever heard, Paul. And you believe it?
Every word.
It's obvious that someone doesn't want Sorelli to sing Marguerite tonight. This whole rigmarole of not seeing the voice, this nonsense, I don't believe.
Then what do you intend to do about that note?
It was Sorelli's decision to ignore this second threat, and my decision to ignore the opera ghost. I ask you to join me tonight in Box 5 on the Grand Tier, where we will both enjoy a marvelous performance of Faust. The first act of Faust went very well, and as the curtain fell for the intermission, I allowed myself to relax in Box 5, where I was sitting with Paul. Well, Paul, what do you say now? Do you still think we could have used the police?
The police would have been useless, Monsieur Grant.
Did you say that, Paul?
I didn't say a word.
But you heard it. Tell me you heard it.
Yes, I did hear it. Where is that voice coming from?
Not from this box. We're alone in it.
You are not alone. This is Box 5, my box.
Show yourself, whoever you are.
I must leave now because the house lights are dimming for the second act. And there will be a terrible calamity.
Now listen, you...
Raise your eyes to heaven and see and pray.
The voice is coming from our left, 2 boxes down.
No, I thought it was on the right. The lights are dimming.
The chandelier. Look, Robert. Robert, what's swaying? It's going to fall right into the orchestra. Oh, no. Look out! Look out!
A natural accompaniment of any catastrophe is an attempt to discover the cause. And so it was with the collapse of the chandelier in the Paris Opera House. The newspapers speculated wildly as to the possible cause of the fall. But strangely, there was not one word printed about the opera Ghost. I'll be back with Act 3 shortly. No opera manager ever faced the problems that beset Robert Grand, newly appointed director of the Paris Opera House. How does one deal with something that no one has ever seen, but whose voice has been heard and whose presence has been accepted as a fact by opera workers and by your predecessor? A thing that called itself the Opera Ghost, and who took credit for the catastrophic fall of the great chandelier which took the lives of 3 people and injured many more. Robert Grand made his decision.
If I can have your attention, ladies and gentlemen, please, I will explain the reason I summoned you to my office. I have decided to make my peace with the Opera Ghost. This envelope on my desk will be placed in box 5 on the grand tier at tonight's performance. It contains the 20,000 francs which the ghost, or whatever he is, demands monthly. But I intend to reassign your locations so that box 5 will not be unwatched by less than 3 pairs of eyes for 1 single second. And I insist on an immediate report to me when and if you see anyone entering or leaving box 5. Robert Grand.
Where have you been, Robert? I've called your home, your club, even the Café de l'Opéra, and I could not reach you.
Is it something important?
Your ghost bleeds, Robert. Your opera ghost bleeds. Real blood.
Are you drunk or just raving?
And if he bleeds, as I know he does, then he's no ghost at all, but real flesh and blood. Isn't that so, Robert?
What are you talking about? What makes you so certain that he bleeds?
Because I've shot him. Yes. Come to my apartment. I'll show you the blood stain.
Robert, you're here. And now I will free you from your ghost forever. I've already called the police. Here, come, let me show you the balcony.
I don't want to see anything until you calm down and explain what happened.
His eyes. You have to see those eyes to understand, Robert. You have to see them.
Are you trying to tell me the ghost was here?
Exactly. And I know how to get him here. I played on his weakness, Robert. His human weakness. His love for Christine. I told you that, but you wouldn't listen.
I can't make head or tail out of what you're trying to tell me. Now, I'm willing to listen, but only if you calm down.
All right. All right, Robert. Everything I suspected is true. Now, I'll try to give you an exact picture of what happened. It started when I saw Christine yesterday.
Where?
At her mother's. She didn't go to the opera. I went to tell her mother that I wanted to marry her and take her away.
What did Christine think about this?
Yes, she was frightened, terrified by this man posing as a ghost. Well, I left after telling her I would expose him. And I came home here, and it was very late, and prepared to go to bed. Come, let me show you. Let me show you my bedroom. Oh, I'll admit that my mind was filled with wild thoughts that night. Well, I turned out the light, and as I climbed into bed, suddenly, at the foot of my bed, I saw 2 eyes, red and glowing like coals, just the eyes. I switched on the light, leapt out of bed. The room was empty, but I saw a shadow on the balcony. I ran to the bureau, opened the drawer, and took out this revolver. And I fired twice. You see? Look, here. There are 2 empty chambers in my gun. Huh? Now, come to the balcony, and I'll show you the blood.
Where the door's open?
Yes, of course. Here. Now, look. Is that blood?
Yes, it is blood.
Yes, of course. Now, a ghost who bleeds can be found. A wounded ghost can be traced, huh? Well?
I see the blood. I also see a cat.
No, there was no cat.
Not on the balcony, but limping along the roof, trying to find a gutter to climb down. Oh, my dear Paul, I don't know about the eyes you think you saw glaring at you, but I'm afraid you've shot a cat. The next 48 hours will live forever in my memory. I expected that the envelope containing the 20,000 francs which I had left in the well-guarded Box 5 would somehow disappear. It did. But as I also feared, all 3 persons assigned to watch the box swore no one had entered or left the box. Far more disturbing was an unannounced visit from a dangerously quiet Paul Duren on the following day.
Robert, I need your help.
Of course, Paul, I'll do anything in my power. But don't you think that you'd better see a physician?
Christine Donat will be appearing tonight in Faust.
Yes, but not in the leading role. I've decided...
That's not important. I think you should know, Robert, that she's agreed to go away with me. My carriage and coachman will be at the stage door promptly at 11. What I need from you is a way that she can slip out unobserved.
Well, the whole backstage is honeycombed with trapdoors, but I don't know any that would lead out of the opera house itself. Perhaps René Castello might. He was the manager for 17 years before he retired.
I'd appreciate it if you check with him. And also one other favor. I don't want to be seen myself. I wonder if you'd be kind enough to let me use your office tonight while the performance is in progress?
Certainly. But isn't this flight a sudden decision?
It's the only way. I've spoken with Christine, and she agrees that our only hope lies in getting out of Paris, even out of France.
That may be wisest. But why leave from here?
Christine absolutely refuses to give up tonight's performance. Not only does she feel obligated to you, but she also believes that Eric would somehow find out that she wasn't going to appear.
Yes, she may have a point. The opera ghost, or Eric, as you call him, seems to know more about what goes on than I do. We'll meet back here in my office at 8 sharp.
May I thank you, Monsieur Castello, for taking the trouble to come here to tell me about the special exit.
It hasn't been used in years, but I think the door still works.
What time is it?
Oh, relax. It's only 9:40. Plenty of time.
She's disappeared.
What?
What's happened?
Oh, I'd better get out and see what's happening. I'll be right back.
Something.
My God, there must have been another accident.
From my experience, it sounds like something's happened on stage.
Paul! I have terrible news, Paul. Christine has disappeared.
Oh, no, that's impossible.
That was the reason for the commotion. In the middle of a scene, she seemed to be lifted straight up into the air and then disappeared as the lights went out.
Christine, my love, please tell me you're not hurt.
Well, who are you? And why are you masked?
Oh, I'm sorry that I was so clumsy and made you strike your head when I...
Eric, what have you done?
Only what you made me do, Christine. I told you that if you'd continue to see Paul Durand, things would end badly.
Where am I?
In my house. It's my dearest wish that you'll grow to like it.
You intend to keep me here?
I cannot allow you to run off with Paul Durand as you planned.
But they will look for me.
And they will not find you. Have they ever found me? Why do you cry? You know it pains me to see you cry. I would never keep you here against your will, but I warn you, if you leave, you'll sign Paul Durand's death warrant.
You're afraid even to let me look at your face.
Careful, Christine.
But I will tear that mask off.
You're in no danger, Christine. I will not hurt you.
so long as you do not touch the mask.
And you expect me to believe that?
You have no better friend in the world than myself.
It took all the strength that both I and Rene Costello possessed to hold Paul Duren in his chair in my office after he learned of Christine's disappearance.
This would never have happened if I hadn't asked her to come away with me.
I'm convinced she's still in the Opera House. I've seen the thing, whatever it is that calls itself the Opera Ghost.
Where? When?
Why didn't you tell us before?
Well, I tried to warn you.
Well, never mind that. Where is he? And where is Christine?
Well, I can tell you what I suspect. About a year ago, I worked late, and I decided to go backstage. There was only a work light, and as I stumbled around in the dark, I suddenly felt myself falling, and I landed in some sort of tunnel under the stage. Someone caught my arm and broke my fall, and a voice said, "Careful." I looked around and saw only 2 fiery red eyes glaring at me out of a mask.
The same eyes I saw.
Although I was afraid, I asked the apparition his name, and he laughed and said, "I am Eric, and you've invaded my domain. But since it was an accident, there will be no punishment this time. But, Mr. Manager, I warn you, Eric's secrets must remain Eric's secrets."
Whatever that may have meant.
Well, after the meeting, I was convinced that Eric, or the Opera Ghost, lived or haunted the subterranean cellars and caverns beneath the opera.
Incredible.
I investigated all the trapdoors, looking for the one through which I'd fallen. And one day, I found it. I'll show you where it is. And here is the key to Eric's house, where I believe you'll find Christine Donat.
Wait. I see something. It's a door. Robert, we found it. We found his house. What's the matter?
I just remembered what Rene said about the key and opening the door.
Well, you can do as you like, but I am going in.
What's the matter?
I don't know. It's tricky.
Maybe it's the wrong key.
No, it fits, but the tumblers seem to be stuck.
Oh, is that you?
Yes, Christine, it's me.
I must be dreaming.
No, it's no dream. Can you help me open the door?
He's tied me up.
Damn him. Oh, Christine, oh, my darling, what has he done to you?
I'm all right, but untie me quickly.
Yes.
We must get out of here before he comes back.
Where are we going?
As high up as we can get. Faster, Paul, faster.
Shouldn't we have tried to get out?
We don't have time. He's due back at 11.
We're trapped.
No, push this door. It opens onto the roof. The sky, the blessed sky, and the stars.
It is only up there on the stars that you can escape me.
Eric!
Show your face, you coward. Where are you?
Look for me. Behind all the smokestacks, but you won't find me.
You're a coward. You're a liar.
You think so? Then I show myself. Here. Here I am. At last. Here. I raise my mask a little. Only a little, but you can see my lips. Such lips as I have. And let you hear my voice.
You are a coward. Show your full face.
My face. You shall see my face. And then you shall die.
No, Eric, I beg you.
My face that even the mother who bore me wouldn't bear to look at. Here. Now, look at my face.
Good Lord in heaven.
You wanted to see it. You wanted to see a face without a nose, with dead eyes, and the lips of a corpse. Now look, as I come closer, the horror that is my face
will drive you over the edge.
Oh, my poor Eric.
Christine, you're crying. You're weeping. And for me, a woman, a beautiful woman, weeps for me.
If it were tears you wanted, you could have showed your face, and the world would have wept for you.
I set you free, and in freeing you, I free myself. Here, I leave you my mask.
Eric, don't shout!
I love you, Christine, as no other man could ever have loved you.
Even today, there are those people who say that the Phantom of the Opera was a ghost. That the story of Eric was manufactured to appease a frightened public. There are others who say it never happened. And perhaps it didn't. But to those who say it never happened, I say, perhaps not. But it could have. I'll be back shortly. In looking back over the story of the opera Ghost, I think I've made a discovery of some importance. If you recall, Eric, or the Ghost, wrote threatening letters to the manager of the opera house when he felt slighted. He also wrote contracts in red ink in a memorandum book. Now, if he really were a ghost, and he did write these documents, could we say that he was the first ghost writer? Our cast included Gordon Gould, Court Benson, Carol Teitel, and Paul Hecht. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. No one comes into the world by choice. No one has a voice in this momentous decision. No one asks to be born. Pushed by the mother, pulled by the doctor, the brand new being is introduced to his life. There is a highly respected theory that all later anxieties reproduce the trauma of this first bloody battle, the one called birth, the one from which no one emerges without wounds. This has a logical sound to it, and for all I know, it's true.
I am youth. I am beauty. I am a creative person. I am light and love and everything harmonious. I am in tune with the universe. I am everything that is good. I am that truly remarkable human being, myself. A precious thing to be. Separate and unique. I am a goddess.
Our mystery drama, I Pronounce You Dead, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Morgan Fairchild. It is sponsored in part by X-Lax and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It's a Midwestern town, neither very large nor very small. Its citizens, for the most part, are neither very rich nor very poor. They would call themselves comfortable, and so they are. So are their homes. And it's in one of these homes that we begin our story.
My name is Helen Todd. I live in this big old white house with my mother and my father and my brother Kevin. I'm finishing up my last year in high school. Right now I'm dating Billy Masters, who is tall and good-looking, captain of the football team. I was nominated to be president of my class. Even though I didn't win, it's obvious that I'm popular and well-liked. But is all this important, really? I mean, I don't take any of it seriously because the minute I graduate, I am going to cut out of here and become an actress. And my whole life will change. And nobody knows I'm going to do this. Not my father or my mother or Kevin or even Billy. No one. But I know it. And I know it will be wonderful.
That's your father. I heard his key in the lock. Put the roast on the table.
Why can't Kevin do something?
Oh, he's out back fixing his motorcycle.
He never does anything.
Now, that'll be just about enough out of you, young lady.
Dinner's on the table, Daddy. Practically.
Well, how's my girl?
Okay.
Kevin, come inside. Dinner.
Roast beef, huh?
And corn on the cob.
Coming through. Hello, dear. Have a good day?
So. Where's Kevin?
Oh, working on his precious motorcycle.
Sometimes I'm sorry we bought him that thing.
Oh, there you are, Kevin.
Dinner ready?
Sit down. Oh, before you sit down, get the phone, will you?
It's not for me.
Now, how do you know?
Kevin, get it anyway.
Okay.
You never want to do anything.
No.
He gets everything he wants, and he never has to do anything.
Well, he's a boy. Kevin, hurry up before everything gets cold. Start carving, dear. And Helen, pass the corn.
I told you it wasn't for me.
Well, who's it for?
You, Your Highness.
Oh. Excuse me, I better answer it.
It's old creepy Billy Masters.
Billy?
Helen?
Who do you think?
Hi, this is Billy.
I know.
Helen, I called you because, you know the big dance Saturday night?
What about it?
Well, you see,
We are going, aren't we?
That's why I called you. Turns out I can't.
Can't what?
Can't take you.
Why not?
See, I haven't been feeling so good, and my mother says...
Well, what's the matter with you?
Well, nobody knows yet. The doctor isn't sure.
Billy, I bought a new dress. What am I supposed to do?
We can get somebody else to take you.
Well, everybody's got a date by now.
Helen, I'm awfully sorry.
Never mind. Just never mind.
Helen, you coming back to eat?
Everything's getting cold.
Tell Billy you'll call him back, dear.
Yes?
Oh, Mr. Smith?
Yes?
This is Helen Todd. I have to see you. It's terribly important.
Right now?
Well, after dinner, if that's all right with you.
In about an hour?
Yes, that would be fine.
I'll see you then. The door will be open. Walk right in.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Smith.
Helen?
Yes, I have to go out right after dinner.
Where to?
None of your business.
Helen, don't be rude. Where are you going?
I have to see a friend.
Oh, somebody we know?
Well, no, I don't think so. It's somebody I just met myself a short while ago. Would you pass the corn, please? Mr. Smith?
In here, Helen. Come on in. How are you?
All right, I guess.
You're disturbed about something. I can see that.
Well, yes, I am.
Well, tell me about it. That's what I'm here for.
I know, you told me.
Sit down. My attention is all yours.
Well, Mr. Smith,
Why don't you call me Caesar?
Caesar?
It's my name. You're my friend, and all my friends call me Caesar.
I haven't known you for very long.
Do you really believe that?
I just met you last week.
Don't you feel that we have known each other forever? Since the beginning of time, or before that?
In a way, I guess I do.
You remember when we met? Physically met, I mean.
Well, yes, that's why
I told you about the group mind feeling. Do you have that feeling?
I think I'm beginning to. That's why I called you.
And in the group mind, we are all one.
Yes. Yes, I believe that.
Therefore, it must follow that you and I have known each other forever. Must it not?
I guess so.
You must not guess. You must know. You must feel. You must believe. Otherwise...
I do. I know. I feel. I believe. I do.
I speak of the higher mind, of course, not the minuscule part of the mind which deals with multiplication tables and the dates of treaties and wars and such trivia.
I know. Really, I do.
And this higher mind has a center, a core of magnetic power.
I know.
Which can be animated into creative action.
Yes, I know. And when I'm an actress...
This center of dynamic power can be charged precisely as a battery can be charged with cosmic magnetism.
Oh, yes.
A magnetic field which can attract into your orbit the money you want, the love you desire, the friendships you seek, the work you aspire to, and all the mental, material, and spiritual treasures you yearn for.
Oh, I believe that. I do. I do believe it.
Are you sure? Are you sure you truly believe it?
Yes. Yes, I do believe it.
To the depths of your soul?
Yes.
Then why are you here?
Because I can't believe it all the time. Things happen.
What happens?
People do things. They hurt my feelings.
What people?
Oh, my mother, my brother, even my father, and now Billy.
Billy?
Billy Masters. We've been going steady, and tonight he called me and told me he couldn't take me to the dance Saturday night because he's sick or something, which I can't believe for 1 minute because I saw him at school today and he looked fine, and it's too late now for anybody else to ask me, and I have a new dress that I bought especially, and... Well, anyway, when he told me, that's when I called you.
Because your great faith, your great belief wasn't so strong anymore. It was wavering. It needed reinforcement.
Yes. Yes, is that possible?
It can be done.
Can you? Will you do it?
I can. I will.
Oh, please. Please, it was such a beautiful feeling when I believed. I loved everyone. I was in love with everyone. I even loved myself. I loved the world.
Look deep into my eyes.
Are you going to hypnotize me?
I'm going to make you believe. Call it telepathic hypnosis if you like. Now, look into my eyes.
I'm looking.
Give me all your attention. Listen to what I am saying. And repeat my words.
Yes, I will.
I am Helen Todd.
I am Helen Todd.
I am youth. I am beauty. I am a creative person.
I am youth. I am beauty. I am a creative person.
I am light and love and everything harmonious. I am in tune with the universe.
I am light and love and everything harmonious. I am in tune with the universe.
I am everything that is good.
I am everything that is good.
I am that truly remarkable human being, myself. A precious thing to be, separate and unique.
I am that truly remarkable human being, myself. A precious thing to be.
Separate and unique.
Separate and unique.
I am a goddess.
I am a goddess.
How do you feel, Helen?
It's come back.
What's come back?
That feeling.
Tell me about it.
I feel as though I could reach out and touch the air.
Is it a good feeling?
Oh, yes.
Would you call it... What would you call it?
Happiness and... No, it's more. It's joy, rapture, ecstasy. Will it stay with me? For always, the feeling?
It may have to be renewed from time to time. Nothing lasts forever.
Will you renew it for me?
Of course.
What if you're not here? What if I can't come to see you?
It's not absolutely necessary. I could produce the same state of consciousness if I were 1,000 miles away. I could produce it over the telephone.
You mean that, really? You could do it over the telephone?
Call it traveling clairvoyance. Call it astral projection. Call it what you will, so long as it produces the altered state of consciousness.
That's all this is? What I feel? Just an altered state of consciousness?
Like falling asleep. Another altered state.
Oh, it's much more than that. It's much better. I feel so strong. Oh, Mr. Smith, I can't thank you enough.
No thanks are due and none expected.
But I've been a nuisance. I've taken up so much of your time.
Wait. You're not leaving.
Oh, well, I think I should.
What about young... what's his name? Young Masters.
Billy?
Yes. What about him?
I don't know.
Do you propose to leave him in peace?
I don't know what to do exactly. There's nothing I can do.
Nothing?
Nothing I can think of.
But he has disturbed the peace and quiet of your existence, has he not?
Well, he did, but I feel all right now. I feel wonderful.
Until he disturbs your tranquility again.
Well,
Do you think he should be allowed to do this?
I don't know.
You do. You do.
Well, there's nothing I...
There's something. A curse? A blast?
You mean like a hex? I mean, I've heard of...
Call it what you will, but I assure you, Helen, a hex or a curse or a blast can only be brought down upon a person who deserves it. It cannot be used promiscuously. Those who make trouble for others deserve what they get.
I'm trying.
Have you ever heard of the Fellowship of Ancient Mind? It is 6,000 years old. And the arch-druid Tyron...
Is that you, Helen?
Yes, Daddy.
Oh, it's kind of late, isn't it?
Oh, it's only 10 o'clock.
Have a good time with your friend?
Yes, Daddy.
That's good. Going to bed now?
Yes, Daddy.
Well, sleep well.
You too. Oh, great archdruid. Great Tyron. Hear me. I want to invoke a curse against one Billy Masters, who richly merits punishment and who knows in his heart he merits it, and in the dark recesses of his mind is waiting for it and longing for it. Oh, great Tyron. I spoke to the great archdruid Tyron for nearly an hour. By then it was very late. And I got undressed and went to bed.
I myself believe there are those who invite punishment. Among them are those who seek suicide in drugs or the rash, incontinent behavior that drugs induce. Then there are others who do not resort to drugs to bring about their own destruction, but slowly, quietly, with a plodding sort of determination, subject themselves to humiliation and defeat. I shall continue with Act 2 in a few moments. Our little heroine, Helen Todd, 18-year-old high school student and aspiring actress, has been wounded sorely by her boyfriend, Billy Masters. Seeking relief from her hurt, she has gone to see an older man, Caesar Smith, who has produced in her an altered state of consciousness, whose chief trait is a feeling of great power. Close upon this, he has tutored her in the ways of the Fellowship of Ancient Mind and the great archdruid Tyron.
Oh, great Tyron, hear me. Oh, holy and revered archdruid, I invoke a blast against Billy Masters, who richly deserves punishment, who knows he deserves it, who in the dark recesses of his mind is waiting for it and longing for it. I spoke to the great archdruid Tyron for nearly an hour. But by then it was very late, and I got undressed and went to bed. But I couldn't go to sleep. I stared up into the dark. I was sure now that I would be a famous actress. I repeated the words Caesar Smith had taught me. I am youth. I am beauty. I am a creative person. I am light and love and everything harmonious. I am that truly remarkable human being, myself, separate and unique. I am a goddess. I remembered the first time I'd been on a stage. It was a morality play in the 6th grade. I played the part of Cheerfulness who introduces the little girl to all her feelings, good and bad, and explains them to her. Everybody clapped hard when the play was over, and then somebody shoved me on the stage to take a bow by myself. I was so surprised. I was so embarrassed. I was so exalted, all at the same time. But afterwards, at home...
Boy, did you look stupid.
Stupid?
That dumb grin on your face. I laughed fit to bust.
Kevin, leave your sister alone.
But Mother didn't really stick up for me. She never did. Just because Kevin was older and a boy. My mother didn't like girls, I don't think. I mean, anyway, she never really liked me. Not really. Like when she made me that blue taffeta dress.
Stand still, Helen.
What's this?
Oh, it's some plaid I had left over. I thought we'd make a sash.
I hate it. I hate the whole thing. It doesn't fit. It makes me look dumpy.
Helen, I've worked a week on this.
Well,
dress.
I hate it.
Is that the thanks I get? Work and slave and go without? And that's my thanks? You're selfish, Helen, and you're thoughtless.
I never liked that dress. I never liked any of the dresses she made me, but I never told her so again. And when I got to high school, she let me buy my own.
Well, I don't see why, Mother. I think the dresses you make are pretty.
It's just not worth it. She doesn't like anything. And I have to put up with her complaining.
Store clothes.
And with my heart the way it is, I just can't do it anymore.
Oh, well. All right, then.
It wasn't for my sake. It was for hers that I got to buy my own clothes. I thought about the pretty beige lace with the black velvet butterflies that was hanging in the closet. I'd saved and saved out of my allowance to buy that dress to wear Saturday night. Now Billy Masters had spoiled everything.
I can't take you, Helen. I see, I haven't been feeling so good. My mother says, well, the doctor isn't sure, but...
I felt as though I'd never get to sleep. Never. So I got out of bed and went into the bathroom and opened the medicine chest. There were a whole bunch of pills. Kevin's antihistamines, Mother's digitoxin for her heart, and... Yes, these must be Daddy's. Some sleeping pills. I took one. Then I took another, just to be sure. And I went back to my bedroom and looked out the window. I could see Kevin's motorcycle in the backyard. The moon was shining on the handlebars. How he loved that motorcycle. So proud of it, sitting on his damn cycle. He thought he was some kind of king or something. I went and lay down on the bed and stared at the dark. I'd never even had a bicycle. I mean, Daddy had promised me one, but Mother talked him out of it. She can talk him out of anything. He shouldn't give in to her the way he does. I mean, he should have known how much I wanted a bicycle and not let her talk him out of it. He gives in to her about everything because she has a bad heart. Her heart isn't that bad that he has to give in to her about everything, but he does. Like the bicycle. I don't think he loves me at all. Not the way he loves her. I didn't know how I got there, but there I was, in the kitchen, standing there, opening the drawer where the knives are kept. I picked the sharpest knife I could find and went outside. There was Kevin's motorcycle, gleaming and perfect. It looked like a throne, and I hated it. I hated it, and I took the knife. The seat of the motorcycle was blue and white leather, all shiny and new and perfect. And I slashed at it with the knife. I slashed it then from the front and to the back and then sideways, and the stuffing came out, and I was slashing.
What do you think you're doing? Are you nuts? You are. You're nuts.
No.
Give me the knife.
No, I won't. Stay away from me.
Helen.
I was back in the kitchen, and I've never felt so sure of myself. The knife was in my hand, and all of a sudden, there was my mother. She just walked in and was standing there. She looked very calm and cool, as though nothing had happened.
Helen?
Mother?
What are you doing with that knife, Helen? That's my best carving knife. What are you doing with it?
I cut up Kevin's motorcycle.
You what? What did you say about the knife?
I cut up Kevin with it.
There's Kevin now.
Do you know what this rotten kid has done, Mother?
You deserved it. You asked for it.
My motorcycle.
Shut up.
Now, Helen.
Just shut up and leave me alone. I didn't know I could do it, but I did. I didn't know I was so strong. I brought the knife down on Kevin. He put his hands up to stop me, but it didn't do any good. I didn't even feel him. I just kept stabbing at him and stabbing and stabbing. And I heard my mother behind me screaming wildly. She was screaming, and then Kevin fell down.
You killed him. Your brother, Helen. You killed your brother. Oh, Helen.
My mother was walking toward me, and then she stopped, and her face got white. And she grabbed at her chest, and she swayed back and forth, and she reached for the table, but she couldn't reach it, and she fell down. I looked at Kevin with all the blood coming out of him, and I looked at my mother, all pale and still. I didn't feel powerful anymore. All my strength had gone out of me. After a little while, I knew what I had to do. I had to call Caesar Smith and have him fix everything back to what it had been before. I am Helen Todd. I am youth. I am beauty. I am light and love and everything that's harmonious. I am everything that is good. I am that truly remarkable human being myself, a precious thing, a separate and unique. And I am a goddess. A goddess. Mr. Smith? It's me. It's Helen Todd. You remember what you said before, that I didn't have to come see you, that you could do it over the telephone? Alter my state of consciousness, do you remember? Well, I need it now because I'm losing it. I'm going back. I'm getting confused, and I don't know what to do because I've killed my brother, and my mother is dead, too. She had a heart attack when she saw what I'd done. You see, she loved my brother, and when I stabbed him, she had a heart attack, and they're both lying on the floor here. And I have to bring them back to life. I have to stop Kevin's bleeding. I have to get my mother's heart pills. They're upstairs. Only I can't move. All my strength has gone out of me. I tried saying those words you taught me, but it's not enough. It's just not enough. And I think if you could put me back where I was before, I could save them, because I do love them. You see, I really do love them. And I want them to be alive, and I'm sure I could do it if only you'd... Wait a minute. I hear something. Wait. Mr. Smith, it's my father's key in the lock. I have to hang up now because he'll come out in the kitchen. He always does, and he's going to see what I've done. I'm hanging up now. Daddy? Daddy, that you?
It's me. I'm home. Where are you? In the kitchen?
Don't come out here.
Why not?
Because I'm fixing you something special.
Oh? What's that?
Something, a special drink.
Oh?
You stay right there, and I'll bring it to you.
Well, hurry up.
My mind was working like lightning. Like terrible, swift lightning. I filled the kettle. I got out the tea. And the brandy. And then I took the sleeping pills out of my pocket. Very carefully, I broke them open. One by one. All of them. And I put the contents into a cup.
Helen?
Yes, Daddy?
Where's your mother?
I don't know, Daddy.
Where's Kevin?
I don't know.
Nobody home?
Nobody. Except me. And you. Me and you, Daddy. The water was boiling by now, and I poured some into the cup. And added the brandy. Almost ready.
Good.
I stirred it and stirred it. I even took a little taste of it just to be sure. The tea was strong, and with the brandy, you'd never know there were 22 sleeping pills in the cup. I put the cup and its saucer on a little tray, and I took it into the living room.
Well, well, well. What have we here?
Tea.
Oh, tea.
tea with brandy.
Just the thing for a cold day.
Aren't you going to drink it?
Where's yours?
Oh, I didn't want any.
Well, I don't want to drink alone.
Oh, well, you go ahead. I really don't want any.
Have mine.
No.
Go ahead.
No, I really don't want it.
Sure you do.
Daddy, I don't. It's for you.
I'll go out in the kitchen and make myself a cup. You take this one.
No, that's not the way it's supposed to be.
Why not? Why not, Eldon? Here, take the tea. You deserve it, honey. Go on, take it. You want it. Take it.
No, I don't want it.
You do. Sure you do.
No,
but I
don't.
want you to have it, Helen.
No.
I want you to have it.
No.
Come on, now drink it. That's my good girl. Drink it down. Drink it. Oh.
I've never tried it, but murder can't be easy. Of course, the thesis of this drama is that there are some people who invite all sorts of disasters upon themselves, even death by violence. The unproved thesis is that these people, the world's masochists, bring these things upon themselves. But do they really consent to being slaughtered? What happens when they decide not to be murdered and turn upon the murderer? I shall come back shortly to you with Act 3. Hurt and humiliated by being rejected by her boyfriend, Billy Masters, our young heroine, Helen Todd, has invoked a curse upon him. She then attacked her brother, Kevin, with a knife. Her mother, entering upon the bloody scene, succumbs to a heart attack. Close upon this, Helen's father comes home. But before she can be found out, Helen prepares a cup of tea for him, into which she puts the contents of 22 sleeping pills. This she offers to her unsuspecting parent. Or does he suspect?
Take the tea, Helen.
No.
You want it. Take it.
No, I don't want it.
Sure you do.
No.
I want you to have it, Helen. Come now. Drink it. That's my good girl. Sit down. Helen, baby, wake up, honey. It's Daddy. Wake up, honey. It's Daddy.
Daddy, I don't want it. Don't give it to me. I won't. Oh, Daddy.
Oh, you had a dream, sweetheart.
No, it happened.
No, nothing happened except you had a very bad dream.
It happened. It did. I did it.
You did?
I did.
You did what?
It was Kevin's bicycle. His motorcycle. I took a knife. That's how it all started.
What? What started?
I cut up his motorcycle. I slashed the seat of Kevin's motorcycle, but he caught me.
Now, Kevin's motorcycle is just fine.
No, he caught me, and I ran into the house, and he came after me, and then I slashed him. And he fell down. He was all bloody, and then Mother came in, and she saw him on the floor, and she saw him, and she screamed, and she came towards me, and I was going to do something to her, but she had a heart attack. She fell down, too, and then you came home.
Oh, I've been here all the time, honey.
I didn't want you to see them dead on the floor in the kitchen, so I made you some tea, and I put all the sleeping pills in the tea and some brandy. And I took it to you, but you wouldn't drink it. You tried to make me drink it, and I didn't want to, but I started to... I was going to drink it, but something happened.
You screamed, baby. You woke yourself up. You see, you woke yourself up out of a bad dream.
No, it wasn't a dream. It was real. It happened.
Now, Helen.
It did. I know it happened. Oh, Daddy. After I killed Kevin and Mother, I telephoned Caesar Smith. I felt so awful. I wanted to save them.
No.
See, I thought that if I could stop the bleeding, I'd get Mother's digitoxin pills, the pink ones. That way I could save them. But I didn't feel strong enough, so I called Caesar Smith. Only then you came home.
Honey, you couldn't kill anybody.
But I did.
And you couldn't bring anybody back to life either. Look, baby, Mother's downstairs right now getting breakfast, and Kevin's there, too. And I'm here. So you see, You didn't kill anybody. You just had a bad dream.
No, it was real. I did it.
Now, you get out of bed right now, and put on your robe, and come downstairs, and we'll all have a nice big breakfast. Okay?
He went out of the room, and I got out of bed, and I put on a robe just to please him because I knew Kevin and Mother were lying dead in the kitchen. But I went downstairs anyway.
Come and sit down, Helen. Pancakes. Get them while they're hot.
Somebody pass the maple syrup, please.
You feeling better, dear? Here's the syrup, Kevin.
It must have been some dream.
Well, I've had dreams like that. Scared me half to death.
You want to talk about it, dear? Sometimes that helps.
Well, I don't think she wants to talk about it right now.
Oh, maybe later. Eat your pancakes, Helen, and drink a nice glass of cold milk. Kevin, pour Helen a nice glass of cold milk.
Here, have some milk.
Drink the milk, honey. Do you good.
It was so silly. Because I knew they were dead. They just sat there talking all this dumb talk when I knew they couldn't talk because I had killed them and they were dead. I hadn't been able to save them because Daddy had walked in at just the wrong moment, and I tried to kill him to keep him from knowing, and then he had tried to kill me, and of course I couldn't have that. And now here they were just jabbering away as though nothing had happened.
Oh, Helen, guess who called up this morning just before you came downstairs, dear?
Who?
Mrs. Masters.
Masters?
Yes, Billy Masters' mother.
Creepy old Billy Masters.
Now, none of that, Kevin.
What did she want?
Well, she wanted to tell me and wanted me to tell you that Billy's quite sick, dear.
What's that? Billy's sick?
Yeah, it happened quite suddenly. It seems he had a cold. Of course, they didn't pay much attention to that. Billy's always getting colds. But it hung on and hung on. And then yesterday, the doctor said it might be influenza. He wasn't sure. Then last night, in the middle of the night, he got much worse. And they called the doctor, and he said it was pneumonia.
Pneumonia?
Well, they have penicillin now.
Yes, but there's a certain kind of pneumonia that doesn't respond to penicillin or any other kind of drug. And they're afraid that's the kind that Billy's got.
Well, I sure hope not.
Where are you going, Helen?
Upstairs.
But what about your pancakes?
I'll leave her alone. Let her do what she wants.
Oh, dear, she didn't even drink her milk.
I got dressed in a hurry. I knew I had to do something and do it quick. It was bad enough that I'd killed my mother and my brother and almost killed my father, but now Billy Masters was going to die, too. They'd catch me. They'd put me in jail for 1,000,000 years.
Where are you going, Helen?
Out.
Have you picked up your room?
They simply didn't understand. None of them did. I was a black murderer, and they didn't even know it. Nobody knew it but me. And just possibly, Caesar Smith.
Come in. I've been waiting for you.
I thought you'd be waiting.
Sit down, my dear.
Thank you.
Now, how did it go?
You mean about...
The hex, the curse, the blast. Has it taken effect?
Oh, yes.
Let's see. The young man's name was Billy, wasn't it?
Billy Masters.
Oh, yes. And?
And he's very sick.
Oh? Well, he brought it on himself, you know. You do know that, don't you? When he upset you, he brought it on himself.
But he may die.
Oh, I don't think so.
Yes.
I wouldn't have thought you had so much power.
I killed my brother.
Oh, surely not.
And my mother, and I tried to kill my father. Don't you remember? I told you all of this on the telephone.
You did? When?
Last night.
Just when last night?
I don't know. I got home around 10 o'clock, and I put the hex on Billy, and then after that, I ruined Kevin's bicycle, and then I killed him and my mother.
Now, my dear.
I called you because I was sorry I'd done it. I talked to you.
What did I say?
I don't know exactly. I don't remember because my father came in, and I tried to kill him, but he wouldn't. I couldn't.
Which? He wouldn't, or you couldn't?
I forget how it was.
Your occult powers are not sufficiently developed, my dear.
That's why I'm here. I want you to, you know, like you did before, produce the altered state of consciousness. I don't want Billy Masters to die. It's too late to do anything about the others, but I don't want Billy Masters to die. We went through the ritual again. I felt the power coming back. And when I left his house, the words were still ringing in my ears. I am youth. I am beauty. I am that truly remarkable human being, myself, a precious thing to be, separate and unique. I am a goddess. By that time, I was at Billy Masters' house, and his mother let me in to see him.
Helen, I'm really sorry about the dance Saturday night.
Oh, Billy, don't even think about that.
No, but I'm really sorry.
You're going to be all right now. I know it. I've got to go home now because your mother said I shouldn't stay more than a minute, but I want you to know, Billy, you're going to get well. I still had my power. I could still feel it in my veins. I was that remarkable human being, myself. A precious thing to be, separate and unique. A goddess. Yes, absolutely. As soon as I got home, I went up to my room. Oh, great Huron. Oh, great archdruid. Take back the curse I placed on Billy Masters. Let him be well. Let him recover. Let him not die. Let him take me to the dance.
Helen?
Let him...
Well, I have some news for you, Helen. Mrs. Masters just phoned. Billy's much better. His temperature's gone down. It's not normal yet, but... Oh, my goodness. Why don't you ever pick up your room? It looks a sight.
I'll do it later.
Mrs. Masters said she thinks your coming to see Billy did him a lot of good. Oh, gracious, what a mess. Oh, both you children, you're so untidy.
Look, I said I'll do it.
Well, at least I'll hang up your dressing gown. What's the good of buying you pretty things? You just throw them on the floor. I've told you time and again, hang them up the minute you take them. What's this?
What? What's what?
In the pocket. It's a bottle of sleeping pills. What are they doing in your pocket? You don't take sleeping pills.
I took one last night.
Oh, now, I don't like your taking sleeping pills. Helen, you didn't just take one. Why, this bottle is empty.
Is it?
I'm certainly going to speak to your father about this. I thought he only took a sleeping pill now and then, but he's been taking them every night. Well, I'll soon put a stop to that. Now, please, finish picking up your room and then come downstairs and help me decide what to have for dinner. I get so tired of deciding what to have night after night.
It was weird, listening to her carry on like that about all those trivial things. She didn't know I had the power of life and death over all of them. Even Billy Masters. I thought maybe if he's well enough by Saturday, I'll go to the dance with him and wear my new beige dress with the black velvet butterflies. Then I'll start making plans for my career. I'll go to New York, and I'll become an actress. After all, I am that truly remarkable human being. Myself. Separate and unique. I am a goddess.
It's a marvelous thing to feel that you are young and beautiful and a truly remarkable human being, able to command the world. At least I guess it is. Later on, it's apt to be painful to discover that your power is not quite so great as you'd once felt it to be. That you cannot pronounce people dead. That they, too, have strengths of their own. That they persist in living even after you have killed them. And when they do, in truth, die in their own way and time, you do not have the power to bring them back to life. A painful discovery, but still a necessary one, if you live long enough to make it. I'll be back shortly. There is one small part of Helen's incantation that I find to be of value. And that is where she says, I am that truly remarkable human being, myself, separate and unique. For I believe that each of us is a remarkable human being, a particular set of genes that is duplicated nowhere else. Each of us is absolutely unique, and each of us is separate from every other set of genes, every other remarkable human being. The travail of life is learning how to overcome that separateness and at the same time to respect it, which is why life is hard. Our cast included Morgan Fairchild, Mary Jane Higby, Bob Caliban, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Yes? I have a coin here, and I want you to look at it. Yes. Well? Interesting. Yes, I thought so. This is a Washington 25-cent piece. They were first struck in 1932, the bicentennial of Washington's birth. The obverse is the face of George Washington.
Yes, I know.
The reverse is the spread eagle.
Yes, sir, but...
Originally, and until 1963, they were made of silver.
Well, what I want to know...
Now, however, they consist of a copper-silver alloy.
Is it counterfeit?
Oh, no, never. This is from the Denver Mint, I can tell.
Yes, sir, but the date...
What about the date?
Well, read it.
I read it.
That's all you can say?
What do you want me to say? This coin was minted in 1986.
How can you say it was minted in 1986?
Yes, interesting point. Should I say it will be minted in 1986?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and X-Lax.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What happens to the dead people? They leave us so abruptly, without even looking back. But we do not let them go so easily. With memories, with feelings left unresolved, with old affections and old resentments hanging on, we are left with unfinished business. It's painful. We want to forget the dead, and we can't. But what about them? Are they just as troubled, just as restless, just as filled with memories and desires? It's something to wonder about.
There he is.
I see him.
Bonjour, mes amis.
I heard him.
Comment ça va?
I touched him. I touched him.
Our mystery drama, The Sensitive, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Gordon Gould and Terry Keane. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Our story begins and ends in a suburb. And our characters are all suburbanites. People who want the culture and sophistication of a large city, but would like to see a tree just outside the window with a bird hopping about in it. People who like the theater, but long to live in a house with a backyard and a front yard, an upstairs and a downstairs.
Doctor's office.
Dr. Hayes there? This is Philo Denby. It's personal.
Just a moment, Mr. Denby.
Philo,
Yeah, what?
dinner's on the table.
I'm talking to Frank.
Philo?
Yeah. How's everything, Frank?
Okay. You?
Okay.
What can I do for you?
Well, I just wanted to check with you about the tryouts. When are they?
End of next week.
Oh. What part are you trying out for?
I thought the part of Gregor's.
Oh, that's a good part. Really good.
Yeah, what about you?
Well, I thought Hjalmar.
That's the lead.
Yeah. Well, I've acted in Ibsen before, you know. Remember Hedda Gabler?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Of course, it wasn't the leading part.
Hjalmar's the leading part in The Wild Duck.
Yeah, I got very good write-ups in the Bugle for Hedda Gabler. I don't know if you read them.
No, I wasn't in that.
Philo, dinner.
Sally wants me for something, Frank. I just wanted to check with you about the tryouts.
Right, so long.
Come on, everything's going to get cold.
I want a drink first.
You haven't got time.
It's only 6 o'clock. What are we eating so early for?
Sit down and I'll tell you.
Frank's trying out for Gregor's in The Wild Duck.
Oh?
I think I'd be very good as Hjalmar. Don't you?
Marvelous. Come on, sit down.
Why can't I have a drink? What's the idea of eating at 6 o'clock?
We are going out.
We are? Where to?
And you have to take a bath first.
I'm clean.
And change into your dark suit.
What for?
Your boss's wife called up this morning.
Joan Maynard called up? What did she want?
They're holding another seance tonight.
Oh, not again.
They've been going to a lot of them.
But that last one was so boring.
Well, that was a month ago, and Joan says they've learned a lot since then.
Like what?
Well, for one thing, everybody should take a bath 2 hours before the seance.
No, for heaven's sake.
And all the men should wear dark suits, and all the women should wear white dresses.
Is that why you got that thing on?
And there's a lot more they've learned. She didn't say what. She said, we'll see when we get there.
I don't want to go.
Oh, Philo, you have to.
If Carl Maynard wasn't my boss.
But he is.
A real dictator. He snaps his fingers and I'm supposed to jump.
Anyway, I want to go.
What for?
I just think there's something to it.
You're nuts.
Last time, I think I really saw something.
I didn't.
It was kind of a mist. A wispy mist.
Somebody's cigarette.
Oh, come on. You know nobody's allowed to smoke.
Well, something. Not somebody. Not some dead somebody.
Anyway, finish your dinner and take your bath and put on your dark suit. We're due at the Maynards at 8:30.
Well. Come on in.
We're not late, are we?
No. Philo, how are you?
Tip-top. You, Carl?
Never better. John, the Denbys are here.
Be right there.
Come on in the living room.
Hello there. How are you both?
Joan, dear.
Joan.
Hello, Philo.
What have you done to the room?
Aha. That's part of the preparation. You've taken your bath, haven't you?
We both have.
Preparation for what, Carl?
Why, for the materialization, of course. You see, it's been discovered through experimentation that certain conditions are conducive to the materialization of the entity.
Uh-huh.
You'll notice that the room is what you might call slightly chilly.
Yeah, I noticed that.
It is precisely 62 degrees.
That's so.
And you notice the lights?
Very pretty, Carl.
Oh, they're not meant to be pretty. We've discovered that red, yellow, or orange lights encourage the materialization of the entity. The actinic rays of blue or violet, well, they don't care for those.
They?
The entities, my boy, the entities. But they love the warm colors. Hence, we've shaded all the bulbs with red linen. We could have used paper, but...
I had this old red linen dress I didn't wear anymore, so I cut it up.
This is all very interesting, Carl.
Now we have to set the chairs.
Oh, I thought we sat in a circle.
A semicircle. Much better. Much. Philo, you want to help me set the chairs?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, what darling chairs.
Bentwood. We got them from an ice cream parlor that was going out of business. We have 16 of them.
The ideal seance should have 14 to 16 people, but tonight on such short notice, there wasn't time. We'll start the semicircle here, Philo.
Okay, Carl.
Say, did I hear somewhere that you and Sally belong to the Main Street Players?
Yes, we do.
Enjoy it?
Very much.
Amateur group, isn't it?
Well, strictly speaking, yes. But we've done some very good things. I don't suppose you saw Hedda Gobbler. I had a good part in that.
I didn't see it.
Yeah. We're going to do The Wild Duck next. You like Ibsen?
Oh, I can take him or leave him. You know.
Yeah. We're having tryouts next week. I'm auditioning for the part of Hjalmar. It's the leading role.
Well, I hope you get it.
I think I can do something with it.
Sally wants us to join up.
Oh? Interested in acting, are you?
Oh, not me. Joan. She can sing and dance a little. You people ever do musicals?
Once a year.
Well, now we're all set here. Where are the girls? Joan, Sally.
Yes, dear.
Ready to start?
Oh, I'm so excited.
Well, maybe we shouldn't expect too much tonight with only 4 people. However, we can but try, right?
Absolutely right.
Be seated, please. Man, woman, man, woman. That's the best way we've been led to believe.
All set?
Sit down, Carl.
We really should have some music. Harmonica is very good, but I couldn't find a recording of a harmonica,
Well,
so...
we'll just have to do without. Sit down, Carl.
A little Debussy wouldn't be amiss, I feel.
Do sit down, Carl.
We're still experimenting, you understand.
Oh, that's nice.
Please, sit down, Carl.
Yes, I'll sit between Joan and Sally. That leaves you on one end of the semicircle, Philo. Joan on the other end.
You're right.
I think I'm beginning to feel something.
It's too early.
I suppose it is.
Now, it's all right for us to talk, but very quietly, very naturally. No one is to feel any stress or strain. Everybody very relaxed. Understand?
I understand.
Now, the 4 of us constitute a human battery.
Battery?
Yes, we generate power. By joining hands, we concentrate our power. Sally, give me a hand. Joan, give me yours. Sally, give your other hand to Philo. Now, Philo has his right hand free. Joan has her left hand free. From the free hands of Philo and Joan, the power we collectively develop will pass into the sensitive. If we are so fortunate as to have a sensitive in our group.
Oh, I hope so.
Speak softly. Speak naturally, but softly.
Well, I feel so relaxed. Oh, does everybody feel relaxed?
I do. Philo, do you?
Yeah, pretty relaxed.
We should have weighed ourselves.
Weighed ourselves? What does that have?
No. Speak softly, Philo.
Why should we weigh ourselves?
Because the entity will assume, if he materializes, a temporary human body.
You mean that, Carl?
I most assuredly do mean that, Philo. To build up this temporary human body, the entity must draw substance from the sensitive. Need I tell you that the sensitive must be a uniquely organized man or woman, one from which such substance can be removed temporarily without injury to his or her health?
Well, we're all very healthy, as far as I know.
I know I am.
I had a physical last week, Philo. You?
A month ago.
You were okay, huh?
Mm-hmm.
But, why do you say we should have weighed ourselves?
Because a true sensitive who loses substance temporarily to the materialized entity loses parts of himself or herself, again, temporarily. I've heard of a sensitive losing as much as 60 pounds.
You don't say.
Now, in a little while, if all goes well, we should feel a gentle wind, a cool breeze on our hands.
Oh, it's all too...
The sensitive in our midst will start to pass into a trance state. He will start to go limp.
Or she will.
And will pass into that condition essential to the entity who wants to work through him.
It's all so... I feel it.
What do you feel, Sally?
The cool wind blowing over our hands.
I do. I feel it. Carl?
I, too.
It's getting stronger. The wind.
Colder.
Oh, it's very strong.
Philo, do you feel it?
The nerve force is passing through us.
There must be a sensitive here.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is possible, it may even be probable, that we are about to witness the evolution of an entity. Ladies, gentlemen, it is possible, it may even be probable, that we are about to witness the evolution of an entity from a sphere beyond our own.
It just seems incredible, doesn't it?
Now, wait. We can't be sure. No, not yet.
Philo, don't you feel maybe... Philo, look.
Quiet.
A mist. A vapor coming from Philo's side. His right side.
We must try to give off more power.
I see it. I see it.
There it is.
Bonjour, mes amis.
I hear it.
Comment ça va?
I touched it.
Do you believe it? Do you believe that 3 people saw, heard, and touched a being from another sphere? That their combined magnetism drew him into their midst? That from one of them, he made himself a temporary body, including vocal cords? Do you believe that? No matter. They believe it. Strindberg said, an obsessional conviction about supernatural powers causes events that confirm the reality of those powers. And the poet William Blake put it more succinctly when he wrote, a firm persuasion that a thing is so makes it so. We'll come back shortly with Act 2. As our first act ended, Philo and Sally and Carl and Joan were seated in a semicircle with hands joined. The lights were shaded with red linen. The temperature of the room registered a chilly 62 degrees. A cool breeze had started to blow across their hands, increasing to a strong wind. They were awaiting the materialization of an entity from another sphere.
Look, a mist, a vapor. I see it.
There it is.
Bonjour, mes amis.
I hear it.
Comment ça va?
I touched it.
Now, quiet, everybody. Everybody must remain relaxed and quiet. We don't want to frighten him.
What is that? Philo? Look, it's Philo.
Is he all right? He looks so
shrunken. He looks as though he shrunk. He's smaller somehow.
Now, don't be alarmed, ladies, and remain calm. Philo is our sensitive.
Philo? Speak to me. Say something.
He can't, Sally. He's in a deep trance.
But is that all right?
All sensitives pass into a state of trance.
Why? Hello.
He said something.
How are you?
Philo. He did say something. I heard him.
He's not speaking to us, Sally. He's speaking to the entity.
Will the entity answer?
We must wait and see. In all probability, he will. Philo is waiting, I think, for the entity to build up his temporary body.
The vapor is rising. Look.
Sally, you said you touched it?
I did. I think I did.
How did it feel?
Like unbaked bread. Like bread when it starts to rise.
I see a head.
Yes. Shoulders.
A whole body.
He's wearing a uniform of some sort.
Oh,
Who is he? Who is he? Who is he?
Who are you, sir? My name is Pierre Sorel. In life, I was a soldier in the army of the great Emperor Napoleon. I died in his service, having lost my leg at the Battle of Borodino, fighting the Russians.
He's still wearing the uniform.
He has a wooden leg.
To think that Philo, of all people, Philo.
Sally, do you think you could touch the entity again? He's standing directly in front of you.
I don't want to let go of Philo's hand. It's so cold.
He's in a trance, dear girl. It can't hurt him if you let go.
Touch the entity, Sally.
Sir? Pierre? Do you mind?
I don't think he'll speak to anyone but Philo.
Go on. Touch him.
He's very warm.
Yes. He's very good looking.
He must have died young.
Do you want to tell us any more about yourself? No.
I wish he'd say something about us.
Yes. Yes, tell us what's going to happen. Something like that.
There is a little lady in this room who likes to sing and dance.
Me? That's me.
She has done so in the past.
Oh, that's true. I have before I got married.
Retrocognition, knowledge of the past.
Well, what about the future?
Precognition.
Will the little lady sing and dance again, Pierre? Not immediately. But someday? Yes, someday. When, Pierre? Dancing, singing upon a stage with an audience, much applause.
When?
When, Pierre? It will be some months before... yes, months. First, the little lady will fall ill. Yes, she will be sick for a time.
Oh.
But she will recover? Oui, oh yes. She will recover and live to dance and sing upon a stage.
You hear that, honey? Must mean the Main Street Players.
Oh, yes.
I wonder, can he see ahead for the rest of us? Oh, darn it. I wish I could ask him things.
So do I.
Well, maybe Philo will ask him if he knows what we want.
Oh, Philo must be telepathic. He's a true sensitive. He must have a huge amount of the psi faculty. He must be loaded with it.
Or he couldn't have materialized, Pierre.
You see, people with large amounts of the psi quality have precognition, retrocognition, clairvoyance, and telepathy.
Remember when I said, what about the future? Remember, Carl? And right away, Philo said, will the little lady sing and dance again, Pierre? Remember that?
And Pierre said, someday.
And I said, when?
And Philo said, when, Pierre? Oh, of course, Philo's telepathic.
If he'd only ask the entity about me.
Do you see the future for someone else, Pierre? For a man, perhaps?
You see?
Success.
Oh? How? When? What?
Soon. Soon.
He's fading.
Going away.
Success. 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 Soon.
He's gone.
Oh, Pierre,
Philo, dear? You awake?
Yeah.
I brought you some soup, a few crackers.
Sally?
Yes, darling. I brought you some soup. Split pea.
What's it for? Lunch?
Dinner.
I had dinner.
Well, that was yesterday.
Huh?
Come on, try it. It's good.
Well, what am I doing in bed?
Darling, you were sleeping.
Oh.
I didn't want to disturb you till I was sure you were all slept out.
Well, how long have I been asleep?
21 hours. Since last night at 11 o'clock.
Well, what time is it now?
8 o'clock in the evening.
Didn't I go to work?
No, dear.
Holy Moses. I've got to call Carl.
No, not now. You just lie back.
He'll be furious.
He won't. I already called him.
What'd you tell him?
I didn't have to tell him anything. He understood perfectly.
How could he?
You really don't remember a thing about it, do you?
Did I get drunk or something? Black out?
You don't remember going to Carl and Joan's house?
Carl and Joan Maynard? Their house?
The red lights. Remember them?
Red lights?
The music?
Was it Debussy?
Yes. See, now you do remember.
Yeah.
Remember the bent wood chairs and sitting in a semicircle and the cold wind?
We were waiting for
the entity to appear.
Yeah, to materialize.
That's right.
Well, did he?
Yes, my darling. Thanks to you.
What did I have to do with it?
You were the sensitive.
Me? Well, who was the entity?
A French soldier named Pierre Sorel. He fought under Napoleon and lost a leg at the Battle of Borodino. You remember?
Kind of. Not really.
Darling, you were in a trance. I had a very hard time getting you home.
Am I all right now?
Well, you look all right. But you see, when the French soldier materialized, well, when any entity materializes, he sort of borrows things from the sensitive.
What things?
Well, he has to flesh out his body, you see. Oh, that's probably Carl or Joan wanting to know how you are. Hello?
Sally, this is Carl Maynard. How is he?
He's awake, and he seems fine.
Good, that's good, Sally. You remember last night?
We were just talking about
Pierre
it.
said something about the little lady who loved to sing and dance?
Yes, and he said she would again.
But before that, he said she'd be sick for a little while, remember?
Yes?
Sally, Joan's down with the flu.
No.
Yep, woke up this morning.
Oh, I've got to tell Philo.
Well, naturally, we want to hold another seance as soon as possible, but not until Joan's well. The doctor says maybe in a couple of weeks.
Oh, of course, Carl. Look, I've got to tell Philo. He'll be so pleased.
Sure. I'll give him my best. Tell him to take his time about coming back to work.
I will. Goodbye, Carl.
Tell me what?
Joan Maynard's down with the flu.
Oh?
Philo, that's what the entity predicted last night. Pierre said she would sing and dance in front of an audience. Now, I'm sure that means the Main Street Players because she's been nagging Carl to join. But first, she'd be sick for a little while. And now she is. Oh, isn't that exciting? As soon as she's well, we're going to have another seance.
Sally, am I really a sensitive?
Darling, of course you are.
What was that you said about the entity taking parts of the sensitive's body to build up his own body?
Only temporarily, darling.
Sally, call Frank Hayes and make an appointment for a complete checkup.
You had one a month ago.
Yes, but if I'm really a sensitive, if I'm going to go on with this thing, I've got to be in tip-top physical condition. Go on, Sally, call him. Say I'll be in tomorrow.
Roll up your sleeve, Philo, will you?
Sure.
Tell me about this seance that knocked you out.
It was the darndest thing. I didn't even want to go, but Sally was very keen on it, and besides, Carl Maynard is my boss, so...
Sure.
Well, the idea of the seance was to get an entity to materialize.
An entity?
Mm-hmm. A being from a sphere other than our own.
Uh-huh.
Well, in order to do this, you have to have a sensitive.
Yeah?
And that's somebody with enough nerve force, enough magnetism to attract the entity. Well, surprise, surprise, the sensitive turned out to be me. And I hadn't even wanted to go.
Lie back, will you, Philo? Yeah, that's it. How
How did you find out that you were the sensitive?
Well, that's what's so incomprehensible. We all sat around in a semicircle. I was bored to death, if you really want to know. And we talked a little bit, very quietly, very naturally. And that's the last thing I remember. I don't remember the materialization at all. I must have been in a trance state. That's the only explanation that makes any sense at all.
What happened when you were in this trance state?
Well, they tell me that this entity appeared. Just appeared. First as a sort of mist or vapor. Then it grew and developed into a man. He said his name was Pierre, and he'd been a soldier under Napoleon, and he'd lost his leg at Borodino. He wouldn't talk to anybody but me.
Because you were the sensitive.
That's right, yeah. I don't even remember getting home. Sally put me to bed, and I slept for 21 hours. Then I had her call you.
No, I was surprised. You just had a physical a month ago.
But you see, an entity has to have substance in order to materialize. And he gets this substance from the sensitive. They say it's only temporary, for as long as the seance lasts. But I wanted to make sure. If I'm going to go on with this thing...
Are you considering that?
If my health is okay, why not? True sensitives are very rare.
What kind of questions did this entity, this Pierre, answer?
That's the amazing part. He said that Joan Maynard would sing and dance on a stage. Now, she and Carl have been kicking around the idea of joining our little theater group. But, Pierre said, before that happened, she'd be sick for a while. And the very next day, Joan came down with the flu.
Well, there's a lot of it going around. Philo, I'd like to go to one of these seances sometime.
Joan will be pretty well soon. It's only the flu. Then we plan on having another one.
Well, keep me in mind.
I will. Oh, and Pierre predicted success for Carl. He disappeared right after that, so he didn't give any details.
Well, maybe next time.
That's what we're hoping. Well, how am I?
You're perfectly okay as far as I can see. I have to wait for the results of a couple of tests, but...
I feel wonderful.
Good. Come on, I'll walk you outside.
See you tonight?
Tonight?
We're at the theater.
Tryouts for the Wild Duck. Oh, no, I'm auditioning tomorrow night. A lot of us couldn't make it tonight, so they...
Well, good luck. You'd make a great Gregors.
I hope you get Yalma. We'd be working together. Have a lot of fun. Try and get me in on the next seance, right?
Right. So long.
Have you got his records?
Right here.
Thanks. Something's bothering me. Now, he was here for a checkup just a month ago. Here we are. What do you know? He's lost 10 pounds, and his blood pressure is way up. How about that?
Do you believe that a dead person can become alive? Well, sort of alive, for a limited length of time, by borrowing substance? Does that mean arteries and veins and muscles? Does that mean the dead person come alive can talk if he wants to? Does he have vocal cords? Can he walk about? I'll tell you something. I don't know. We shall return with the final act shortly. At the close of Act 2, Philo Denby had just left his doctor's office, having gone there for a physical checkup after a trying session at a seance where he discovered that he himself was a true sensitive, capable of enticing an entity out of the grave and speaking with him. As Philo left the office, his doctor turned to the nurse.
Something's bothering me. He's lost 10 pounds. And his blood pressure's way up.
Are you comfortable, Philo? Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine, Carl.
You better make sure.
Really, Frank, I'm perfectly comfortable.
Well, you see, Doctor, he's tied to the chair, and the chair is bolted to the floor. It's just a precaution. Something to silence the voices of doubt. Now, shall we all take our places?
I'd like to sit next to Philo, if that's all right.
Well, I'm afraid that's not all right. The proper conditions for a seance require alternating the sexes. Man, woman, man, woman, man, and woman. So, if you'll just take the chair at the further end of the semicircle, I'll start the music. Debussy served us well last time, so, now, I think we're all set. As soon as I take my place, there we go. Quiet conversation is permissible, Dr. Hayes, on any subject.
Oh, fine. You all recovered from the flu, Mrs. Maynard?
I'm quite recovered, thank you.
Very nice of all of you to let me come here tonight.
We're glad to have you.
Yes, it's our pleasure.
Philo told me a little something about the last time. What? What is it?
The breeze.
The what?
The cool breeze. Don't you feel it on your hands?
It should change to a wind very soon now.
Do you feel it, Dr. Hayes?
You know, I think I do. I can almost hear it.
I hear it, too.
I hear it.
So do I.
Look. The vapor. The mist.
From Philo's right side. You see, Dr. Hayes?
The entity is materializing.
It's Pierre.
I see his head.
Now his shoulders.
Fascinating. His whole torso.
His legs.
Yes, he has a wooden leg, you know.
Philo told me.
Lost it in more detail.
Yes, I know.
Why doesn't Philo speak to him?
Good evening, Pierre.
He got my thought telepathically.
Good evening. I am happy to be here.
Isn't he handsome?
You know, I think I can detect a heartbeat.
You mean that, Doctor?
Oh, does Philo know that we'd like to pick up where we left off last time? You know about your future.
Oh, yes. He knows. People with the psi faculty have precognition, Dr. Hayes, as well as...
I could see his pulse beat and his breathing.
You really?
That's incredible.
Frank's a doctor, Carl.
Look, I don't suppose you'd let me get up and go over to Philo?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
You could spoil everything.
Better stay where you are, Frank.
Anyway, we want to hear about Carl's future. If Philo will just ask him.
Pierre, is there anything you can tell us about a certain person in this room? A man? Yeah, a man. You started to tell us last time, but... Success. Yes, that's what you said before, but he's already very successful, and what we'd like to know is... I told you, success.
He sounds cross.
Oh, yes, but what more do you want? A few details. Do not bother me with details. But we need to know.
Excuse me.
Dr. Hayes. Frank, sit down.
Sit down.
Philo is my patient.
What are you doing?
You're spoiling everything. You have no right.
We should never have let him in here.
Frank, please.
I think you all should know Philo's breathing is extremely rapid and his pulse rate extremely high. In my opinion, dangerously so.
Philo, you all right?
Just tired.
Well, no wonder. It was a very trying session for you. Very disappointing for us.
Well, Pierre did materialize, though, didn't he?
Oh, yes. Frank said he could see him breathe, see his heartbeat.
Oh, good. Good.
And then, just as we were about to find out about Carl's future, Frank had to go and spoil everything. He was worried about you. Got up from his chair, went over and took your pulse, listened to your breathing. Your breathing was very rapid and your pulse rate was very high, he said.
I feel fine now.
Well, that's good. But Carl says stay in bed all day if you want to.
Maybe I'll just do that. I may quit my job.
Would you do that?
Why not? I think my future lies in the psychic realm. True sensitives are very rare, Sally.
You know that.
Yes, I do know that, but...
If I am one of them, then it's only logical that
That you what, Philo?
That I should devote myself to...
Oh, telephone. I'll be right back, darling. We need to talk about this. Hello?
Sally, this is Joan.
Yes, Joan.
Guess what?
What?
Well, Carl auditioned for the Main Street Players for the Wild Duck. And, guess what?
What?
He got the part.
What part?
The part of Hjalmar. It's the lead. Imagine, my Carl is going to be a star.
Pierre said he was going to have success, remember?
Yeah.
When Philo asked him?
Yeah, by the way, how is Philo?
Well, exhausted.
Of course, but he's all right, isn't he?
I think so.
Don't you know?
Joan, he's talking funny, sort of, I don't know, drifting off and saying some kind of weird things.
Sally, is he going into a trance?
Well, I don't know. I never thought of that.
Then Pierre might materialize.
Maybe.
Oh, Sally, I'm coming over there. Now, don't you leave his side till I get there, okay?
Okay. Oh, that was Joan, Philo. Are you all right, darling? She's coming over. She says Carl got the part of Hjalmar in The Wild Duck. Isn't that lucky? His first audition? Can you imagine? Philo? Philo?
It isn't a trance state, Sally.
Well, then what is it, Frank?
Sally, Philo is dead.
He can't be. He can't be.
He is. There's no doubt about it. Philo is dead.
But he was fine a little while ago. We were talking about giving up his job and becoming sensitive. And he started to sound kind of vague and rambling. And just then the phone rang. It was Joan Maynard, all excited because Carl had gotten a part in The Wild Duck.
Part of Hjalmar, I heard. I didn't want to tell Philo because I knew he wanted that part.
I told Joan that Philo was acting sort of funny, and she said he was probably going into a trance. I never dreamed.
Of course you didn't.
And Joan was very excited. She said maybe Pierre would materialize again if Philo was really in trance. Oh, dear.
There now.
And she said she would come right over him. If I'd known.
You couldn't have known. How could you?
Right then, while I was talking to her, Philo was dying.
Sally.
But I had no idea. I said, sure, come on over. I had no idea. I hung up the phone. I came over to Philo's bed, and he looked all right. He really did, Frank.
Must have been very sudden.
And I said, honey, that was Joan Maynard. And she said Carl got the part in The Wild Duck. And he didn't answer me, Frank. He didn't answer me. And 2 minutes before that, we'd been talking about things. Oh,
You just go ahead and cry.
But that's all. When he didn't answer me, I called you.
I got here as fast as I could.
And now he's dead. Frank, why did he die? What killed him?
I don't know, Sally.
But you must know.
If you'll permit an autopsy.
Oh, no, I don't know about
He
that.
was in good health. We know that. He just had a checkup.
Do you think it had something to do with the seances? Do you think they were too much for him?
Sally, I just don't know.
Was it Pierre? Could he have... You know...
Well, as I said...
Frank, do you remember at the last seance, the one you were at, Philo and Pierre were having a little argument? Not an argument exactly. It was more like a disagreement. You remember?
Yes, Philo was trying to find out more about what kind of success Carl was going to have.
And Pierre didn't want to tell him. They got kind of irritable, both of them. That was when you got up and went over to Philo and took his pulse, remember?
His breathing was very rapid.
Do you think maybe Pierre?
Maybe Pierre killed him? No, Sally. No, I don't think so.
But that would be terrible, wouldn't it?
Terrible. And I don't think it's true.
Well, that's the doorbell. Must be Joan.
You want me to go downstairs and open the door for her?
Yes, would you?
Sure.
Joan doesn't know what happened. She thinks Philo is in a trance.
I'll tell her.
I don't want to talk to anybody right now. I couldn't.
I understand.
Oh, Philo. What have we done to you?
My darling.
Pierre. Is it really you?
It is I, my love. C'est moi.
Take me in your arms, Pierre. And never let me go.
Have no fear, beloved. I shall never let you go. Never.
If you can believe that, you can believe anything. That's my opinion. But then, who am I? What am I? Just an average person? Trusting nothing? Suspicious of everything? What do I know? I wonder if anybody's planning to do the wild duck. I'd be great as Shalmar. I could really get my teeth into that part. I'd be a smash. I'd really kill the people. I'll be back shortly. You know, an actor doesn't just play what you see on the stage or the screen or hear on your radio, as you're doing now. No, in addition to what you see or hear, he plays in his own mind the entire life of the character he portrays. He knows his character from birth onwards to death and, well, why not? Maybe even beyond. With so much imagination, so much application, such energy and devotion, an actor, more than anyone, should be able to turn himself into an entity who materializes. Perhaps I could do it one day. I must keep a sharp lookout for a sensitive. Our cast included Gordon Gould, Terry Keane, Marion Haley, Ralph Bell, and Nat Polan. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What is always on our minds, but seldom on our lips? What is forever contemplated and never comprehended? The answer is death. Shakespeare would seem to have said it all when he wrote, "Death, a necessary end, will come when it will come." But is it really a necessary end? That's the question that bedevils us, and in all probability will continue to bedevil us until, well, I suppose, until we die.
Do you live in a house?
Of course.
Do you wear clothes?
Certainly.
Do you eat food?
Yes. Now go away. You're beginning to annoy me.
Our mystery drama, Dialogue with Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Paul Hecht and Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by X-Lax and General Electric Citizen Band radios. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The story we now bring you took place about 100 years ago, a time when no one knew anything about death, as no one had known anything 100 years before that, or 1,000, or 1,000,000, as no one knows now. Yet, as then, as now, there were fantasies about death. And it's on the basis of one of them that we have fashioned the story that follows.
I remember it all so well. Every detail. What she was wearing at certain times. What she looked like at certain moments. Where we stood or sat. What she said and how she said it. What I responded. Place we walked. Food we ate. Even the dishes we ate from. Glasses we drank from. I'm seeing it all again. Hearing it all. Feeling it all for the second time. A kind of terrible, inevitable déjà vu. Strange, isn't it?
Strange.
I loved her so much.
I know.
The year I left for Heidelberg to study medicine, she was just a slip of a thing, only 16. And when I came back 4 years later, she wasn't simply 4 years older. She was a new person. No longer a child to tease and play games with, but a grown woman to admire and respect and fall in love with. Which I promptly did.
Yes, you did.
Of course, my father had written to me about her a few times. But nothing had prepared me for the shock, the delirious surprise that morning at the railroad station.
Bravo, Pine! Bravo, Pine!
George!
This your Lisa? Oh, yes, sir. That's mine.
George Cudler.
What?
I thought you'd never get here. You're late.
Well, the train... Is it... No. Are you Jenny?
Don't say you don't recognize me. I'd die if you said that.
But what happened to your pigtails?
They're pinned around my head. See? And they're called braids. Come on. I drove down in the trap. Your father's still at the infirmary.
Board! Oh, board!
I can't get over how you've changed.
And you've grown a mustache.
Well, I'm going to teach a class in anatomy. A professor needs a mustache, but... You've changed completely.
Why do you keep saying that?
Because it's true.
Oh, fiddlestick. Well, here we are. You'll observe we have a new horse.
What happened to Princess?
She went lame. We had to have her put down. Here, you want to take the reins?
All right. I learned to ride on Princess. Remember, we used to ride her bareback, the two of us?
Mm-hmm. Me in front, you behind.
And those wild gallops across the meadow.
Shall we get started? Your father may be home by now, and Hannah's planned a special supper in your honor.
All right. Come on. I really love that sweet horse.
Oh, Princess is all right. Sound as a dollar.
You said you had her put down.
We did. But she's fine now. Looks like a 2-year-old.
But she's dead.
I see her often.
In your dreams, you mean?
I mean, I see her. I hear her. Oh, come on, George. Let's get out of this slow walk.
On the way home, I tried to remember what she'd been like when she first came to live with Father and me. A scrawny child of 9 or 10. You remember her, Hannah?
No, very well.
She didn't seem to brood at all about her parents and the awful way they died. Perhaps she'd been too young to grasp the tragedy of it all. I found myself hoping that Father would be home by the time we arrived. I wanted to talk to him about Jenny.
Hannah says give the roast another 10 minutes.
Where's Jenny, Father?
Jenny, she's setting the table. Well, it's good to have you back, son. Sorry I couldn't meet your train.
Oh, that's all right. Jenny explained. Father, about Jenny...
how do you think she looks?
Well, she's grown up, but there's something else. On the way home, she told me you had to have old Princess put down.
Well, Princess was nearly 30, you know. We could have had her put out to pasture, but that's no kind of life.
Jenny says she sees her running across the meadow, sound as a dollar, looking like a 2-year-old.
Oh, Yes, well,
Has she ever told you that?
Not directly, no. But I've heard her talking to old Princess.
Talking to a dead horse? That's not healthy.
Perhaps not.
Well, have you spoken to her about it?
George, we have to remember the life Jenny's had, the circumstances under which she came here to live. Having seen her father and her mother burned alive, screaming from their bedroom window, well, that's a terrible thing for a child to go through.
But when she came to live with us, she was just a normal little girl. There was never anything morbid about Jenny.
There isn't anything morbid about Jenny.
Yes, but seeing a dead horse, talking to a dead horse, being preoccupied with death that way.
Jenny isn't preoccupied with death. She simply doesn't believe in it.
Doesn't believe in it? That's a peculiar thing to say.
Nevertheless, it's true. True for Jenny, anyway.
Well, I'm going to speak to her about it.
You'll do nothing of the sort. You leave Jenny alone.
But it's morbid, Father. It's not healthy.
Who are you to say what's morbid or what's healthy? You leave that girl alone, George. I'm warning you. Leave her alone, or you'll answer to me.
I couldn't understand my father. A doctor who faced up to death and fought it any number of times in the course of his practice, as I was prepared to do now that I had an MD after my name. Well, Hannah, as you know, I took up my residency at the local hospital and started teaching an evening course in anatomy. My time was heavily occupied, but every minute I could spare was spent with Jenny. You remember how it was, Hannah?
I remember.
Going to church together, attending Vespers, long buggy rides on fine days, local dances, taffy pulls, country fairs, long afternoons reading in the summer house as we'd done when we were children. I felt the moment approaching when I could be certain of my love for her, though I resisted it as long as I could. But one late afternoon, sitting with her in the summer house, I knew it was no longer any use to pretend to myself or to her. Jenny, I love you. I love you more than I can say, almost more than I can bear. I've always loved you, Jenny. It's taken me all this long time to realize how much I love you. Are you surprised?
Not very.
You mean you've known it all along that I love you?
I wanted you to.
Does that mean that you love me?
I do love you, George.
Oh, Jenny, will you marry me, won't you? Of course you will.
I have to ask my mother.
What?
I'm sure she likes you.
Jenny, my darling, your mother...
George, you go in the house, will you? Let me stay here by myself for a little while. Will you do that, my love?
Well, if you want me to...
Oh, don't look so troubled. Mother likes you very much.
Jenny...
Father likes you, too.
A dozen conflicting emotions flooded my mind.
Poor George.
A girl who talked to the dead. Could such a one ever be truly mine? In a frenzy compounded of doubt and desire, I told my father, I've asked Jenny to marry me, Father.
Oh? I thought you might do that. Well, I approve. Has she accepted you?
She says she loves me.
But has she accepted you?
Father, at this very minute, Jenny is in the summer house asking her mother's permission to marry me.
Huh?
And her father's.
I see.
You see? Is that all you can say, you see? Her father and mother have been dead for 10 years, but she is asking their permission to marry me. Doesn't that strike you as a very strange thing for a young girl to do? When she said she talks to a dead horse, sees it running across a meadow, that was bad enough. But now to talk to a dead father and mother, perhaps she thinks she sees them, too. I mean, Father, if she'll have me, what will I be taking for a wife?
The woman you love. What more do you want, George? Count yourself very fortunate, my boy. Consider yourself the luckiest man on earth.
But I must talk to her about these hallucinations. I must have it out with her before we can be married.
You will do nothing of the sort. I forbid it.
You forbid it? In God's name, why?
Jenny's mind, George, has a delicate balance. It swings perilously between this world and another, never quite settling, never coming to rest.
oscillating back and forth, vibrating like a pendulum. George, don't tamper with that balance. You understand me? Don't tamper with it. Or by heaven, I swear... well, never mind.
You'll what, Father? Well, finish what you were going to say.
Look here. Look at this, George. You see it?
It's a gun.
Yes, it's a gun. You say one word, George, to that girl about what you call her hallucinations, and I'll kill you.
George?
That's Jenny.
Remember what I said, George. Leave her alone, or I'll kill you.
It's all right, George. We can be married.
My father gave us his blessing. In my happiness and my expectancy, I drove away all premonitions, all dreams. But ever ticking at the back of my mind was the question, why had my father spoken as he did, so passionately, so violently?
You don't know.
Do you?
He loved her. Violently, passionately, loved her.
Death has been written about very little. Love has been written about a great deal. Perhaps because love is the beginning of everything, and death is the end. But what happens when love and death are intermingled, joined, the one to the other, in an eternal embrace? We'll explore this further in Act 2. So George and Jenny plighted their troth, and under a dire threat, George's father forbade his son ever to speak to his young fiancée about her curious attachment to all those she has loved who have passed out of this life. Then, under the spell of his infatuation, George proceeded with the arrangements for his imminent marriage to the girl of his heart.
We spent long afternoons in the summer house, spinning dreams of the day that would unite us. We wanted an extravagant wedding. At least I did. My father's big white colonial house set among great old oak trees with its center hallway, its winding staircase, its vast reception hall was ideal. You remember it, Hannah?
All too well.
After the ceremony, if it was a fine day, we would have the collation served in the great rose garden with a quintet of musicians playing and tables laden with food. And I shall be very dashing in my cutaway and striped trousers, and you in... what? What will you wear, Jenny?
I don't know.
You mean you haven't ordered your wedding dress?
Not yet.
Well, I thought that was what young brides thought about first.
Well, I've been thinking about it.
You'll have someone come to the house to make it, won't you?
I don't know.
Sweetheart, the local shops are all right for simple things.
I'd like something simple, I think.
Well, if you're sure. Look, why don't you take a trip into the city and see what they have in the big stores?
Well, yes, I could do that.
Hannah will go with you and help you pick it out.
I don't want Hannah to go with me.
But Hannah has very good taste, dear. She could advise you.
I don't need Hannah to advise me.
I only meant...
My mother will advise me. My mother will pick out my dress.
I started to speak, then closed my lips firmly against the words. I remembered my father saying, Jenny's mind has a delicate balance. It swings between this world and another, oscillating back and forth. Don't tamper with it. Again, my love drowned my fears, and I reached for Jenny's hand. What are you thinking about, my love?
About the wedding.
Why do you look so sad?
Who's to pay for it? All the caviar and champagne and the musicians. Who's to pay for my dress?
My dear, do you need money for your dress?
For everything. Who's to pay for it all?
Precious, I'll give you money for the dress and the caviar, the champagne, the musicians. My father will pay for all that.
Well, that's not right.
Of course it's right, Jenny. He expects to pay for it. He wants to. You're like his own daughter.
The father of the bride always pays for those things.
Jenny.
It's always done that way.
My darling.
Father wouldn't have it any other way. I know that. He couldn't.
My whole body stiffened. I murmured some sort of excuse, told her I needed something from the house, and I fled the summer house, leaving her immobile, pensive, troubled. Inside the house, I found my father. Father, it's happened again.
What's happened? Sit down, George.
I don't know what to do.
George, what's the matter? Is it Jenny?
Yes. She and I were sitting in the summer house. We've been there most of the afternoon making plans for the wedding.
Ah, yes.
Well, we got to the subject of her wedding dress. It seems that she doesn't want it made. She wants to buy it. So I suggested that she take the train into the city and maybe Hannah would go with her, help her pick it out.
Good idea.
Yes, but Jenny would have no part of it.
No?
She said, my mother will help me pick it out. My mother will help me pick out my wedding dress. Her mother, who burned up in a fire, who's been in her grave...
George, I know how you feel.
Am I to live with ghosts once we are married?
George, I live with ghosts. We all live with ghosts.
Well, I don't propose to.
Well, what do you propose to do?
Father, I didn't say anything when Jenny spoke about her mother, her dead mother, helping her to choose her wedding dress. I thought of everything you had said, and I kept quiet.
I'm glad you did.
But then she suddenly looked very troubled, very perplexed, and she said, who's to pay for all this?
Pay for it?
Yes, the dress, the wedding, the music, the caterers.
Why, I shall pay for it.
Yeah, well, that's what I told her.
Well, who else should pay for it?
Her father.
Her father?
Well, that's what she said. She said it was only fitting and proper that the bride's father should pay for his daughter's wedding. I think she expects her dead father to give her away.
Oh, she wouldn't.
I don't know what she expects.
I thought she'd want me.
I know you forbade me to say anything to her about her congress with the dead.
Yeah, I do forbid you.
But now I must. It's gone too far.
No, George. It could be fatal.
George, where are you?
There she is.
I'm in here, dear, with Father in the library.
Say nothing, George.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here. You can help me.
What is it you need, Jenny?
The second volume of something called Materia Medica. Is there such a book?
On the bottom shelf.
Yes, dear, with the red binding.
Oh, yes. Now, let's see here. Volume 2.
What are you looking for, dear?
Well, I'm not sure. Let me see now. Page 300 and... oh, yes. Yes, it's here. Here it is.
What is?
$1,000 to pay for my wedding.
Her face was radiant. She spread the 10 $100 bills on the floor and gazed at them delightedly. As for my father and myself, we stared at each other.
He told me it would be here.
Your father?
Of course. And here it is.
Yes, there it is.
Oh, isn't it wonderful, George?
Wonderful.
It'll pay for everything.
Jenny, my dear, it's nearly time for supper. Why don't you gather up the money and take it up to your room? Change for dinner. I want to talk to George.
All right.
That's a good girl.
You see, George, I told you he wouldn't have it any other way. It wouldn't be proper.
How did that money get there, Father? Did you put it there?
Her father put it there.
You are worse than she is. You put it there, and then somehow...
No, George. Jenny's father put the money in the book 10 years ago.
Did you know it was there?
Not until now. You see, it's money he owed me. Money I lent him. I never expected him to pay it back, and when he tried to pay it back, I refused to take it.
Well, how did it get in the book?
The night he came here to give it to me, the night I refused it, here in this very room, I remember, after a long and somewhat stormy argument, I went out to call him a carriage. Left the $1,000 bills lying on the desk, and when I came back to make my peace with him, the money was no longer there. Of course, I assumed he'd put it back in his pocket, but instead he hid it in a book he knew I'd eventually open.
Father, it doesn't explain how Jenny came to know it was there. Don't shrug and turn away. We have to talk about this.
I don't have to, and I don't intend to.
All right, then I'll talk to Jenny about it.
No, you won't. Come back here, George.
Father, I cannot marry a girl who's living half with me and half with the dead.
If you love her, you'll let her be.
I can't, Father.
That girl has some sort of communication with the dead that you can't understand.
But it's wrong.
Right or wrong, it's hers. It's part of her. And you must not interfere.
I have to, Father.
You must not.
And I have to do it now.
Don't make me kill you, George.
Give me the gun, Father.
No.
Give it to me.
George!
I don't want to hurt you. Give me the gun. Give it. I'm sorry, Father. I'm terribly sorry. Forgive me. I put the gun in my pocket. I looked down at my father on his knees on the floor where I'd forced him. His eyes were filled with tears. For whom? For himself? For Jenny? For me? For what she had done to him? For what he had almost done to me? Or for what I was about to do to her? I could not tell. I went upstairs and lifted my hand to knock on Jenny's door. And then I heard her voice.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, my darling. I knew I could count on you. I've always counted on you, and you've never failed me. Mother, should I have my dress made, or shall we go to the city and buy it? Oh, I want it to be just right. When I walk down the big staircase, I want to look just right. Because you, Father, will be waiting at the foot of the stairs. You'll crook your arm just so, and I'll put mine through yours. And together, we'll walk to where the minister will be standing. Who's there?
It's George. Let me in.
I'm not quite dressed, George.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, please, George.
Look at me. Jenny, look at me.
Let me go, George.
Who was that you were talking to just now? That was your father, wasn't it?
You're hurting me, George.
And your mother? You were planning your wedding with them. Not with me, but with them.
Please, George.
You were planning your wedding dress with your mother, not with Hannah, who adores you. Hannah, who helped raise you.
George, please.
I heard you. You were telling your father he would give you to me in marriage. Your father is dead, Jenny. He's been dead a long time. And your mother, too. Dead and buried. And Princess is dead, too. Princess is not running across any meadow looking like a 2-year-old. Princess got to be an old horse. She was 30 years old and lame, and someone came and put a bullet between her eyes, and she died. And your mother died, too, and your father. They were burned in a fire, Jenny, a long time ago. But you are alive, Jenny. You are here, and you are alive. You know that.
Yes.
And I am alive, and we are here. We are now, and we are alive here and now. Do you understand, my darling?
Yes.
And Hannah will help you with your wedding dress.
Yes.
And my father will pay for the wedding. And when you come down the staircase, he will be waiting for you, and you will put your arm through his, and you will walk together to the place where I will be waiting for you. And we will be married. Do you understand, my dearest girl? Do you understand? I was holding her arms and staring down into her wide, frightened eyes and flinging my words into her face. Her eyes grew wider and wider. Their expression began to change. But what the change was, I could not tell. Was she beginning to understand what I was saying? Or was she leaving me forever? Hannah, I could not tell. All I could do was hold her close.
Oh, George. You poor, poor man.
What does one say to someone who will not let go? What does one do with such a person? It's all very well to counsel them, let the dead pass, bury its dead. But what if they scorn our advice and cling tenaciously to what they have lost? Or do the lost ones cling to them? As much as the living hold on to the dead, do the dead not also hold on to the living? I'll be back shortly with the concluding act. Jenny and George are about to be married. But it troubles George that his fiancée still appears to commune with the spirits of her parents, who met their death in a fire many years before. Indeed, Jenny appears to have contact, both visual and auditory, even with a horse named Princess, an aged mare they both rode as children. It is George's conviction that this morbidity must be erased from his beloved's personality before she can become his wife.
Oh, Hannah. Hannah, I loved her so.
I know.
It was for her own sake that I did what I did.
Of course.
For our sake, I should say, for the health of our marriage, our life together. Perhaps my father had been right when he said we all live with our own ghosts, and Jenny should be allowed to live with hers. I was left in a torment of doubt as I held her close.
Oh, George, what am I to do?
Let them go, Jenny. Let them lie in their graves. They're dead, my darling, but you and I are living.
We're going to be married, aren't we?
You know we are, very soon now. Leave them, Jenny. Be with me.
Oh, they'll be lonely.
My dear girl, they have died. Such things as loneliness, as grief, yes, joy, too, and love, they are for the living, for us, not for them.
You really believe that, don't you?
It's true, my dearest. You must believe it, too.
Oh, I'll try.
No, sweetheart. You must do more than that.
I can't.
Yes, you can. Now, I'm going to be your husband, and you must rely on me to tell you what is right. I only want you to be happy, you know that.
Oh, yes.
Well, then, together we will exorcise these ghosts that haunt you. I shall try to be very patient, my dear love, very patient and very loving. Because I do love you, more than pen can write or tongue can tell. And you must trust in that love, Jenny, and believe with all your heart that I know what's best. I held her in my arms for a long time. Then, Hannah, I think that you called from downstairs that supper would be on the table presently, and I released her to bathe and put on fresh clothes while I went down to confront my father. He looked very gray and haggard. It's done, Father.
Oh, George.
It was necessary.
I know you think so.
I am convinced of it.
I know you are.
If we are ever to be happy together...
I know. George, I feel very badly that I threatened you before the way I did.
We'd best forget that, Father.
To threaten you with a gun, I must have been mad.
We'll just forget all about it. Here's your gun, Father.
No.
Take it.
No. I don't want it.
I want you to take it. It'll help us to forget what happened. It'll be as though it never took place.
No, you keep the gun, George. I don't want it. I never want to touch it again. I'm afraid.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
Well, all the same, I'm afraid.
All right. I'll keep it. Until you say you want it back. So I put the gun in my pocket. It seemed to make him feel a little better, as though simply getting it out of his sight was a step toward erasing the memory of that frantic night. Then, I think that you, Hannah, announced that supper was served, and the three of us sat down to eat together. None of us ate very much, which was understandable enough.
Oh, yes.
Still, we did manage to get through the meal. I had done the right and proper thing. I was sure of that.
Oh, sure.
I know. Nevertheless, that is what I thought. The next morning, Jenny did not come down for breakfast. My father and I left for the hospital together, worked assiduously all day, and left for home together late that afternoon.
Hannah said this morning that Jenny was going into the city today to buy her wedding dress.
Oh, that's splendid.
Hannah wanted to go with her.
Jenny went alone? I don't like that, Father.
Oh, it doesn't necessarily mean anything.
No, but still...
You're afraid that Jenny still believes her mother will help her choose a dress.
Well,
Oh, I'm sure everything will come out right, sooner or later.
I told her she must have faith in my love and my knowledge of what's best for her.
I hope she can do that.
Yes.
Have you appointed a date for the wedding, George?
Oh, the end of the month. We haven't decided on the precise day.
Where will you live once you're married?
No, we haven't talked about that.
Would you consider staying on with me? I'll be lonely without either of you. Now, that's selfish, I know, but, George, I'm so used to Jenny about the house, I'd miss her terribly. But I mustn't be selfish.
That's all right, Father. I don't see why we shouldn't live in the house with you, at least for the time being.
It is a nice house.
It's a beautiful house, and quite large enough for three. The trees are beginning to bud, huh?
Yes. Yeah. They'll be out full by the time of the wedding.
What's that?
Sounds like the local fire engine.
Yeah, I'm glad Jenny isn't home to hear that.
George! What? It's the summer house.
No.
Look at the smoke,
The summer house is burning. It's on fire. Jenny! You tried to save her, Hannah. I know that.
I tried. It was no use. Your father tried, but the fire had gone too far.
Hannah, who started the fire?
I don't know.
Did Jenny start it? If she did, it was my fault. I had made her life unendurable when I drove away her ghosts. I killed my own sweet darling.
Oh, George.
Yet the summer house was quite old. The wood was very dry. Could have burst into flame by itself, the merest spark. Will I ever know, Hannah?
One day. You will.
When?
Soon, I think.
We must decide where she should be buried, George.
Well, there's the cemetery. Of course, Hannah thinks that would be best.
Her father and mother are buried there. I suppose she'd want to be near them.
Yes, well, whatever you say.
Perhaps I could get permission to bury her here.
On the property?
Yes. Such things can be arranged, I believe.
Well, whatever you say.
No, George, whatever you say. It's your privilege and your right to decide.
Well, all I can think is that she's gone. That I shall never see her again. Never hear her voice.
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yes. Tomorrow.
I'm very tired, George. I think I'll go up to bed.
All right, Father. I'll sit up a while longer. I don't think I can sleep.
Yeah. Well, tomorrow we'll make the arrangements. Good night, son.
Good night, Father. I'll look in on you when I come upstairs.
Oh, you don't need to.
I want to. He pressed my shoulder, and I put my hand over his for an instant. I felt very close to him. I truly loved him, Hannah.
I know you did.
Later, when I'd grown drowsy, I went upstairs, stopped at the door of his room, and went in, without knocking, in case he was asleep. I saw him lying fully clothed on his bed, but his shirt sleeve was pushed up above his elbow. I think I knew he was dead even before I touched him, and I knew how he had died. I found the minuscule puncture of the needle on his arm almost immediately, and later I found the slender needle where it had rolled under the bed. I've never told you this before, Hannah, but now I feel I must.
Tell me.
I knelt by the side of his bed, but the tears would not come. I told myself, my father is dead. I even repeated the word over and over to myself, and then said it aloud, dead, 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 I kept saying. I had lost her, and now I had lost him, all within the space of a few hours. I could not comprehend how such a monstrous thing could have befallen me. Do you understand, Hannah?
I understand.
But I could not weep. I could not weep. And do you know why?
Tell me.
Because I hated him. I hated the man I had felt so close to such a short time before. And do you know why I hated him, Hannah?
Tell me.
Because he wanted to be ahead of me. Even there.
Even where, George?
There, wherever she was. He wanted to be there with her. You told me he loved her.
He did.
He must be right. He left me and went to join her there.
Where, George?
There. I don't know where. Wherever she was, I don't know. So don't ask me where.
Tell me the rest of it.
I knelt by his bedside for, I don't know how long. Silent, frozen, angry. Angry, yes. No one had cared enough for me. No one had thought of me, my life, my lonely life that I had now to face. Both of them had left me without a thought. Do you understand what I'm telling you, Hannah?
Yes.
I was living in a pit of hell I never knew existed, filled with fury, rage, and desperation. And then...
Go on.
And I...
Go on.
I got to my feet and...
Go on.
I reached in my pocket.
Go on.
I felt something.
Yes.
I took it out of my pocket. I put it to my head. What was that?
Go on.
I just heard something.
I didn't hear anything.
Sounded like a gun going off.
Oh?
I don't remember anything like that.
You will.
When?
When you realize that you are dead.
Dead? I dead? How can that be?
You took your father's gun from your pocket, and you put it to your head, George, and you fired.
But I'm here, talking to you, Hannah.
Can you see me?
Of course I can see you.
I can't see you.
But I'm right next to you. You must see me.
I don't have such gifts, George. Jenny had them.
But why can't you see me? I'm right here.
The dead vibrate at a much faster pace than the living.
Can it be true that I am dead, that I killed myself?
It's true, George.
But why did I do it?
To join the others, perhaps.
Jenny? My father?
Or the others.
But where will I live now that I'm here?
In a house, I think.
A large, white house?
Perhaps.
Will I be fed here?
They say you will eat of the essence. Here, we eat of the substance. But you will eat of the essence.
Hannah?
Yes, George.
Will I visit you now and then? Talk to you?
I hope you will.
You won't turn me away?
Never.
That's good. Listen, Hannah. Listen to that.
What do you hear?
Don't you hear it, Hannah? Don't you hear it? You must. It's Princess. It's old Princess galloping across the meadow, looking like a 2-year-old.
And that is how some people envision death and what comes after. I cannot promise you that they are right. On the other hand, I cannot tell you they're wrong. I'm as ignorant and as undecided as you or anyone. But if they are right, should we keep our ears, perhaps our eyes, open for the sight and sound of those who have left us? I don't know. Perhaps it is better simply to get on with the only business that we know, the business of living. I shall return shortly. Someone said that the dead are not truly dead so long as they are remembered here on Earth. And that may be true. I'm not prepared to say. But assuming that it is true, the flaw lies in the fact that remembering can be so painful. Remembering hurts. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Fred Gwynn, and Evie Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores, Buick Motor Division, and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. You're here for a tale of mystery? Something to curdle the blood and set the heart pounding. But I planned a small history and geography lesson, and you must trust me. I won't fail you. You shall have your mystery and be well satisfied by what is in store.
Craig says you know all there is to know about devil dances and fire walking and hexes and all the marvelous magic here in Ceylon. I want to learn.
Oh, my dear Lisa, no one could know all there is to know about such things.
But you believe in the magic, don't you?
Believe? Oh, I wouldn't say that, no. I'd rather say I don't understand certain baffling things that happen here. Very strange indeed. And you shall sample them all.
Our drama, HEXED, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Nancy Moore and stars Roberta Maxwell. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly. In about 400 B.C., Islam traders in the Indian Ocean landed on an island which later would be called Ceylon. So beautiful was it that the Mohammedans called it Second Eden. That small jeweled island off the tip of India is shaped like a teardrop. You will attach significance to that fact after you've heard the story of Lisa. I give you Gary Hutchins, who knows the story far better than I.
Lisa came to Ceylon first as a tourist. She had the good taste to fall in love not only with the island, but with Craig Peters, and he with her. Oh, he with her indeed, at first sight. Craig's tea estate is next but one to mine. I remember the night of the day he met her, he came across for our Thursday evening of chess.
That's no good, Gary. I can't play. I can't concentrate.
Oh, you're not feeling ill, Craig?
Well, in a manner of speaking, yes. It's called love sickness, and it's terminal, my friend. For 1 hour today, I was in the company of a young American by name Lisa Phillips. And unless I marry her, I shall die.
Oh, it's rather extreme, isn't it?
I want you to meet her.
Yes, I should think so. Every mama in Ceylon has been trying for years to match-make you and her daughter, and you've avoided marriage like the monsoon. And now after 1 hour, you... Oh, yes. Fetch her around.
Tomorrow, then. And you'll tell me in private if I've gone mad.
Craig brought her round, and he had not gone mad. Oh, she was all he said. A tawny-haired, lovely creature who brought excitement with her. If I hadn't been twice her age, I'd have given Craig a run for it. Instead, in 2 months, I stood best man at the wedding. A week or so later, I was at their place for dinner.
Lisa and I were having drinks in the garden while Craig was off seeing to the dinner wine.
Gary, you're Craig's dearest friend. I hope you'll be mine.
You have my word on that.
Most bachelors resent intruders. At least the one who's still a bachelor.
Well, not this bachelor. Who in the world could possibly resent you?
No one, I hope.
Oh, wait. There could be someone.
Who?
Oh, no. No one who matters. It's only that Signorini's servants are fiercely loyal, and they can be fiercely jealous as well.
You mean Fonseca, don't you?
Why, has something happened already?
No, not really, but I know Fonseca has been Craig's head servant for 7 years. He's used to a bachelor household. Why wouldn't he resent an upstart female American making changes, giving orders?
Oh, yes, Fonseca's spoiled, there's no doubt about it. But he hasn't been rude in any way, has he?
Oh, no, not rude. But there is one thing. He won't look at me, Gary. At the ground, through me, beyond me, but never at me.
Oh, my dear child, you've much to learn about the customs of Ceylon. Male servants are taught never to look directly at Western women, white women.
Oh, I am ignorant. Be my teacher, Gary. I don't want to make any mistakes. Will you promise me something else?
Oh, done.
Craig says you know all there is to know about devil dances and fire walking and hexes and all the marvelous magic in Ceylon. I want to learn.
Why, dear, no one could ever know all there is to know about such things.
But you believe in the magic, don't you?
Believe? No, I wouldn't say that. I'd rather say I don't understand certain things that happen here. How, for example, how do they walk on those hot coals?
They really do. There isn't any trick.
Oh, there's none, absolutely none. It can't be explained by tricks or gimmicks or hypnosis or drugs. They walk and they are not burned. Not everyone can do it, you understand, but some, yes. Now, how do you explain it? Beyond me.
The devil dances. Do they really heal sickness?
Sometimes, or so it seems. In the West, of course, we'd say it was just remission of a disease.
You don't say that, do you?
Lisa, I don't know what to say. Oh, here comes the groom.
Hello. Sorry to be so long. A tiresome Zananda was hanging about. Had a word with her. Had to send her packing.
Who is Zahananda?
Oh, she's a witch doctor Cook is friendly with.
Oh, darling, I could have met a witch doctor.
Lisa would like to have her to dinner, I do think.
Well, I doubt you'd like sitting across from that toothless old hag in her dirty rags and tatters.
Well, I'd like to have met her at least.
Sorry, my sweet. It didn't occur to me. I'd have brought her round to the terrace.
As I recall, Zananda's a white witch, Lisa, meaning a good witch. She breaks spells and hexes meant to do harm.
Oh, tell me about hexes. How does someone get hexed?
Oh, Gary, why don't you tell her about the little evil containers? Sort of capsules, my darling, that get buried in the garden. Oh, Fonseca, fill our glasses, please.
Yes, Master.
I never see or hear Fonseca arrive, but he's always near when Master wants him.
Ah, yes, with a very special talent he has, haven't you, Fonseca?
Yes, sir.
Fonseca, you tell lady about hexes. What gets buried in gardens to put evil spells on poor, doomed souls?
It's not good to talk of hex, Master.
Aha, so that's it. All right, Lisa, my love. In the magic wicked capsule, the most important ingredient is something personal from the intended victim.
So it is.
Like what?
Oh, a lock of hair, fingernail paring.
Next of importance, something the victim has worn or used a good deal. Say, a ring.
Ah, but a missing ring might be noticed early on, so something less important is much safer. A handkerchief, say.
What else is buried?
Oh, a bit of food left on victim's plate. Any food, any plate.
Craig, darling, stop making fun of it. Anything else in the capsule?
Oh, yes, a lot. I don't know what. Mysterious bits. I doubt that anyone knows except the chap who cast the spell. You know, I saw a hex thing once dug up in Bunty Smith's garden. It was meant for him. He'd sacked his cook, and Cook was after revenge on poor old Bunty.
Yes, I remember that time.
Did Bunty get sick? Die?
Oh, no, sweetheart. Nothing happened to him at all.
Because the hex thing was found in time?
Possibly. If it's found and destroyed, it loses its power.
Gary, what was in that capsule you saw?
Some slimy, foul-smelling stuff, black. Nobody on earth could tell what the lumps in it were. except I could see one of them was a scorpion.
Oh,
Yes, I hear bats' teeth are in them, too. They have to be taken from a living bat, not a dead one. They're very potent bats' teeth.
Oh, Craig, old boy, will you look at your bride? Those matchless eyes are positively on fire with excitement.
Well, it is exciting. In my whole life, there's never been anything as exciting as this.
We were warned that night, Craig and I. Warned, but we didn't hear. Lisa's interest in magic and the occult already was too extreme, even unnatural. We did notice as the months passed that she believed in all the odd things we investigated, but we still paid little attention, more amused than anything. And then 3 alarming events happened in rapid succession.
Craig, in my shoe. The shoes I meant to wear tonight. In one of them, a scorpion.
Ah, yes, hateful little beasts. Well, it had to happen sooner or later, Pet. And for your sake, I hoped it never would, but well, it is an island of creepy, crawly things.
A scorpion can... Oh, Craig, it can be part of a hex. Scorpions are a kind of evil.
Didi, what is happening?
A bat in this room. There, the dirty at the top. Kill it. Kill it.
Didi.
Kill it, I said.
We'll catch. We'll take out. Not kill.
You will kill it.
What's going on? Oh, what's happening here?
Take me out of this room. Just take me out. Stand close to me. Help me. Don't let it come near me.
Oh, don't let what come near you?
Close the door. It might follow.
Oh, yes. All right. Oh, my darling, what on earth are you afraid of?
The bat.
Oh, is that what this is all about?
I told Fonseca to kill it. I ordered him. He refused. He wouldn't. He hates me.
Dearest, it's against his religion to kill anything. You know that. Any living thing.
He'd have killed it if you gave the order.
No, he wouldn't.
He said he'd catch it.
Well, that's what they always do, the Sinhalese. You've seen him take a cloth, pop it over a spider, an ant, then carry it outdoors and let it go. Well, it's the same thing with a bat.
No.
No?
He'll carry it to a witch. The witch will take teeth from a living bat.
My poor darling, you're talking about hexes again.
Lady.
No, I didn't call you. Go away. Send Master.
Statue. Lady.
It fell from the wall. It could have killed me.
It is the Lord Buddha.
Don't touch it. I want Master to see where it fell.
The Buddha come down from the wall. It's very bad sign, lady.
I know what it is a sign of, Fonseca. I told you to get Master.
Master, come.
How do you know? How do you always know?
Master, come.
Lisa.
He comes and you go.
Oh, darling, what's happened now?
Look.
Oh, I say. Oh, what brought that down?
I won't talk in front of Fonseca. I tell him to go, and he just stands there. Make him go, Craig.
Fonseca.
Yes, Master. I go.
Oh, Craig. I could have been killed.
Now, Lisa. It had to be an accident. No one in Ceylon, witch doctor, servant, no Sinhalese would tamper with an image of Buddha. Even you should know it's sacred.
But it fell.
Yes, because it has sat up there on that pedestal for years. It's huge, carved of heavy teak wood. Its weight made it gradually inch forward, and finally it has made it simply lose its balance. Now, that's not black magic.
Well, why did it lose its balance just when I was under it? That very minute, something evil. Oh, darling, take me away from this horrible place. Please, let's live in England.
Now, you know I'd every penny tied up in the tea estate.
Well, you can get your money out. Gary would buy it. You know he would. I loathe Ceylon. Loathe this estate. Please sell it.
When you came here, you loved the island.
How could I know what it would be like to live here? That someone would hate me enough to...
Oh, now what?
Fonseca, he's just outside the door.
Well, he's always near me, Lisa. You know that. He's trained that way.
Oh, Craig, don't you
bat's teeth and a scorpion and paid a witch doctor to cast a spell on me.
Oh, this is rubbish. This is rot.
Last night, out there in our garden, an evil thing was buried. In it is something that was me. Hair from my brush and something I used and food off my plate. All of it out there, in that thing.
Some magician said abracadabra, the powers of darkness went to work, and you're under a wicked spell.
Yes, that's what made the statue fall.
My love, you can't believe that. Now stop it. No, we'll just stop. We'll get to the bottom of this, all right? Fonseca, come in here.
He won't admit anything.
There is no more loyal servant on the island.
To you, not to me.
Yes, master. There have been too many accidents lately, Fonseca. Lady believes there's a hex. Now, do you believe that?
I not know, master. If spell on a lady, Zahananda can break spell.
Well, Lisa, is that what you want? I mean, to send Fonseca down the mountain to the jungle and bring that witch woman up here for tea and mumbo-jumbo?
I don't want any witch near me. What kind of a place do I live in where there are witches? I want you to sell the estate and take me away.
I can't do that.
I speak, master.
Yes, Fonseca.
Not safe. Ladies, stay. Is best lady go from Ceylon.
Accidents or human malevolence? Psychic phenomena or the cunning of man? We have no certain answer, not yet. All we know is that the hobgoblins of superstition and fear have come to dwell with Lisa. And Fonseca's not safe lady stay hasn't helped matters, as you will soon see in Act 2. Psychic phenomena have been described down the labyrinths of history. The Bible is rife with it. In ancient Greek, Plutarch wrote of Calpurnia's dream predicting Caesar's murder. Abraham Lincoln dreamed of his own corpse lying in state. John F. Kennedy was warned by psychics not to go to Dallas. Are we to call Lisa gullible and a fool to believe a spell has been put upon her by psychic forces? I, for one, say a qualified no. What does Gary Hutchins say?
The Buddha statue had crashed from the wall about 10 in the morning. By 11, Lisa, in tears, sat on my veranda, telling me the whole sickening story. How she had changed in one short year. From a merry, laughing girl to a shaken, distraught, hardly recognizable young woman. Still beautiful, oh yes, she would always be that. And now as she talked, it became more and more evident that she had been alarmed long before the scorpion, the bat, and the statue. Why hadn't she told me? Why, Lisa?
I didn't want to admit what was happening to me. Even admit it to myself, much less to you, and certainly not to Craig. I thought I could handle it. I thought all the fears would go away. Not just of Fonseca, the others, too.
What others?
A sense of evil forces everywhere, lurking about, watching for the vulnerable, ready to spring.
Lisa?
I know how it sounds, but I can't keep it to myself any longer. I have to talk to someone. At least you won't think I've lost my senses. You believe there are such forces.
Oh, now, wait, my dear. I've said there are certain things here that I don't understand, but belief in evil forces waiting to spring? No, Lisa, no.
You know there are spells and hexes. You know they work. People sicken and die, or they're killed.
Psychosomatic. The victim's belief in them makes them work, not magic forces. Now, you believe Fonseca has cast a spell on you, and you yourself are making yourself sick. The scorpion, the bat, are perfectly normal occurrences in Ceylon.
A falling statue is a normal occurrence?
Well, it could be.
Psychosomatically, I made the statue fall, nearly killing me. Is that what you'll say next, Gary?
It's almost as if you want to believe you're hexed.
I want to leave Ceylon. That's all I want. Oh, please, please tell Craig you'll buy the estate.
My dear child, I don't want to lose you and Craig, but even if I could bear the thought, I couldn't afford to buy another estate.
And I thought you were my friend.
After Lisa left, I'm afraid, Craig showed up.
Well, she's sensitive, Gary. She's impressionable. More than most.
Imaginative, childlike.
Yes, why didn't we realize that?
Oh, we did, but we didn't realize that the devil dances and fireworks, astrologists and fortune tellers would affect that sensitive, childlike, impressionable girl.
Yeah, should have known. Should have protected her.
That's my fault. You always said they were rubbish. I took her to most of the rotten things.
Well, I let her go. Thought they were entertainment for her. I thought she'd take the bloody stuff seriously. I say, do you know what she has in her sitting room? One of those huge, grotesque masks of the Cobra god.
Devil dancer's mask?
Well, I thought it was for decoration. Turns out she got it for protection, to drive away evil spirits.
Good Lord. Look here, Craig, I hate to say this, but maybe you ought to sell out after all.
Well, after that statue fell, it's all I thought of. But hey, what do I know about except tea? Ever since I came down from Oxford. Tea, Ceylon. All I bloody know.
Right. Oh, well, Lisa will come to her senses. She's a sensible young woman, bright. It's just a phase she has to go through. She'll come out on the other side, all right? We'll talk sense into her, the two of us. The next morning, there was another scene. Lisa missed a star sapphire earring, a favorite. She was quite certain it was buried in the garden. Old Craig tried to reason with her, but she walked off, went to their room, and closed the door. He had some business to attend to, some trouble with one of his foremen. He got rid of the fellow as soon as he could, and straight away went to find Lisa in their bedroom.
Lisa? Lisa?
Yes, Craig.
Ah, there you are. Where were you?
In the garden.
Oh, now, don't tell me you've been digging about for that thing.
Yes?
Well, did you find it?
No.
Yes, well, jolly well right you didn't.
How could I? I thought I'd find a freshly dug place with the earth recently put back, but the gardener has stirred everything up. Just the same, it's there, Craig. That terrible little thing is there, I know it.
Demonology among the flowers. Spade up the whole acre of garden, and you won't find any hocus-pocus.
Why are you putting on a tie?
I'm going down to Colombo on business. Have to see Fulsham about the next tea shipment. You want to come along?
Would I stay in this house without you?
Well, you better change then. Wear that new yellow frock, will you, darling? You look ravishing in it, huh?
Yes.
And hurry it up. I'm late already.
All right.
Look, I'll fetch your dress while you shower. Where's the key to the wardrobe?
Oh, I don't. Oh, yes, my pocket. Here.
Oh, thanks. There you go.
It's hanging right there in the front.
Oh, let me see. A dozen dresses. Here we are.
My yellow hat, too, please.
Oh, I say.
What's the matter?
Your frock, darling. It's torn. Come here. Look here.
Well, it couldn't possibly be torn. I hung it up there and... Oh, it is torn. Craig, not torn. Come.
How the devil... What are you doing, darling?
Look. Oh, dear Evan, look. All of them. This dress, this one, this. All cut.
This is a nasty bit of business.
Stop pretending you don't know what it means.
Well, I said it was a nasty bit of business, darling.
The clothes. The victim's clothes. Flash, where they cover up the heart. A sign that the heart will stop beating.
Now, darling, I'm sure that there's a reasonable...
The other awful things could have been accidents. They weren't, but they could have been. But not this. And nothing human did it. I had the key in my pocket.
Oh, now, hold on a minute.
Will you at least admit it's not an accident?
All right. Admit it. That sorcery, magic, evil spirits did not slash your clothes.
Nothing will convince you.
This can be explained just like the other mischief. Well, all right. You sacked your maid last week, Nirmala, huh? She had a key. Did she give it back to you before she left?
No.
There you are. She's taken this primitive revenge. She knew it would frighten you, and it has, and that's all there is to this. Now, come along, darling. Tidy up, and let's be off to Colombo.
That's all you have to say about what's happened.
Sweetheart, it's settled. Well, it's not actually settled, is it? Nermala could have loosed that statue. She knows you sit near it. Fonseca!
Yes, Master.
Please, darling, don't let him see you like this.
Oh, nothing could please him more.
Yes, Master.
When I get back from the city, I want you to have Nermala here.
I cannot, sir. Nirmala have gone to Calcutta.
To Calcutta? Well, when did she leave?
Last week, sir.
You see, she couldn't have done it. I put the yellow dress in the wardrobe yesterday.
Fonseca, you are head servant here, responsible for all other servants. Look here at ladies' clothes.
Master.
Fonseca, you will find out who is doing these tricks and put a stop to it. You will break this so-called spell, or I'll sack the lot of you.
Master, please. Fonseca, speak.
Well?
Lady, go quick from Ceylon. Clothes cut over hat, sign of death. Death soon. Lady, go.
Craig, please don't drive so fast. I'm afraid of the curve.
Don't nag, darling. I'm used to the mountain roads. Anyhow, I'm not going very fast.
You are.
You're afraid of everything these days, aren't you? Yeah, look yonder down the gorge, eh? 3 elephants herring a bath.
Craig, one last time. Will you sell the estate and take me away from here?
One last time, no. No, my darling, no.
I see.
One last time, will you use your perfectly good head and get over this obsession? Now, no fetish, no harpy, no evil eye or witch doctor has conjured up this voodoo. It is being done by human hands, and we will find out directly whose hands they are.
Maybe we already know.
Oh, not again, Lisa. Now, I trust Fonseca absolutely. He only said you should leave because he believes this hex nonsense, too.
I didn't mean Fonseca.
Yes, well, you certainly don't mean Nermala. She's in Calcutta.
No.
And then who?
My husband.
Lisa.
Are you the one who wants to get rid of me because I've changed? Are you the one trying to frighten me into leaving Ceylon without you?
Good Lord, Lisa, you can't mean this.
All right, forget it. You're right, my darling Craig. I'm obsessed. Afraid of everything and everyone, even you.
How could you possibly think for 1 second...
I don't want to talk about
Yes, well, neither do I.
Please, I'm sure. That hairpin curve is next.
Now, don't worry, darling. The brakes are all right. Look, while I see Fulsham, why don't you buy some clothes? A lot of clothes. You've hardly a frock left.
If I have time.
Why won't you have time?
I have an errand. May I take the car?
Of course. What errand?
Never mind.
Now, look here, Lisa. You're not going to one of those fortune tellers, all right? You're mixed up enough as it is, and I won't have it.
You don't need to have it, and neither do I. I already know my fortune. It's decided. I suddenly see it clear, and nothing will change it.
What suddenly does she see, or think she sees? How ominous that she could think her adoring and patient husband could... Still, how well do we ever really know anyone? Friends of criminals, neighbors of rapists, mothers of murderers. How often they say, he was a good boy. And believe it. What are we to believe of Craig Peters? Act 3 very likely will tell us. The beautiful island paradise is paradise lost to Lisa. But let me digress a little. The island's name, when she came there, was still Ceylon. In the recent past, it has taken back its ancient name, Sri Lanka, meaning the resplendent. The word rings sadly upon the ear now, for there is nothing resplendent in our story. Let Gary Hutchins finish it.
I had little to do with the rest of Lisa's story. Certainly no control over it. I was told it later in bits and pieces by those involved, even the chap you'll meet now. What was the errand Lisa had in Colombo? The errand she would not explain to Craig? She drove to a public garage where she and Craig were not known.
Oh, yes, petrol, Mum. You'll have to draw a bit closer to the tank.
No petrol, thank you. I'd like to speak to a mechanic, please.
Oh, that'll be myself, ma'am. What's the trouble?
There isn't any trouble, not yet.
Uh-huh.
But I think there will be. I expect an accident.
Beg pardon, ma'am?
Well, I don't know how to say this except just say it. I think someone wants me to have an accident. I think he'll do something to the car just before he knows I'll drive it.
Sure, I say.
Yeah, I want you to show me how he could do that. Things he could do to the engine or brakes or whatever. Can you?
Well, I expect I can, Mum. And you'll check the lot before you take a drive, is that it?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're English, aren't you?
Yes, yes. Came out from the UK straight after the war.
Then there's no use telling you this trouble I'm having may be a hex. You English laugh at such things.
Oh, not me, ma'am. I'm out here a long time now. Oh, I've seen some queer things, I have. And if you're under a spell, Mum, showing you the insides of your motor car won't stop what's meant to be. You'll want the witch woman's on under for that.
Until today, I was sure about the spell. Now I think maybe a man wants what's been happening to me to look like a hex. Then he won't be blamed when show me how to check the car, please.
Right. Well, first we just lift the bonnet here and have a good look inside. Lisa, you're not eating.
I can't.
Well, the curry's excellent. After that beastly Colombo lunch, tastes marvelous.
It tastes... Oh, send Mogra out.
But why?
I can't talk with him in here. Can't you do anything I ask?
Mogra, leave the room, please. We'll ring if we need you. Hold on.
Where's Fonseca? Why isn't he hovering?
Well, I should think you'd be pleased.
I am. But not with my food. It tastes bitter.
Oh, darling, this is absurd. I just said it tastes marvelous.
Well, yours isn't bitter, of course, not yours. These things only happen to me. I feel sick, Craig.
It's your imagination.
Of course. I'm going outside. I've got to get some air.
No, look, darling, I'm sorry. I said what I did. You do look a bit funny. I'll come with you.
No, I don't want you to come. Eat your dinner. You can sit there serenely knowing yours isn't poison.
Well, nor is yours. Oh, goodness gracious. Tomorrow I'll take a sample to Colombo and have it tested.
If tomorrow isn't too late. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. Oh, who's there? Fonseca?
Yes, lady.
Why are you out here?
Good night, lady.
What does that mean? Stop following me.
Speak with me, lady.
You're only an ignorant servant, and I will not talk to you. Go inside at once. Did you hear me?
Yes, lady. Ignorant servant, go.
Before you do, why don't you advise me it's best if Lady runs for her life and leaves Ceylon?
Yes, lady. Go. Run for life.
Craig!
Yes, well, what's happened, darling?
My ankle. I'm there. Something in the past. Fonseca put it there.
Oh, now.
Or maybe it wasn't Fonseca.
The hex again. Now, listen to me, my sweet. Please, for once, listen. Now, this time you brought this accident on yourself. You're wandering about at night, crooked paths. Now you tripped in the dark, and that is all.
I didn't. It was meant to happen, and it did. I want the Hananda.
What?
The witch woman. I want her. If there's a spell, she'll stop it. If there isn't, then I'll know it's... Go and get her. Now, tonight. Craig!
All right. Anything to put a stop to this. We'll both be round the bend.
Take Fonseca. I'm too sick to go, and I won't stay here alone with you.
All right, my pet, yes. Now, else will I know where to find this woman. Fonseca,
Yes, Master.
we're going down the mountain. Fetch the motor car, please. Fonseca, you know this whole thing with Lady is ridiculous, don't you?
No, sir.
Supernatural poltergeist, putting things in her path for her to stumble over, using bats and scorpions, tumbling statues from walls, slashing clothes. It's rubbish. Now, I told you to find out who is causing these things, didn't I? Why haven't you done it?
I try, Master. Could not.
Yes, well, neither can this Zananda woman. But I'll tell you who can.
Who, Master?
A fingerprint expert.
Sir?
Hands leave the print of their fingers. No two prints are alike. The lines on our fingertips are like our names signed there. Police have a way of photographing those prints. On the back of the Buddha statue, if it was tampered with, there will be fingerprints. Brakes on holding right.
Slow.
Damn it, I can't. The handbrake. Good Lord, the handbrake won't hold either.
Master!
Jump! Get out of here!
Master, jump!
Thank you for the drink, Mogra. You can go to bed. I'll wait in the garden for Master. No need for you to wait.
Don't worry.
Oh, why don't you come, Craig? What's keeping you, my darling?
Lady? Lady, wait for Master.
Oh, where is he? Where's the car? How did you get here?
I walk. Brakes not good in motor car.
Where is Master?
Not here.
Answer me.
Master did.
Oh, dear heaven. Oh, no. No.
Motor car key.
Oh, Craig. Oh, darling. Oh, an accident. It was meant for me.
No, lady. For Master.
You did this. Tonight, out here in the garden when I found you. You didn't expect me to leave the dinner table. You had just finished doing something to the car. You knew tomorrow I was going over to Mr. Hutchins.
If Fonseca know death ride in motor car, Fonseca not drive with Master.
Oh.
Police will find what prints of fingers make death in motor car brakes. Same prints of fingers on Lord Buddha's statue.
What are you talking about?
The fingers of you, lady.
Well, how could I possibly know how to fix brakes so that... It's nonsense. It's crazy, but I take back what I said about you. Someone else is responsible for the hex. And it was on Master, too. It killed him.
No hex, lady. No hex.
Yes, there was. There was. Nirmala. She had the spell cast. I'm certain of it. That earring. She took it. I'm sorry I blamed you. Terribly sorry.
No spell, lady. I ring up police now.
Fonseca?
Yes, lady.
Come back. Now listen to me. I did believe I was hexed. Master didn't. I thought if I made a dreadful thing happen myself, the statue falling, clothes slashed, I thought he'd believe and take me away. I gave him every chance. I only wanted him to leave Ceylon, that's all. I never intended to hurt him. Would he listen? No. Promise to sell the estate? No. I couldn't bear to stay in this hateful place with the hex still on me, and I couldn't leave alone without money. I had to kill him. Had to.
Yes, lady.
Now I'll sell the estate myself. There'll be lots of money, some of it for you. 20,000 rupees. 20,000, all for you. Do you understand?
Understand well.
Good. Then everything's settled, isn't it?
Is settled.
Now, we do have to inform the police, but you'll say nothing about fingerprints. The brakes of the car failed. It was an accident. That's all you need to say. And now call. No, I guess It's better if I do. Why are you standing in my way?
Not enough. 20,000 rupees.
Not? Well, that's $4,000. You've never dreamed of that much money in your life.
Not enough.
All right. $5,000. Now get out of my way.
Do not want rupee. Do not want dollar.
What in the name of heaven do you want?
Tea estate, lady.
What?
Fonseca, be master here now.
Oh, my God.
And lady be wife to Fonseca.
Are you mad? Wife of a...
Servant, lady.
Yes.
Ignorant servant, lady.
Yes. And stay in this awful place? No. No.
Lady in prison. Or wife to Fonseca. Lady cannot go from Ceylon.
No. No. No.
Wife or prison. Lady, decide.
She chose Fonseca. She's lived for 7 years now in that house as his wife. I don't go there, of course. But I see her sometimes wandering the hillside. She's a sloven now. Barefoot like the natives, hair streaming, wearing a filthy sari. She looks like a witch. At once lovely, enchanting jewel of a creature, murderer of my best friend. You ask why I never turned her into the police? Because life imprisonment with Fonseca, made to obey him, to wait on him, to bear his children, is far more cruel punishment than judge and jury could ever devise.
My friends, an afterthought. Hexes take many forms. Considering Lisa's fate, can we say she was not hexed? Or, to put it another way, can we say she was not under the dominion of an evil spirit? Her own, to be sure, but an evil spirit nonetheless. I'll be back shortly. Gary Hutchins spoke of Lisa as once having been a lovely jewel. Ceylon is famous for its jewels, fabulous gems called by early Chinese traders the crystallized tears of the first man. We're back to tears, the island shaped like a teardrop. I predicted at the start that you would attach significance to that fact after you heard the story of Lisa. Did you?
Our cast included Roberta Maxwell, Paul Hecht, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Look up into the night sky at the pattern of the stars. Night by night, as our whirling planet moves through its orbit, the pattern changes slightly. The stars themselves remain constant, locked in the master design, the mosaic fixed, except for an occasional shooting star or... Wait a minute. What is that streak of pulsing fire that blazes across, dives, whirls, hurtles earthwards, faster than any plane could move? An illusion? A mirage? Or a reality? The link between us and other worlds beyond our galaxy? Whatever it is, we call it a UFO, an unidentified flying object.
Concentrate on the spinning disc in front of you, Lisa.
All right, Doctor. I'm concentrating.
There's a star at the top, a circle at the bottom.
Yes.
Now watch the symbols as they turn. Watch. Watch. Let the wheel space you out, soothe you, call you. Are you there? Are you there?
Our mystery drama, A Stranger Among Us, was based on the documented story of Lisa X from the files of Bryce Bond and adapted for Mystery Theater by Ian Martin. It stars Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There are really only two schools of thought about the UFO: the scoffers and the believers. Does the mystery craft from a galaxy beyond our comprehension roam our skies? Or are all the reported sightings so much self-delusion by hysterics and romantics? I hasten to say I take no sides. But recently, there have come into my hands some carefully documented files on this subject. A story so fantastic and out of this world that I felt I must share it with you. A story that is actual and real. Only the names have been changed to protect the protagonist's rights to privacy.
Dr. Bryce Dunlop.
Hi, Doc. Detective Sergeant O'Banion here.
Hey, Dave, how's it going?
Oh, can't complain too much, Bryce.
Long time no see. Or here. No bats or squirrels running around your belfry these days.
Oh, the usual compliment every time the moon gets full. Nothing white enough out to catch your fancy. Except, like, right now.
Right now?
Yeah. Have I got a case for you? And, brother, do I need your help?
Well, you got it before you even asked.
You think maybe you could trek over here to the precinct house?
It's that immediate? And that important?
Immediate, yeah. Important? Well, that's what you got to tell me. I want you to meet a lady who's got me way out of my depth. I don't know whether to charge her, commit her, or just try to forget I ever ran into her. I promise you, she's clear out of this world.
I'm sort of a maverick. Oh, I have the degrees. BS from Princeton, MA from Duke University, and my PhD from Berkeley. My major, of course, is psychology, which is what I practice. But my minor, and now an all-absorbing hobby, is parapsychology, and in particular, a very special branch of it. SEEP, which is an acronym for the Societies to Examine Extraterrestrial Phenomena. A hobby I mention only because, although I didn't know it at the time, I was about to receive one of the most highly documented reports on a UFO that ever came to our files. A story so bizarre and chilling that it staggers the mind.
Bryce, let me fill you in. Now, about an hour ago, around 11 o'clock this morning, this babe walked into the squad room. She wanted to see the lieutenant, but like you know, he's had the flu, and I've been covering for him. So we went into the lieutenant's office, and, well, now, she's a tall girl, statuesque, kind of beautiful, poised, well-to-do. I mean, you know, good clothes, expensive clothes, perfume, all that. She speaks well. She looks you right in the eyes, and Well, I mean, you'd never figure if it's some kind of a nut or something.
Except you do.
I'm going to let you be the judge. Now, just listen to this story she gave me. Her name is Lisa Stallings. She's a widow with a couple of kids. She's a realtor, pretty successful one, right here in town. She's 33. Now, last night after dinner, she went to a church party, a kind of a social. She's pretty religious, I gather. And during the evening, this guy came up to her and asked her,
Would you mind if I asked you to dance?
No. Why should I?
Well, you are a bit taller than I am.
Well, that doesn't bother me. Maybe you're a better dancer than I am.
My name is Terry Jessup.
Well, I'm pleased to meet you. Mine's Lisa Stallings.
Yes, I know. Lisa Stallings.
Well, I guess I'm flattered. How did you know?
Oh, I've been thoroughly briefed on you. Shall we dance?
Yes. Yes, of course. Well, you dance very well, Mr. Jessup.
Nothing is left to chance.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I mean, they try to prepare you for every eventuality. My training was very thorough.
Well, what business are you in, Mr. Jessup?
I'm a coordinator.
I don't know if I understand. In what area of business?
Oh, not in business. My work is more in the field of human relationships. May I ask you something?
Of course.
I'd like first to have your word that you won't repeat to anyone what I'm going to ask you.
Well, that sounds very mysterious and quite exciting. All right.
Don't treat this lightly. I'm very serious. Do you believe in UFOs? Mrs. Stallings. Well, you haven't answered me. Are you all right?
Yes. No, I mean... You just freaked me out by what you asked me, you know?
I know.
No, you couldn't possibly. I mean, things you couldn't know that have happened to me lately and other things in my past you couldn't understand.
Oh, but I do. You've actually seen a UFO, haven't you? And someone who came from one?
Yes. Yes.
How would you like to go right out now to a ship and meet these people face to face?
Look, Mr. Jessup, I know you're just kidding around, so let's just drop this subject because I don't happen to think it's funny.
Neither do I. Now we can get in my car and drive outside of town near Carmel to the ship.
I'm not driving out of town in a car with you. We've only just met.
Would I be here at a church social if there was anything dangerous about me?
Well, no, I suppose not. But I...
Are you really physically afraid of me? You're bigger than I am.
I think you have a complex about that.
Not a complex in the world. I'm what I am, and you are what you are. And we happen to be special. We share a secret belief. And you could share so much more if you'd come with me.
Share? What?
Knowledge. Secret knowledge. Proof of all you have believed so long and have had to keep hidden for fear of ridicule. I can lead you to your destiny. If it isn't me, it'll be somebody else. For you have been chosen.
So she falls for this joker's line, and she leaves with him in the car. And they drive out toward Carmel. And here's what... Now, wait a minute. I've given you the general picture. Let's go now and meet Mrs. Lisa Stallings and let her tell you the rest of her story for herself.
And all of a sudden, up ahead, I see this bright light flashing in the sky. Just up ahead of us, there was a wooded area with a lot of trees. And I said, look at those lights zooming over the trees there.
I see them.
Oh, you think that's a UFO?
I know it is.
It looks as if it's landing.
Yes, that's just what it's doing. Watch for the lights to disappear behind the trees.
Yes, they're gone now. But I can still see the reflection.
It's landed. They're waiting for us.
I don't know if I want to go any nearer.
Why not?
I'm afraid. There's a tingling sensation running up and down my arm. I can't breathe. I feel I'm being smothered.
Rub your arms up and down. You'll be all right. Are you cold?
Oh, no. I don't know. How can I be cold in the middle of the summer?
Just rub your arms. They're waiting for you. We're going to them. Just keep your eyes on the flashing light and do not be afraid. You are coming home. They are waiting.
The last thing I remember, then, were the flashing lights and rubbing my arms to keep them from going to sleep. And the next thing I remembered was hours later, on another road far away. And I was driving the car back to town, and he was gone. I had this weird feeling that I was shrinking, and I was afraid, and I couldn't stop crying. So I just went home, and I somehow got to bed.
When you woke up this morning, the first thing you did was drive the car down here to the station and report to us.
Yes, it wasn't my car. I didn't know what had happened to Terry Jessup.
You haven't heard from him since last night?
No.
And you didn't know that the car you brought to us here was a stolen car?
No, I just thought it belonged to him.
To Terry Jessup?
Yes.
Mrs. Stallings, you still have no idea who Terry Jessup is?
No, just a man I met at a dance.
You have no idea what happened to him?
As of right now, no. And as of right now, I better be getting on home. I have lunch to prepare for 2 hungry kids.
Well, yeah, it isn't quite as easy as that, Mrs. Stallings. I got to decide what to do about you first.
What do you mean?
Well, we've apparently got a man missing under mysterious circumstances. We have a report of an illegal landing by some unidentified aircraft. And you drive in here with a stolen car.
But I didn't know it was stolen, Sergeant O'Banion.
Well, she would scarcely have driven it in here if she had, Dave.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Dunlap.
Oh, now, don't misunderstand me, Mrs. Stallings. I'm ready to give you the benefit of the doubt, but I am a cop, so I have to go by the book.
You weren't thinking of booking Mrs. Stallings, were you?
No, but I do have to detain her. I need a full description of the missing man so I can get out an APB. And I'll need Mrs. Stallings to take me to the spot where she thought she saw this thing land.
But then you'll have to give me a chance to make some arrangements. I have to see that my children are taken care of for this afternoon.
Oh, sure, of course. I'll send an officer with you.
Dave, since I serve in a semi-official capacity with the force, why don't you remand Mrs. Stallings in my custody? There are some questions I would like to ask her in any case.
Oh, I'd be glad to answer anything I can.
Well, as a matter of fact, I would be asking you to answer some for Dr. Dunlap anyway.
I'd welcome being questioned by a psychiatrist.
A psychologist, Mrs. Stallings? I'm not a medical doctor.
I wonder if before we leave, do you have a ladies' room in this building?
Even before women's lived, Mrs. Stallings. If you'll just go right across the squad room and out the door. Turn left. You'll find it down the hall, just past the elevator.
I won't be long. Thank you, Sergeant.
My pleasure.
I'm surprised you're suddenly so trusting.
I'm not. Detective Sims got the high sign, and we'll suddenly find the same need.
You run co-ed washrooms?
Detective Sims' first name is Mary. Well, what do you think of Mrs. Stallings?
I think she's a knockout.
But is she also a freak-out?
Well, I don't know. Oh, I believe her about the car. The guy who was possibly just on the make. The rest...
Well, don't leave it hanging.
You noticed when we spoke with her, this isn't the first experience she's had with a UFO.
Well, I didn't go into that area. It's out of my field. Well, last night was different. Something screwy went on.
First things first. Now, this lady is off bounds for both of us, Dave. She's a very special lady with a lot of mind-blowing info to reveal.
If she's ready to, or can find her memory.
I can find that for her, if she gives me a chance.
Yeah? How?
The most modern technique we have to unlock the mind. Hypnotic regression. Through it, I'm sure we can have Lisa Stallings recall exactly what happened last night.
Well, where do you stand so far? With Sergeant Dave O'Banion, who doubts the whole story? Or with Dr. Bryce Dunlap, the open mind, who wants to wait and see until all the evidence is in? No matter. Your opinion is your own. But the evidence has only begun. The mind-rocking story is still ahead of us when I return shortly with Act Two. Backing out of the parking lot at the precinct house, Dr. Bryce Dunlap has surreptitiously been assessing Mrs. Stallings. And he has to admit he likes what he sees. She is less beautiful than striking. Her upper lip perhaps a trifle short, but the mouth full and generous, and the gray eyes large and lustrous. The eyebrows dusted by the feather of ash blonde hair that sweeps above them like bangs. And whatever his preoccupations, hers are deeper, as she frowns slightly to herself.
Hollis Drive, isn't it?
Hmm? Oh, yes, right off Suncliff West.
Oh, don't look so concerned. I don't think you're in any trouble.
For the police, you mean?
Well, who else?
Nora and Jimmy. Healthy young animals like to eat on time.
Oh, your children.
Ah, there speaks a man with none, or he wouldn't treat it so lightly.
Oh, I hope I haven't.
Not married?
Once. I'm not working at it any longer.
But it still gets your vote?
Marriage?
Yeah.
Well, why not? Well, some form of commitment anyway.
That's nice.
What happened to your husband?
He was a POW at Vietnam. His name was released finally on a casualty list. What happened to me last night is more to the point. Can you answer that?
Maybe.
With this hypnosis thing?
Yes.
How soon can we try it?
I'd have to ask a few questions first.
I've spent most of the day answering them. What's a few more? Shoot.
You've had some experiences with UFOs before.
That's not a question.
No.
How could you know?
Some things you said. The way you answered this Terry Jessup's questions. ESP.
ESP?
Extrasensory perception. Hobby of mine. More than that, actually. More than an avocation. More and more it's becoming my vocation. Ever hear of SEEP?
The Societies to Examine Extraterrestrial Phenomena.
You know about them?
Yes. Some years ago when I was living in Florida, through a friend of mine, I met a doctor in a local chapter there. Because of my background, he wanted to put me through hypnosis. I was nervous about it, so I prayed for some kind of sign that it would be all right. And the day they tried, I got hysterical. And I was screaming very loudly. And all of a sudden, a tree outside the window broke in half and fell. I was screaming so loudly they had to bring me out of it. And then we all went out to look at the tree. It was perfectly calm weather. No wind at all. And all the other trees on the hill were undisturbed. Just this one that fell. And what was strange about it was that it fell uphill.
Did you go ahead then?
No. I was ready to, but I thought the tree, which was a holly tree, they say that means holy in Latin. I thought that was a sign from above. Well, they didn't want me to that day. Then I had to move all the way across the country here, and somehow I just never went again.
But you would be willing to now?
Oh, yes, particularly now.
Well, while we're driving, could you tell me about your other experiences?
All right. The first time it happened, I was 9 years old. It was late afternoon, and I was walking on this country road with my brother and my sister. And there was a sort of blinding flash, and a man was standing in the road, wearing a black robe. He had no hair, a whitish face with big eyes, blazing red like fire, and his ears stuck out from his head. Well, we thought it was the devil. We took off running. And then suddenly it was night, even though it had been daylight just a second before. And my parents had heard the screaming, and they came racing down the road in the truck with the headlights on. And they took us home, and they got us under control.
You all saw this person?
Oh, yes.
The other kids were just as scared.
Well, they were littler. They soon forgot about it.
Mm-hmm. But you didn't.
Oh, no. I had to sleep with my mother for days afterwards. I used to climb trees for months then, as high as I could get, looking up in the sky, waiting for something that never came.
And you were still afraid?
No, not so much afraid, just waiting, expecting.
But nothing ever came?
Not till years later. Long after I was married and Jim was gone. The kids were getting older, and one day I was just sitting in my office.
Well, go ahead. Tell me about it.
Suddenly, everything faded away except there was a coin in front of my eyes. Round, with a man's silhouette. Face, head, and shoulders like a bust. I blinked my eyes, but it wouldn't go away, so I thought I'd been working too hard and should go home. It was dark as I was driving, and beyond the road in front of me, I could see a curve and a field, and sitting on the ground was a UFO. A force was trying to make me take that curve, but I resisted it. I kept on, going towards home. I remember thinking to myself, what's the matter with you, Lisa? You're going off the rails. I was in a kind of trance. I had power steering, but I had to slap my own face and fight to keep the car on the road. Well, at home, I was shaking so I just went straight to bed, but I couldn't sleep. I just tossed and I turned, and I looked at my watch, and it was 3 a.m. And I felt a presence in the room. There was this huge man there with red hair, and he reached out his hand to me. I thought he was going to shake hands, but instead he grabbed my left arm with his thumb on my wrist, and I writhed in pain as it burned.
I know you. Others know you. Remember.
You made a mark on my wrist.
So the rest will know you. Always know you.
And he was gone. In the morning when I woke up, I had a pain in my arm and an angry red mark like a burn there. I felt sick. I looked at my watch. It had stopped at 3 a.m. I tried to start it. It wouldn't go. I couldn't even wind the stem. I took it to my jeweler, and he opened it, and he couldn't believe what he saw. The whole inside of the watch was fused together, melted into one lump.
I guess we're home, Lisa.
Oh, yes, there, on the right.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll give you, say, an hour and a half to get the kids straightened away. Then I'll come back. Turn you over to Dave, Sergeant O'Banion. But when can we get together?
Us?
Well, you said you'd had your sign. You're ready for hypnosis. I think it's what you need. What we both need to find out what you're all about.
Well, if you put it that way, I'll take off tomorrow or as many days as you think you need. I need to know what I'm all about just as much as the rest of you.
Okay, Lisa. Seat Clinic. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. We've got a date. Dr. Dunlap.
It's Dave, Bryce.
Ooh, I've been waiting for this. What'd you find out?
About the guy, Terry Jessup, forget it. We got a composite that's just that. Guy looks like anyone. Medium everything.
What about the landing site?
What about it is right. There's a gland, a depression, whatever you want to call it. Like about 300 feet in diameter. And something burned off the undergrowth and some of the trees there. But was it just a plain fire? or super galaxy jet exhausts. Well, whatever it was, he's just another hole in the ground now. How are you doing?
Well, you've got to give me a chance, Dave. There's something very strange moving here. Are you comfortable, Lisa?
Yes. What am I hooked up to?
Oh, only supportive measures. No stimuli of any kind, no drugs. Now, you know that we're taping all you say, and that also my assistant, Gene Krebs, will make a typed transcript of it.
I understand.
Now, I want you to forget about me and concentrate on the spinning disc right in front of you.
All right, Doctor, I'm concentrating.
There's a star at the top, a circle at the bottom. Now, watch the symbols as they turn.
I can't. They go too fast. They're blurring together.
Just keep concentrating. Concentrating. Till they come together. Till the star is locked within the circle. Let them spin and meld together. Watch. Watch. Feel the spinning wheel space you out. Soothe you. Call you. Are you there? Are you there?
But did you get anything?
Did I get anything? Oh, it's going to knock you right off your blocks, David boy.
What do you mean?
With her written permission, I have it on tape. You think you're ready to take this?
Shall we stop hacking around and get on with it?
Okay, boy. Here it is.
Everything I report here or say is of my own free will and under no coercion of any kind.
Thank you, Lisa. Now, can you tell us just what happened last night?
Terry was driving the car, and we saw the light go down behind the trees. He drove a little more, and then he pulled to a stop beside the road. He flickered his lights once or twice, and in a moment, 2 people came from the ship.
Oh, how did you know they were from the ship?
Because they weren't human. They moved in a funny, jerky way, and they couldn't speak.
Were they robots?
Maybe. I suppose they were. We got out of the car and followed them, and there was the ship.
What did it look like?
It was round, very wide, sort of flat, but with a bubble top. It looked like metal. It appeared to be metal, a grayish type, sort of dull-looking.
Did you go inside?
Oh, yeah. When I first walked in, there didn't seem to be any light. It was like walking into a dark ring. But then all of a sudden, there was light. Like when I took the last step from the ramp to the hall. And it was very bright. But you couldn't see that from the outside. And inside, there didn't seem to be any light fixtures, just lit up, all complete illumination, bright, blinding. And then I met him.
Who did you meet?
This person. He looked like a man in a sort of a jumpsuit under a robe, like he used that as a sort of a coat. He was bald, and he spoke to me.
He knew English?
No. He didn't speak to me like that. He wasn't speaking with his mouth. He was speaking by mental telepathy. He said his name was Cosmos.
He said that?
No, it was like he made the picture of his name in my mind. That's the way he explained he was happy to see me, except that I had a very stubborn mind. That he had been sending me signals over and over to come to him, but that I wouldn't. And so he explained he finally had to just send for me.
And now that he had you there, what were his plans for you?
Well, he didn't tell me that then. He just led me about the ship. This was just a scout ship, he said.
And where did it come from?
From the mother ship, he said.
And where was that?
I don't know.
Or where it came from?
Oh, yes. It came from a star galaxy just beyond ours, to the right hand of the Milky Way. And then he led me around the ship to show me that there were windows around the side, only the reflector shields were up, and that's why you couldn't see out. And then We came to this one door that was open, and we stopped. And then we went in. And in the middle of the room was this huge apparatus, and all around it, people, or these robot things, working at the panels. And there was a rail around the panels, and strange grinding sounds. And on each side of the apparatus is an operating table. And Cosmos led me over to one of them.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
Well, I guess the tape broke.
Well, it didn't sound like this.
Oh, these mechanical marvels. Forget the tape. I'll tell you the rest myself.
Well, one way or another, you got me caught up with my tongue hanging out of my belt.
Dave is not the only one. Perhaps you're not as intrigued. Me, I wouldn't miss the end of this for anything. Oh, all right, skeptics. I'll listen to you first. The whole subject of UFO is just another conception Barnum's gullible public likes to subscribe to. The lure of the unknown. The lodestar for suckers. Except too many scientific minds believe in the strangers from outer space. So maybe we'd better hang around and listen to Act 3. Two men, Detective Sergeant O'Banion and Dr. Bryce Dunlap, have been sitting fascinated as the tape unreels an incredible story. Now, with a breakdown in the machine, they are realizing that fate has turned them into combatants, rivals for a woman they both desire. And if they could only be objective enough, a woman that both of them had probably better avoid like the plague.
Can you fix the tape?
I don't know.
Well, okay, you said you'd tell me the rest. This Cosmos was leading her to some kind of operating table when the tape broke.
That's right. Lisa said, and I'll try to keep it as close as I can to her own words, that on one of the operating tables, a young woman was lying. I asked her what she looked like, and she said she was young, I'd say, in her 20s. She had
long, dark hair and an olive complexion with huge brown eyes. It seemed like her eyes were much larger than normal. She had on a purple gown, and she was strapped to the table.
Lisa, I want you to meet Antron.
Antron. Hello, my other self.
Antron.
What did she say?
Pay no attention to her, Lisa. She's a very willful young lady who rebels against her destiny.
What is her destiny?
She has been chosen, as you have.
Chosen? That's what Terry said.
Just so. He is one of us. His mission was to bring you to us.
But what have I been chosen for?
At a later time, you will be given the 7 powers.
What 7 powers?
Those powers that will help mankind. You must go among them first and tell them that we are here at last.
We? Who is we?
Tell her, Antron.
In the beginning, we were those who inherited the earth. My mother and father brought me from the great planet in a fleet of hundreds of spaceships. And we colonized this wilderness and made it fertile and to grow. We conquered the dry earth, built dams and libraries. Our culture flourished, while you and your forebears ran on 4 feet, skulking from the sun in caves or locked in the trees by day, hunting, afraid of your shadows by night. And then came the great rain, flood, when Noah built the ark.
I know nothing of your pagan legends. We had supposed all of you in the lower order had been destroyed.
But what about you? I mean, your people and Antron.
Tell her.
We took our ships, orbiting the earth till the flood subsided and the waters rolled back. Only a few of us decided to return to the earth. The rest decided to return home.
To the mother planet.
But why didn't you stay there?
Because you needed us. You cannot control what you have. You war among yourselves, build greater and greater weapons to destroy not only you, but the green earth itself. We cannot allow that.
Since we are peaceful, we must take over gradually. And to do that, some of us must sacrifice
Ourselves.
Antron is one chosen for the sacrifice.
What are you going to do to me?
Do not be afraid. It is useless to struggle. Tell her, Antron.
They are going to make us one, sister. How?
We are strapping you to the table, so you are head to head. When I turn on the machine, it is my hope that you will be fused together. Antron planted in your left side, so you carry her as the mother carries the child. Only in this case, the child will be the mother. Antron will control you so that she may guide you and bring our message to the world, so that you may be safe. Safe. Now, turn it on. Throw the switch. Let her be one of us.
It was terrifying, Dr. Dunlop. They'd placed us head to head, so the machine was between us. And slowly, the table started to spin. I could hear the motor cutting on as it started whining, and the sound got higher and higher and faster, and then I blacked out. And when I came to, the table was slowing down. I could feel it. I felt a warm sensation all about my head. It felt like something was going on inside of me, a surging of different energies. And then the machine stopped.
Well, Lisa, how do you feel?
I don't know. Warm, relaxed, satisfied.
Oh, that's wonderful. It works, my dear. It works.
What happened to Antron?
Don't you know? She is you. A part of you. Forever. Now you are ready to spread the word. Go forth and make the world ours.
Brother.
Pretty wild.
Well, you don't believe any of that bunk, do you?
I don't know. I've heard stranger.
Oh, come on. You gotta be kidding.
Well, what's the difference? It isn't anything you can use anyway.
Well, I told you she's clean for all of me. I got no axes to grind.
Uh-huh. Are you sure, old chum?
Well, what's that supposed to mean? Would I lie to you?
Well, you might, where personal feelings were concerned. She means a lot more to both of us than that. She's not for you, Dave.
Well, I'll decide that.
Not without some argument from me.
Look, she has a couple of screwy notions. Well, that could pass. Bryce, I don't need any help in my personal relations. You stay away, you understand? All she needs is someone to take care of her and the kids. Once she gets the responsibilities off her head, she'll be okay. She doesn't need any doctor messing around with her psyche.
Dave, don't be a fool. You'd never understand this girl in a million years.
I suppose you would.
Well, what's the difference? It'll be Lisa's choice, not ours. If it comes to that. Keep the change, driver.
Hiya, Bryce.
Dave, what are you doing here?
Waiting for you to get home. How was the speaking engagement?
Oh, all right. Say, how did you know I was out of town?
I've been calling your house for a couple of days. I got the maid today, and she told me.
You don't miss a trick, do you? I suppose you've been making time with Lisa while I was away.
Bryce, sling your bag in the back of the car, will you, and climb in a minute?
Hey, what is this, an arrest?
No, I just want to talk to you. I have something to tell you.
Okay, I'm listening. Yeah, I'm good at listening. Okay, what's on your mind?
A lot. Us. I value our friendship. I don't like to see it broken up.
No, neither do I.
She's gone, Bryce. Long gone. Must have been the night before last. She packed the kids and all her clothes and stuff in her car and took off.
For where?
Yeah. I went to the realty office where she worked. They didn't know. All they knew was she'd given notice, drawn her last pay and cut out.
She didn't leave any address?
No. The only person saw her leave was a neighbor. She headed out toward Carmel.
Well, then we can trace her.
Well, I don't know. With that much head start.
Carmel? Dave, wait a minute. That's where she saw the UFO.
Yeah. Oh, I thought she did.
You think maybe she...
I went out to where she thought it landed. I looked it over again. Same answer. Maybe some camper started a little brush fire there. Well, maybe not.
Or a UFO took off.
Well, you can believe that if you want. If it did...
She went with them. The chosen one.
I figured that's the way you'd believe it.
And what about you?
I can't go down that route. I think she just didn't want any part of us and went off about her own business. More I thought about it, we're lucky.
Lucky?
Well, for one reason or another, she wasn't for either of us. Come on, I'll buy you a beer, and we'll toast the gal that might have been. Wherever she is.
Wherever she is. Pick your own answer. As I said in the beginning, there are really only two schools of thought about the UFO. It is or it isn't. It exists or it doesn't. You believe or you don't. So, make your choice. Let me just remind you again before you do that Lisa is an actual woman. That her report of her experiences is a documented account. I'll be back shortly. One final note on the elusive Lisa. You must realize that there are many questions unanswered about her. Did she leave this world for another on a UFO, or is she still among us? And if she is, does she carry that strange woman from outer space implanted in her body? Is Antron now the real Lisa? Is it she who controls all her actions? Ponder a moment, my friends, and then see if you don't have the strange feeling that invades me, that none of us has seen the last of Lisa.
Our cast included Marion Seldes, Court Benson, and Lloyd Batista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by X-Lax. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The soul is imperishable, and so is its every fragment. Every delight makes its mark upon it. Every show of love colors it. Each pleasure leaves an impression. Likewise, all wounds, all shocks, even small cuts, scratches, and abrasions, all are preserved in the cracks and crannies of the human spirit. The story we're about to bring you is the story of one woman's spirit and its hidden places.
Just for a second there, I thought I saw him. Who? He was swimming toward me. Who was it you saw? Larry? Or was it John? Which? Or was it somebody else entirely?
Who was it?
Our mystery drama, Silent Shock, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Mercedes McCambridge. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour allergy capsule, and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. No tiniest fraction of a life is lost completely. No slightest sensation, no vagrant thought, no dart of feeling, no flutter of desire dies until the life is finished forever. And for all we know, not even then. Listen now to the story called Silent Shock.
Oh, yes. I was so right to take this place. I can see the ocean from every window. The ageless, the indifferent sea. Who wrote that? Somebody. The crashing of the waves on the shore, like tumbrils ricketing down old cobblestones. Hey, there, that's not a bad line. Where's my notebook? Here it is. And pencil. Now, waves like ancient tumbrils. Oh, no. It's no good. I can't unpack my heart with words. That's Shakespeare, I think. Yes, from Hamlet. Well, why can't I write things like that? Unpack my heart with words. I'll never write a line that I can stomach. Ooh, Lord, I'm stifling. I'm choking. I need air. Sea air. There. Ah, there. Oh, wash me clean. Fill my lungs. Cleanse my soul. Yes. There. Strongly it bears him along in swelling and limitless billows. Nothing before and nothing behind but the sky and the ocean. Samuel Taylor Coleridge. He wrote that. Oh, yes. This is the place where I can think things through, get it all straight in my head, get it all together. Isn't that what the young people say these days? Something like that, anyhow. If I were young, that's what I'd be saying. Do they know, the very young, that 30 years later they'll still be trying to get it all together? Better they don't know, or they'd give it up, because the struggle will grow tougher and harder, and they will grow weaker and wearier. Entree. Avanti. Come in. Oh, Mrs. Denham.
Just thought I'd see if there's anything you need, Mrs. Gunther.
Nothing, not a thing. Don't need a thing.
Will you want a dress for dinner?
Why should I?
I've ordered fresh asparagus. Vinaigrette.
Oh, then I really should dress, shouldn't I?
Please yourself.
Pale green, do you think, for the asparagus? Or a print for the vinaigrette?
Whatever you say.
No. Mrs. Denham, no. I think I'll have dinner up here.
You're sure?
If you have another of those charming little pink capsules.
I brought you one.
Oh, aren't you thoughtful?
I'll get you a glass of water.
Oh, Mrs. Denham.
Yes, Mrs. Gunther.
Just how much am I paying you?
What's that?
How much am I paying you?
Here's your water, and here's your little pink pill.
Oh, thank you.
Now, you're sure you don't want to dress and come down for dinner?
No, I think I'll take a tiny nap. And then when I wake up, I'll make a few phone calls.
Whatever you say.
You're very good to me, Miss Denham. I'm so glad you came to work for me. And I'm so glad I took this place. I'm really very happy about the whole thing.
That's good. I'm glad.
For once, I did something right. So often I haven't.
I'll be up after a while with your dinner.
Thank you, Mrs. Denham. Thank you very much.
Have a nice nap.
Oh, Mrs. Denham.
Yes, Mrs. Gunther?
Do you mind my asking, what's your first name?
It's Harriet, Mrs. Gunther.
Harriet. That's a nice, dependable name. Would you mind very much if I called you Harriet?
No, I don't mind.
And what's the name of the yard man? Who? The yard man, the man who works around the garden, the man who cleans the beach and drives the station wagon and all that.
Oh, I believe his name is Casper. Casper Royce.
Casper. Not such a dependable name. Do you think?
Well, I don't know. After all, it's just a name.
My name's Catherine.
I know.
Would you call me Catherine?
If you like.
Sometimes I'm called Kathy. Sometimes lately, not too often, I'm called Kate.
Which do you like best?
To begin with, would you call me Catherine? I know it isn't strictly proper for an employer and an employee to be on first-name basis, but, would you?
Of course, if that's what you'd like.
Thank you, Harriet.
You're welcome. Catherine? Rest well, Catherine.
Thank you, Harriet. The gaudy, blabbing, and resourceful day is crept into the bosom of the sea.
Yes? Hello?
Larry, it's me. It's Kate.
Oh. Oh, yes.
Guess where I am.
Where?
The most beautiful place you ever saw. Right by the ocean. I can see it from my window.
Must be beautiful.
And hear it day and night. You want to hear it? I'll take the phone over to the window. There. You hear it? Do you hear it?
Yes, I do. It must be quite a place where you are.
Oh, it is. It is. It's terribly expensive, but who cares? Not me, I assure you. Larry?
Yes, Kate?
Do you miss me? Oh, say you do, even if you don't say that you do. I need to hear you say it in the worst way. Larry, are you there?
I'm here, yes.
You're not still brooding over that little quarrel we had, are you?
Which one was that?
The last one, of course, when you stormed out of the motel.
Oh, that one.
And you called me all those things.
What thing?
You know what things.
No, I don't. What things?
Oh, you couldn't have forgotten already?
What things, Kate?
Oh, possessive, demanding, you know.
Oh, those things.
And worse things, too. Insatiable, stifling. You said I drew a circle around you and I wouldn't let you step across the line.
Is that what I said?
And when I begged you to come back and told you I'd try to do better, you said, too late. The boat has sailed.
Kate? Are you there? Kate?
I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Are you all right?
I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine. Never better. Larry, you know what I think would be nice? The nicest thing I can think of?
What's that?
For you to come here. It's such a beautiful place. With the sea and the sun, and it's a lovely house. And I have aquamarine sheets on my bed. And a chaise longue draped in Chantilly lace. Aren't you tempted?
Kate.
We could fall in love all over again. I know that we will. And we'll take long walks by the sea and breathe the good air and skip stones. Remember how good you always were at that, and I could never learn how. Well, I'll practice. And when you get here...
I have to hang up now, Kate.
Oh, do you?
I really do.
Well, I'll call you again soon. And you think about coming up here for a visit. Will you do that?
I'll think about it.
And I'll start collecting stones for us to skip. Nice, flat ones.
All right. Goodbye for now, Kate.
Does that mean you'll come? Oh, you hung up. Well, I guess I said everything I had to say. After all, what is there to say to someone who was once your lover and isn't anymore? And when she took unto herself a mate, she must espouse the everlasting sea.
Hello?
John, is that you?
Hello?
This is Kathy, John.
Oh, Kathy. How are you, Kathy?
Fine. Fine. I'm just fine.
That's good.
How are you?
Fine.
John, have you forgiven me
For what, Kathy?
Well, for running off with Larry.
Oh.
I was such a fool. John, I'd like to come back. Would you take me back? I know it's a lot to ask after what I did, but John, I'll be ever so good this time if you just take me back. It'll all be like it was before. Remember when we first got married? Remember how sweet it was? Well, it could all be like that again if you just give me another chance.
Kathy.
John, listen. I'll tell you what. Why don't you come up here and we'll talk about it? I've rented the loveliest place right on the ocean. Say you'll come.
I'll try, Kathy.
You'll do it if you love me. Do you, John? Do you love me at all? Oh. Well, what can you expect from a cast-off husband? Not much, I guess. Father, be there, please. Be there. Oh, Father. Daddy, answer the phone. Daddy, please. Papa. Oh, Papa. Oh, Papa, please. Please, Papa.
There's more asparagus.
I'll have some.
She asked me to call her by her first name.
Well, that's all right.
She wanted to call me Harriet. I said, fine, sure. Go ahead.
No harm in it.
Well, that's what I figured.
One thing bothers me.
What's that?
The telephone. I'd like to take it out.
She doesn't use it much.
Yeah, but when she does...
It bothers you?
Well, it's not that it bothers me. It's just that I can't be absolutely sure of answering it myself.
No, I suppose you can't.
And I can't trust anybody else to answer it. You know what I mean.
Ships that pass in the night and speak each other in passing. Only a signal shown and a distant voice in the darkness. So on the ocean of life we pass and speak one another. Only a look and a voice. Then darkness again. And silence. I'll be back shortly with Act Two. In Act One, you were introduced to three people inside a house and two voices on a telephone. Between those inside and those outside, all during our intermission, the implacable sea has never ceased to throb. Listen now to the second act of Silent Shock.
La, 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 la.
Morning, Mrs. Gunter.
Oh.
Hey, nice morning.
Are you Casper?
Casper Royce, yes, ma'am. Oh, you don't remember me, do you, from before?
Before what?
Oh, never mind. Just before.
I'll be perfectly frank with you, Casper. I don't even remember hiring you. But I guess I did.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. What you got there?
This? Oh, this is just a pile of stones. Flat stones. Stones for skipping. You know, like this. Only... I can't do it.
Oh, it's all in the way you hold it.
I used to know somebody who could do it. I thought he might be coming to see me. That's why I collected all these stones.
Well, I see somebody coming down the beach. You think maybe...
I don't know. It could be, I guess.
Well, I'd better get on with my work.
You're doing a very good job here, Casper. I wish to commend you for it.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that.
La, 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 la.
Hello. How are you?
Hello, Larry.
You mind if I sit down?
If you want to.
Oh, I do.
Then by all means do.
That's quite a pile of stones you got there.
Why did you come here, Larry?
Didn't you want me to?
More than anything.
That's what I thought.
Only...
Only one.
Now that you're here, I don't want you here.
Why is that?
Because I don't love you anymore.
You don't?
Not at all. Not a bit.
Why is that, do you think?
Why? is anything. Foolishness to think there's a why to anything. A brain could burst and spill all over trying to figure out why. Don't you know that? Everybody asks questions, nobody gives answers, and there you have the whole thing in a nutshell. In a seashell, perhaps I should say. That's why I hate it. I hate it.
Hate what, Kate?
The ocean! The damned ocean!
I thought you loved the ocean, Kate.
Well, I don't. What's that poem? What are the lines? I have no memory anymore, and my memory used to be the best thing I had. Now I can't remember anything. Oh, yes. An ocean is forever asking questions and writing them aloud along the shore. That's true. That's so true. I walk along this shore looking for questions.
You know the story about Gertrude Stein, don't you, Kate? When she was dying, she said to her companion, "What's the answer?" And when her companion shook her head, Miss Stein said, "All right, then. What's the question?"
Oh, that's good. That's very good. That's very, very good. I didn't know you knew things like that, Larry. You amaze me.
Do I?
You can go away now. You've given me something to think about.
All right.
And I'm going inside. Away from this damned, hateful sea!
Any progress?
I think so. Some.
She came in for lunch.
Where is she now?
Back on the beach again.
Can't stay away.
Tell me something. Do you really think it's worth it?
Oh, yes. Definitely. Yes.
Taking such a long time, such a lot of work.
That's all right.
And lately, such expense.
Never mind. It's all going to be worth it. The rewards will be tremendous. So just hang in there, Harriet.
Afternoon, Mrs. Gunther.
Oh, Casper. Hello.
Yeah, she's still calm. Good for skipping stones.
Oh, I don't care about those anymore.
You want me to clear them away?
No, leave them. The sea will take them eventually. The sea takes everything eventually, so just leave them there.
You enjoy wading in the ocean?
I like it. Anyway, it's something to do.
You ever go swimming?
Oh, no. No, I can't swim. Nobody ever taught me.
Not hard to learn.
Not if you're young, maybe.
I didn't learn till I was 50. And I'm pretty good at it.
Really? You mean that?
Oh, I could probably teach you if you'd care to try.
Well, I don't know. I'm afraid of the ocean.
Nice calm day like this one. Nothing to be afraid of.
It's funny, just this morning, I thought I hated the ocean. But I can't stay away from it. Don't you think that's peculiar?
Oh, I don't know if it is.
Do you know Lord Byron's poem?
I don't know any lords, and I don't know much about poetry either.
Lord Byron was an Englishman, 18th century. His real name was George Noble Gordon.
What's the poem?
And I have loved thee, ocean, and my joy of youthful sports was on thy breast, to be borne like the bubbles onward. From a boy I wantoned with thy breakers, and trusted to thy billows far and near, and laid my hand upon thy mane, as I do here.
Eh? That's very nice.
And laid my hand upon thy mane. Imagine writing that. Imagine seeing the ocean like a great imperious lion, so regal, so indifferent, so... Imagine being so talented you could see that and write it down. Oh, Lord.
You all right, Mrs. Gunther?
Why can't I write something like that? It isn't fair. It isn't right. What's the matter with me?
Nothing's the matter with you, Mrs. Gunther.
I didn't mean to upset you, Casper.
You didn't upset me. You upset yourself.
Well, whatever. You go on about your work. I'll play around in the water for a while longer.
All right, Mrs. Gunther. Don't go out where it's too deep.
I won't. Don't worry. Entrusted to thy billows far and near, and lay my hand upon thy mane, as I do here.
Hello.
Hello.
What do you want?
Just to talk to you, that's all.
I don't know what we have to say to each other, John.
I thought there might be something.
I thought there might be too when I called you, but now I don't think there's anything.
What made you change your mind?
The way I've been feeling lately.
Tell me about it, Catherine.
Don't you dare call me Catherine. Don't you dare. You never called me Catherine, never, so don't start now.
I'm sorry.
I have never given you permission to call me Catherine, never. Kathy, that's okay, that's all right, but never Catherine. Is that understood, John?
I said I was sorry, Kathy.
There's a fog rising, I think.
Yes, it looks that way. Maybe we should go inside.
Pretty soon the foghorns will start up. Do you see what I see?
I don't know. What do you see, Kathy?
A ship. A big ship.
I don't see any ship.
You never saw any of the things that I saw.
What do you mean by that, Kathy?
It's terrible to see things that other people don't see.
Yes, I can imagine.
Yes, it is a ship. A big white ship. Far out. Way far out.
I don't see it. The fog, probably.
I can see it through the fog. That's the difference between you and me. I can see through fog and you can't. You only see what's right in front of your face.
Yes, you could be right. Probably right, anyway.
I am completely right.
Well, maybe I'd better leave, Captain.
Maybe you'd better. In fact, I'm sure you'd better.
She's still out there.
I know she is, Harriet.
I thought she'd come in for dinner. Couldn't I go get her?
Leave her alone.
It'll be dark in a few minutes. It's getting chilly. There's a fog coming up. Don't you think
No,
so?
I do not think. Just leave her alone.
I hope you know what you're doing.
I hope so, too.
Because she certainly doesn't know what she's doing.
Don't be too sure of that.
You mean she does?
In a way. In a way. Just leave her alone.
I knew it. A ship. It is a ship. It is the ship. Oh, I've waited so long, so long. It's coming through the fog. It's there. It's there. I only have to wait. It'll come closer. The fog will lift. At the very least, the fog will part, and I'll see it. Big and white and powerful and majestic. Sailing strong, serene, on the breast of the sea. It's closer. Coming closer. I've only to wait and it will... Yes, it's coming in. It's coming into me. It's coming straight to me. To my arms. Straight to my arms. Oh, beautiful. Father, I'm here. I'm here. Father, I'm right here.
She's standing up.
Oh? Let her.
I can just barely see her. It's almost dark. The fog.
She's waiting for something.
For what?
She knows.
Do you know?
I think so.
Well, then...
It's no good my knowing. She has to know.
Oh, now she's stretching her arms out to the side.
Oh?
She's moving. Taking a few steps toward the water.
Oh?
She's going into the water.
Let her.
No, I won't. I'm going to stop her.
Leave her alone,
I'm going to
Harriet.
open the window and call to her. At least I can do that. Mrs. Gunther? Mrs. Gunther?
Leave her alone.
Father! It's Catherine! It's Catherine, Father!
She's walking too far out.
Father! It's me! It's me, Daddy!
Mrs. Gunther, stop! Come back!
Papa! It's Catherine!
We can't let her drown.
Here, Papa!
I'm going to stop her if you won't.
No, you're not.
It is wrong.
It's Catherine, Papa! I'm here!
She's over her head.
She is?
I can't stand it. I can't.
Wait. Be quiet.
It's all right. I've got her.
It's all right.
Probably no writer in English knew the sea better than Joseph Conrad. Yet, these are his words. The sea never changes, and its works, for all the talk of men, are wrapped in mystery. We shall return presently with the final act of Silent Shock. When we left you at the close of our second act, it was with some words of Joseph Conrad. As we begin the final act of our drama, we think it fitting to quote the great Polish writer again. I have known the sea too long to believe in its respect for decency.
Yes. Come in. Oh. Hello, Doctor.
How are you feeling?
All right, I think. Strange. But I'm all right.
No cold or sniffles or anything like that?
Should I have?
Well, you weren't in the water very long. Casper pulled you out.
Oh, yes, Casper. Imagine I didn't used to think I could trust him. Awful of me.
Tell me about feeling strange.
Well, I feel as though I've been through a lot.
Well, that's very true. You have been through a lot.
Did Larry come here? Did I see Larry?
In a way, you did.
And John, did he come here? And did I see him?
In a way, yes.
What happened to them?
You sent them away.
But I asked them to come. Why would I send them away?
Once they got here, you found you had nothing to say to them.
They weren't really here, were they? Not really.
Well, that all depends on what you mean by really.
You mean it's all in my mind? That's silly, Doctor.
That's not so silly as you might think. Mrs. Gunther, I have something to tell you. It may come as a surprise, even a shock, but I have to tell you. Your father is here.
My father?
He didn't let us know he was coming. He simply showed up at the house this morning quite unexpectedly.
He came on the boat last night?
No.
Yes, he did. He did. I was right. He was on the big white ship I saw out in the ocean. And that's why I walked into the water. He was on that big white ship.
No, Mrs. Gunther. He came on an airplane.
Are you lying to me?
Have I ever lied to you?
Well, there's always a first time for a lie.
Not between you and me. There can be no lies between us. Do you want to see your father?
Why, of course I do. Of course I do.
Now, don't answer too quickly. Think about it.
I don't have to think about it. I've waited so long all my life. I walked into the ocean. Why wouldn't I want to see my father?
All right. If you're sure.
But I am sure.
You'll have a little time to think about it.
I don't need any time. I want to see him now.
No. I have to talk to him first. After I've talked to him, then you can see him. All right?
I guess so.
He's downstairs now, waiting for me. When I've talked to him, I'll send him up here.
No, don't do that.
No? Change your mind?
I don't want to see him up here. Tell him I'll be down by the ocean. Tell him to come down there.
If that's the way you want it?
That's the way I want it. By the edge of the sea. Tell him I'll be waiting.
I'll tell him. Oh, Mrs. Gunther, you like poetry, don't you?
Poetry is my passion.
Then let me quote you something from Catullus.
The Roman poet.
Yes. Catullus wrote one of his most beautiful odes. I hate and I love. Why do I do so? Perhaps you ask. I do not know. But I feel it, and I am in torment.
Where is he? He knows I'm waiting.
I think he's with your daughter. He'll be here shortly.
I haven't got all day. Oh, you're the doctor?
Yes, I am. You've met my wife?
Yes, we've met.
Please sit down. Take my chair.
I'm I'm here about these bills.
I've just come from your daughter's room.
Yes, your wife said that's where you probably were.
Wouldn't you like to know how she is?
How is she?
She's improved.
She's all right? I didn't expect that. I didn't think she'd ever be all right.
I didn't say she was all right. I said she's improved.
Well, how much? Improved how much?
Some.
You realize, don't you, what happens if she's ever really, really all right?
Yes, I do.
Tell me something. How does she happen to be here? When I went to England, she was at Edgeworth Sanitarium. It wasn't until I began to get these outlandish bills of yours that I knew she'd been moved.
I wrote you about that.
Well, you only wrote me that the sanitarium had been closed down.
And that my wife and I had taken Catherine to live with us. I was her psychiatrist at Edgeworth, and I thought she had a good chance for recovery.
Complete recovery?
That remains to be seen.
But I thought when she came here that it was just a temporary thing. I trusted you to take care of everything.
The other patients at Edgeworth went home to their families or institutionalized elsewhere by their families. When we looked about for Catherine's family, where were you?
Well, I was in England. You know that, in London. I moved my business there after... Well, you know. You know everything that happened, I'm quite sure.
Well, that was 15 years ago. You stayed in London for 15 years. No one's heard anything from you in all that time. Unless you call a monthly check hearing from you. And for the last few months, we haven't even had a check.
Well, because your bills got idiotically exorbitant. Look here, look at this. $1,000 for the services of a man named Casper Royce. There was never any charge like that when she was at Edgeworth. What could a man do to earn $1,000 a month?
Well, for one thing, he could save your daughter's life. We brought Casper here from Edgeworth. He's a good man, and he developed a fondness for Catherine, as we had. He was assigned to keep an eye on her at all times. And last night, he rescued her from the sea.
She tried to drown herself?
She tried to find you.
Oh, forgive me, Doctor. I'm not up on all this psychiatric mumbo-jumbo. I'm a simple man.
Now, let me try and make it a little clearer for you. The last time your daughter saw you was from a pier in the harbor. You were on a large white ship. She waved to you. I suppose you waved back. I hope you did. And the ship sailed. She never saw you again.
Well, I couldn't stay here. You know that. The scandal, the publicity. I'd have gone out of my mind.
The way your daughter went out of hers?
Well, she was already unhinged.
Unstable. Yes. Highly neurotic, yes. But not quite mad. At Edgeworth, she was obsessively interested in poetry of all kinds. Even tried some herself, but most especially, she was interested in poems about the sea. She copied them down, memorized them. She still does, and recites them, too. It became clearer and clearer that she was waiting for you to come back in a big white ship from across the sea. And last night, she thought she saw such a ship, and she went out to meet it. Isn't it strange that the morning after she did that, you made your appearance?
Oh, I came by plane.
Yes, well, that's a petty detail, don't you think? The heart of the matter is that she knew you had come back. The man she'd waited for so long had come back. The man she'd loved all her life had come back.
Now, Doctor, you're not trying to tell me she sensed something, had an intuition, some kind of telepathic communication.
I wouldn't try to tell you anything. As you say, you're a simple man. But I wouldn't want you to think that she didn't see other men before you came. Actually, just yesterday, she saw her husband. Talk to him.
Saw John? Talk to John? That's impossible. I happen to know John's in Bangkok. He got married about 10 or 12
I didn't
years
say
ago.
he was here. I said she saw him. Talk to him.
Well, if he wasn't here, how could
she talk to me?
She thought you were John?
In psychoanalysis, the doctor's always a surrogate, a substitute, a stand-in for someone else. We never quite know how the patient sees us. If the patient ever sees us at all as we really are, as anything but some familiar figure from the troubled past. That's the way your daughter sees me from time to time. Well, yesterday she saw me not only as John, once her husband, but as Larry, once her lover.
Larry's dead?
Yes, Larry's dead.
He's been dead for 15 years.
I know.
She shot him. She shot him dead in the middle of a quarrel.
I know all that.
Well, if she ever gets out of here, and if she's ever declared sane, good Lord, she'll have to stand trial. Do you realize that? She'll be dragged into court to stand trial for murder.
I realize that.
Well, you can't let that happen.
I can't.
Would you?
Yes, I would. Peace of mind, emotional equilibrium are worth everything. Everything. I believe that. I believe it's worth every penny, every sacrifice, every effort. It's worth giving one's life for. I believe that, or I would not be doing what I am doing. I can't protect my patients and the other people in their lives, but I can work to protect them from themselves. And if one of them wants to walk into the ocean to meet a man, it's my duty not to just to keep her from walking too far, but to make her realize why she did such a suicidal thing. And to keep her from doing it again. Some other time, some other ocean. Some other man.
Well, I don't quite grasp your point of view.
I realize that, sir. Would you care to see your daughter?
Oh, I suppose I ought to.
It's entirely up to you. She wants to see you.
Will she know me?
I'm inclined to think that she will.
Which is her room?
She's not in her room. She's on the beach. She said to tell you she'd talk to you there. Look here. You can see her from the window.
Is that Catherine?
Has she changed so much?
Well, it's been 15 years, but she looks very nice.
I'll go down to the beach and talk to her for a few minutes first. Prepare her a little. And then you follow. Mrs. Gunther?
Yes, Doctor.
It's a beautiful day, isn't it?
Where is he?
He'll be along in a minute or two. That's quite a pile of stones you've collected there.
Oh, these, yes. I wanted to learn how to skip from over the water, but I'm no good at it. How does he look?
Older, but you'll recognize him.
It's been a very long time.
Yes. There he is now, coming along the beach.
Is that my father?
I told you he'd changed.
Yes, he has. A little.
More than you have.
How do I look? Do I look, pretty?
Very pretty.
That's good. I want him to like me.
Catherine?
That's my father. That's Daddy.
Catherine, my dear.
My papa.
Damn him! Damn him! Get away! Get back! You're a traitor, a deserter, you're a betrayer, you're foul, you're a monster! Go back! Get out!
Now put down the stones, Mrs.
Get out! Go away! Go back! Go back!
Stop it, Mrs. Gunther. You're stoning the man.
Stop it! Stop it!
He left me. He went away, and he left me when I needed him the most. I loved him, and he left me. He's my father, and he left me.
It's all right. It's all right. He's gone. It's all right now.
I hate him.
I know.
I want him dead.
I understand. And tomorrow we'll talk it all out. Right now, let's walk back to the house. That's it. Remember what Catullus wrote? I hate, and I love, and I am in torment.
So the final word is by a Roman poet named Catullus, who lived in Sirmione, a peninsula stretching out into the beautiful Italian lake called Garda. These days we speak of ambivalence and sound very learned when we do so. But the torment is the same now as it was then, in the first century, before the birth of Christ. And who knows how long before that. We suspect to the start of civilization. I'll be back shortly. Our play is finished, and it's time to leave. In perpetuum frater ave atque ballet. Those, too, are the words of Catullus, but in the original Latin, and they translate, forever, brother, hail and farewell. But we can alter them slightly for the purposes of our little show. Till the next time, brothers and sisters, hail and farewell. Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Ralph Bell, Terry Keane, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In those primitive societies where a strong central government has not yet taken shape, or in those where it has decayed, justice, as we know it, is not always easily enforced. When that occurs, people begin taking the law into their own hands, as happened in our country, in many places, when the United States was a little younger. The frontiers of U.S. history were often characterized by private justice and the blood feud, based on simple vengeance.
This land belongs to me. You come on it only if I want you here. That corpse can just lay there and rot.
But, Pa, you can't do that.
Who says I can't? It can lay there and be dinner for the vultures. And if anyone is foolish enough to dare lay a finger on that dead body for any reason, they'll pay for it in blood. Do I make myself clear?
Our mystery drama, The Way to Dusty Death, was adapted from Sophocles' great Greek tragedy, Antigone. It was especially adapted for the Mystery Theater by Stella and Arnold Moss. It stars Arnold Moss and Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The Civil War, the war between the states, has been over for more than 10 years. But in the mountainous terrain of Thebes County along the rugged Kentucky-West Virginia border, there is still no peace. For years, two families, the Carpenters and the Webbs, have been taking the law into their own hands in a deadly feud that has robbed each side of its share of sons. It is a warm summer night. Paul Carpenter and his younger sister Isabel are stealthily making their way across the fast-running mountain brook that separates their land from that of the Webbs.
I tell you, Paul, that coat is on the other side. I know it. And Amanda knows it.
You two girls have got a feeling in your bones, is that it?
You don't believe us?
Of course I do, Isabel. Else, why would I be wandering over to the land that belongs to the Webb family in the dark of night, hoping to find a little colt of ours that's been missing since last Thursday? I believe you. I believe our sister, too. Ain't often that Amanda's wrong.
And what's more, I'm sure I know just how it got there.
You mean the little colt somehow crossed the mountain brook all by itself?
And after it crossed, somebody kept it.
I don't put it past them. What's thieving to a pack of murderers If Captain Webb could put a rifle bullet through our father's head with no good cause.
Sick and hate for all us carpenters.
Quiet. We're almost on the other side. Almost on their land. Keep your voice down, real low.
Here we are, on enemy territory. Oh, Amanda will be pleased by what we've done.
Just watch your step.
The stable, where the coat would be, is over toward that way.
Stay close behind me.
I'm following you, Paul. Oh, this is what Papa would have done if he was still alive.
I reckon so.
Over there. There's the barn.
Lucky we got a moon.
Oh, we'll get that coat in no time at all. And then we'll make a run for it. Over the brook and home.
I can just see Captain Crane Webb's red old face when he looks into the stable in the morning and finds... Isabel!
Hey, I've been here. Oh, we gotta get out of here. But fast, Paul. Fast.
I can't get up.
Oh, Paul.
I can't see. The blood is pouring in my eyes.
Oh, Paul.
You go, Isabel. You go quick. Run.
No, I can't leave you.
You got to, or they'll get you, too.
Over this way, Harmon. Follow me.
Right with you, Paul.
They're coming. Please go, Isabel.
Don't you worry, Paul. Amanda and I, we'll be back real soon to get you.
Just take your time, sister. I think there'll be lots of time.
This way, boy. Over here, Harmon.
Who is it, Paul? Who is it?
Yeah, I got one of them anyway. I haven't completely lost the skill I was known for in the war. Right through the head.
The other one?
Got away.
Wait a minute, Paul. Look who it is.
Yeah, I know who it is, Harmon. It's a carpenter boy.
Paul Carpenter.
Yeah, I know. I knowed it all along, son.
He's dead. You killed him, Paul.
He was trespassing on my land.
And I was hoping that one of these days...
You was hoping what?
Well, it ain't important, Paul.
What do you think you're up to, Harmon?
Oh, you ain't gonna let his body lay here on the ground, are you?
The carpenter fell here on my property. He's dead. And he's going to stay where he fell. Now, you put that body down.
But, Paul...
I don't want to say it twice, boy. That's better. You started to say that you was hoping something.
I thought maybe all this bad blood between our two families might someday soon be coming to an end.
Why is that?
Well, I've got reasons. Now I'm afraid that things are going to take a turn for the worse.
Let's get back into the house before your ma begins to worry.
Things are going to start happening all over again.
Well, then you just let him start, son. Because whatever the carpenters begin, you can be sure we Webbs will finish.
You stop that crying over there. I said stop it. Now. We wasn't doing any harm, Amanda. Just trying to get back what rightly was ours. A little brown coat they stole from us.
I know, Isabel.
And now our brother's dead. They killed him. Just like they killed our pa.
Was Harmon with the captain when the shot was fired?
I guess so.
But you ain't sure.
I ran away so quick I couldn't swear Harmon was with him. But I think I heard his voice. Now Paul's dead. Oh, we were foolish to do what we did.
You've got to pull yourself together, girl.
Oh, what's wrong with you, Amanda? You got no feelings. You're acting just as hard as stone.
Listen to me, Isabel. Now listen close. Paul's dead. We cannot bring him back. I thought that Harmon and me, that we'd be the thing that would bring our two families together. Once and for all, wipe out the hatred that's been poisoning both our sides since before we was ever born.
You do love each other, Harmon and you.
Well, no one knows that. Except you and me and Harmon. Now, not only is that not to be, but the Carpenters and the Webbs will go on spilling each other's blood till there ain't no more to spill.
Ain't we already got there, Amanda? With Paul's death?
No, not quite. In this house of ours, there's still two of us.
Two girls. two almost helpless girls.
Helpless, Isabel? I can shoot a rifle as well as any man in this county. You know that. And I'm now head of this family. The honor of this family rests in my hands.
We got lots of men who are kinfolk. Men who'd stop at nothing to get back at the Webbs for our brother Paul's death.
Well, this is one matter I want to handle by myself. With your help.
You think you can?
I'm sure I can. Now, right now, our job is plain. At sunup, as soon as it gets light, we got to carry back our dead brother's body so as we can give him a respectful burial. Now we better get some rest.
Oh, Amanda, we couldn't possibly carry Paul's body. Just the two of us.
Well, I think I know where. Maybe we'll get some help.
Where?
Never you mind.
Well, suppose we don't.
Then we'll do it by ourselves, Isabel. The best we can.
I'm scared, Amanda. Real scared. After last night, I...
Keep walking straight ahead toward their front door, Isabel. And hold your head up high. That's it.
Well, supposing Captain Crane has it in his head to take a shot at us the way he did at Paul last night.
In the broad daylight? Right out in the open?
He hates us, Amanda. We're carpenters.
I know what I'm doing. He has to listen to me.
Don't take another step, either one of you.
You can put down your rifle, Captain. We mean no harm.
What do you two want?
I think you know.
We want our brother's body. Let us take it.
Quiet, Isabel. You say nothing.
Well?
We're here to get Paul's body. To take him off your land and give him a decent burial.
And where would that be?
Where he belongs.
6 feet under Carpenter's soil, is that it?
Yes, Captain. That's it.
You are out of your mind, girl.
What is that supposed to mean?
Now just turn around, the two of you, and take yourselves straight back to where you come from.
Oh, please, Captain Crane.
We are not about to do that. We want our brother's body, and we are here to get it. With your permission or without it.
Your brother had no respect for private property. He come onto my land, Webb land, uninvited. And so he can stay there.
But he's got to be buried. You can't just let him lay there.
Why must he be buried? And who's going to make that happen? You two girls? Or your kinfolk up near Sandy River? You think maybe they'll try to snatch a dead body off in my land?
Times are changing, Captain. There is such a thing as the law. And law is beginning to come here to the mountains.
Through the great power of old Judge Calvin, I suppose.
Judge Calvin, yes. And others.
On my land, there is only one law. And that's a law of Crane Webb. It's always been that way, and no one is going to change it.
If nothing else, I think that common decency would make...
Decency? A carpenter talking of decency? The only decency I know is in the speed of my trigger finger. For over 50 years, it's been you kill or you get killed. A Webb or a carpenter. We're getting pretty close to the end of the line, girls, so if you'll just do a smart about face. Where you been, Harmon?
Inside the door. I've been hearing everything that's been said.
Here. Take my rifle, son. Get these two carpenters off in our land. Real quick.
I'm not sure I can do that, Pa.
Why not?
Let the girls give their brother proper Christian burial.
And put an end to all the bad blood that's rankled our two families all these years,
Why not? It's no more than you would ask if it was me laying out there.
I'll tell you why not. And you two girls had better listen, too. I mean for that body out there to be a warning to everyone that this land belongs to me. You come on it only if I want you there. That corpse can just lay there and rot.
Pa, you can't...
It can lay there and be dinner for the vultures. And if anyone, you hear that, anyone is foolish enough to dare lay a finger on that body for any reason, they'll pay for it in blood. Do I make myself clear?
The ancient Greeks had a word for it. They called it hubris, meaning excessive pride, insolent, overbearing arrogance.
The one sin of man the ancient gods would not tolerate. And Captain Crane Webb is such a man weighted down with pride, false pride, with hubris. How will the fates deal with his stiff-necked unwillingness to bend? Join me shortly in Act 2. We're back in the 1870s, in Thebes County, somewhere along the mountainous border between Kentucky and West Virginia, where family feuding is a way of life. Crane Webb, a man who considers himself a law unto himself, has shot and killed Paul Carpenter for trespassing on his land and refuses to let the body be taken off his property or to be buried. Confronted by the two young sisters of the dead man and by his own son, Crane says,
Now, Harmon, who sees to it that these two Carpenter girls get back on their own side of the brook? You or I?
We don't need any company, Captain Crane. We can find our own way back.
I ain't asking you.
They're girls, Pa. Ain't the same as if they were men.
A carpenter's a carpenter, son. I'll see them back myself.
No, give me your gun, Pa. I'll do it.
On your way, Harmon, and keep them covered. I don't trust no carpenter, their women, no more than their men.
Get moving, both of you.
We're going.
We ain't afraid of you, Captain Crane. And we ain't afraid of Harmon either.
You better hush up, Isabel. And keep on moving. Fast.
Oh, stop poking me with that gun.
I'll be waiting for you, son.
Put down your gun, Harmon. What has got into you?
You just keep walking, Amanda. I'm keeping you covered till you're in your own meadow.
Real scared of your pa, ain't you? He shakes a finger at you, you jump like a puppy through a hoop.
I'd appreciate you walking a little faster.
You hear what I hear, Amanda?
I know that sound.
It's a little cold. And look, there he is. Tied to that tree over there. It's Juniper. He knows our voices.
We mean to get our colt, Harmon.
I'm not discussing colts. You keep going. Across the brook and on to your own place. Please, Amanda, I know what I'm doing. Just wait till we're out of my father's sight. Trust me. Please.
But Juniper belongs to us.
Never mind Juniper for the time being.
Harmon, what are we going to do?
I'm not sure.
We're counting on you.
I know you are.
Because if for any reason we can't, we're far from helpless, Isabel and I.
I know that, too.
No, don't come over to our side. Stay where you are. I'm sure he's still watching. Why don't you just turn around and walk slowly back to your own place?
I have to talk to you.
This is not the time.
But tonight, after dark.
I'll be waiting. You're sure he doesn't know where you are?
I just said I was going out for a breath of air.
Now, Harmon, just listen to me. Your father has lived all these years making his own laws, fitting your life, your mother's, everybody's, to however it pleased him.
Yeah, we all know he's not an easy man.
But whether he goes along with it or not, that's all about to end. There is such a thing as the law. There is such a thing as right and wrong.
What are you getting at, Amanda?
The law goes for everybody, including your father. And he has to know that no one, not even he, is above it. And that means the law of Thebes County.
You're not thinking of bringing old Judge Calvin into this, are you?
Why not?
Well, the captain wouldn't pay him no mind, you know that. He'd just laugh at the old judge.
Well, that remains to be seen. Now, you just go on back home. Fast.
Whatever you do, don't forget, my father is a very dangerous man.
I can't tell you how sorry I was to hear about Paul.
Thank you, Judge Calvin.
Can I offer you a cold lemonade, Amanda?
Oh, no, thank you.
Real hot day. Long walk from the Carpenter place all the way here to town.
No, I'm fine.
What exactly was on your mind? How can an old servant of the people be of help?
Judge Calvin, my father used to say that no man in the whole county, whether they agreed with you or not, could look at things as fair as you.
That's a real compliment.
And that everyone had respect for your honesty, for your good judgment.
What are you leading up to, Amanda?
I need your help with the law.
What for? To do what?
To get Paul's body back from Crane Webb's land. So Isabel and I can see he gets a decent burial.
As I understand it, Paul was trespassing on Webb property.
But trespassing or not, the fact is, Paul is dead. How he was killed and what led up to his death is not the question. What is important is he can't be left lying out there in the hot sun, unburied, with the birds waiting to pick out his eyes.
Well, what is it you'd like me to do?
I want my brother's body. I want you to give me the legal right to go in there and take it. Right away. A paper of some kind with your signature on it that says that I can do it.
I've known Crane Webb since he was a boy, 50 years or more. He never learned respect for anything that he considered weak.
And to him, I'm weak because I'm a girl. Is that it?
He'll never change.
All right, then where does the law come in?
Well, that's hard to say, especially here in the mountains. I could serve a piece of legal paper on Captain. He'd just tear it up. And then what would I do?
Force him some way to let us take possession of our brother's body.
Force Crane Webb to do anything? I know him much too well for that, Amanda. Besides, the bitter truth is that any judge, any keeper of the peace who dares to raise a gavel against a man like Crane may do it at the risk of his own life.
I see.
I may not have too many years ahead of me, my girl, but those I have, I cherish.
You're afraid of him. Is that it?
Well, I know the history of this county. Your father, and now your brother, are sad proof of it.
And you won't lift a finger to change that, will you? A man who's supposed to deal out justice, who claims to have been my father's friend. Judge Calvin, you make me want to be sick. You're a tired, scared old man.
No, just a minute,
I just don't want to waste any more time with you.
Now, don't make trouble, girl. There's been enough.
My sister and I will find a way to do what we think is right.
Those were the words I heard your father speak. It cost him his life.
It won't cost me mine. I'll do what has to be done, with or without the help of what you call the law. Oh, don't bother. I know where the door is.
Well, I'll try to make him change his mind. But, Harmon, you know your pa. His will is iron.
It don't make sense, though, Ma.
Well, it does to him, Harmon. To him, that's all that counts. Now, I beg you to stay away from Paul's dead body. Don't you so much as touch it.
There's something this time I told you, Ma.
What's that?
Paul Carpenter was my good friend.
I'm glad the captain never knew.
And that's not all. Amanda and I, we love each other. We've been hoping to get married.
Married? To a carpenter? You're out of your mind. Your pa'd kill you first.
If I don't help her move Paul's body onto their own land, she'll never speak to me again. Never.
How could you dare disobey your father?
How could I dare think of not helping the girl I love?
Your father says there is no greater wrong than betraying your own flesh and blood. Harmon, my son, don't let your feeling for this girl turn you against your own kin. I beg you.
What would you have me do?
Try to do what you're told. Even if it means choking this carpenter girl out of your heart. You gotta try to do just that.
I don't want to hurt no one. Not you, not Pa, and not Amanda.
It's your choice, Harmon. But whatever you decide, remember, I couldn't bear to lose another son.
Try once more, Isabel. Come on now, pull. With me. Together.
I'm doing the best I can, Amanda. Oh, Paul is so heavy. We can barely budge him.
Come on now, keep trying.
We'll never get him out of here. Oh, whatever happened to Harmon? Why didn't he come to help us?
I have no idea, Isabel. I am not waiting for him, or for old Judge Calvin either, or anyone. Well, there's one thing we can do, just the two of us.
What's that?
We could dig a shallow grave. Right here.
Oh, well...
And then we'll throw some earth over Paul's dead body and...
Oh, Manda.
No, that way we'll be to try to give him something like a decent burial. Come on, hand me the shovel.
Here.
Hold that lantern a little higher.
Oh, Manda, how awful he looks. Oh, dear, beautiful Paul.
You can go home if you want to, Isabel. I can handle this alone.
No, wait just a minute. I think there's someone coming.
Don't move.
Amanda, darling. Isabel.
Oh, we thought you weren't coming.
What are you two doing?
We're burying Paul.
Here?
Why not?
Well, if my pa catches you...
We have the right to take care of our brother.
Once we've given him a show of burial, a token, we'll have done part of our duty to him.
Give me the shovel.
Thank you, Harmon.
Well, what do we do after that?
We'll cross that next bridge when we come to it. It's a little deeper, Harmon. All right, there. Now, that'll be fine.
Let me try to move him over here.
All right, now. If I can remember the words, let's see. I'll sprinkle a handful of earth over him. Then I say, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, in sure and certain hope of the resurrection. Amen.
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 And may he rest in peace.
What's going on out there? Answer me, somebody.
It's my pa.
Blow out that lantern, Isabel. Be still. Don't move, either of you.
No. You two go. I'll take care of my father best I can.
Oh, be careful, Harmon.
Go. Just go.
I love you, Harmon.
And I love you. Now run. Is that you, Pa?
Well, who else should it be? What are you doing out here this time of night?
Well, it's too hot to sleep.
What are you trying to hide? What do you got there behind your back?
Nothing.
What is it?
It's just a shovel.
Let me have it, Harmon.
Oh, you might as well know now, Pa. Paul's body has been buried.
By who?
The girls and me.
You?
The ritual of burying's been done. The earth is scattered on Paul's flesh. The prayer's been said.
And you, my son, you had a hand in this?
Yes, I did.
You call yourself my son?
Oh, Pa! You hit me.
You brought shame to the name of Webb.
I did what any decent human would.
You just scrape off the earth that sits on that dead body. Right now. It stays unburied.
I can't do that, Pa.
You'll do what you are told.
I can't. I just can't.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means I can't. It means I won't.
Crane Webb thinks of himself as a man with a will of steel, which cannot, must not be denied. But as the poet John Milton wrote, what is strength without a double share of wisdom? Vast, unwieldy, burdensome, proudly secure, yet liable to fall by weakest subtleties. Captain Webb continues to stand up against the resistance he is meeting from all sides, even from his own son. I shall return shortly with Act 3. A vendetta, we are told, is the right or obligation a person assumes to be his in retaliation for a wrong, often a murder, he thinks has been done to a member of his family or group. Vendettas go back to the most primitive times and even find their place in great literature. In Hamlet, for example, where the young prince seeks vengeance for his father's murder. In our story, it's the feud between the Webbs and the Carpenters. Captain Crane Webb speaks to his son Harmon. who he thinks has betrayed him.
Harmon, you brought shame to the name of Webb.
I only did what any decent human would.
Scrape off the earth that sits on that dead body.
I can't do that, Pa.
You'll do what you are told.
I can't, Pa. And I won't.
You won't?
No, Pa. I won't.
I reckon you thought you were too big, maybe too old to be whipped.
Don't try it again, Pa. I'll warn you.
Let me tell you something, boy. A man prays he may beget a household full of dutiful sons who share with him the punishing of enemies, the honoring of his father's friends.
I won't listen to this.
Oh, yes, you will, boy. The man who breeds a young one that won't stand by him has done nothing but sow trouble for himself. His enemies laugh at him. Why, when I was your age...
Oh, not again, Pa, please.
I had respect for my pa. The greatest respect.
Maybe he earned it.
Harmon, maybe you just better go into the house and help your mother. Roseanne's doing some mending. Maybe you can help her thread the needles. But first, give me that shovel. Hand it to me, I said. Give me that shovel. Pick up that shovel.
Pick it up yourself, Pa. I'm going to bed.
Very well. I'll uncover the corpse myself.
Oh, Crane, go easy on the boy. Harmon is so young.
I won't be disobeyed, Roseanne. Not in my own house.
He means no one no harm.
Disobedience to authority is what ruins a country, tears down our home.
This is your own son, Crane.
All the more reason. Another thing, I will not let myself be beaten by a girl. Any girl. If the way I live is to be threatened, let it be by a man, not by some girl.
You're sick. You're sick with hate.
I will not listen to this.
You don't really know why you hate. And it's your hating that'll destroy all of us in the end.
You should be sharing that hatred with me.
I cannot share in hatred, but in love.
Good night, Rose.
One last thing. Harmon's my only son. Your only son. And there are more carpenters than just them two girls. If anything happens to those girls, it'll be the end of Harmon, too.
Nothing will happen to Harmon. I'll see to it.
How can you be so sure?
I've done all I can, Amanda. My father's like a rock that no amount of prying can move out of the earth.
And if the rock goes on, refusing to be moved?
Well, then you and I'll have to find our way around it.
Well, we can't depend on old Judge Calvin. My trip to him was just a waste of time.
Maybe if I would go and talk to him.
No, Harmon, I don't want you getting in any deeper than this than you really are already. There's just no telling what your father might do.
I wouldn't care.
Well, I do. For your sake. And for ours.
Let me kiss you, Amanda.
No, Harmon. Don't. Right at this moment, I don't feel at home either with you, the living, or with Paul, the dead. Forgive me, Harmon. I need to be alone. There's things I gotta figure out where no one can help me.
Can we offer you something to drink, Judge Calvin?
No, thank you, Crane. I apologize for dropping in on you after dark.
Perfectly all right. Roseanne, turn up the lamp a bit, and then leave the judge and me together.
Yes, Crane.
Now then, to what do I owe the honor of your visit, Judge Calvin?
Your next-door neighbor, Amanda Carpenter, paid me a call.
How very friendly of her.
At her request, I have here an order of the court.
For what, if I might ask?
I don't want you to take offense, Crane. It's to allow removal of her brother Paul's dead body off your property so he can receive a proper burial.
That's it?
Just about.
Put it over on the table there, won't you, Judge?
Glad to. You will respect this order, I hope. It's a law.
And if I don't?
it'd be easier for all of us if you did, Crane.
Well, I'll look it over. Maybe tomorrow morning. If I can spare the time. I'm a very busy man, too, you know.
It's a law, Captain.
So you said. You know something, Judge? On second thought, I will take that piece of paper.
You're a reasonable man, Crane. I knew I could count on you. Hey, what are you doing?
There's your court order, Your Honor. And now I would appreciate your getting out of my house just as fast as your old legs will carry you.
You can't defy the law forever, Crane.
I can't? Who says I can't?
Good night, Crane.
Oh, wait just 1 minute, Judge. There's someone sneaking around down there near the stable.
What are you doing with that rifle?
Please let me get by, Your Honor.
Are you out of your mind?
Don't you worry. I'll take care of everything.
Crane, put down that rifle.
I'll take care of them good. Once and for all.
Got to be very quiet, Amanda.
I know.
Judge Calvin's up there talking with him and with my ma. We got to be quiet and quick.
Oh, you're wonderful, Harmon, to be doing this.
Don't let's talk. I'll just try to heist Paul's body over my shoulder, then carry him to the stream. In no time at all, he'll be back where you want him. Oh, he is heavy.
Can I do anything?
When I grab him here, you get your hands under his head. That'll help.
Oh, Harmon, I love you so.
And I love you. What happened? What was that?
I've been shot. Here, in the neck.
Oh, my poor darling.
Harmon, be careful. Your father, he's shooting from the house.
That's the last shot he'll ever fire on this earth.
What are you doing?
Paying back my father. This time, he's more than asked for it.
Put down your gun, Harmon. It'll do no good.
We'll see. I want you to die, Paul. I want you dead.
That's one of them. Can't say they didn't get fair warning.
Crane, you'll hang for this.
Maybe, maybe not. Well, what do you know?
They're shooting back at you.
Not bad aim either. That one nearly got me. Oh, we're just gonna have to stop this foolishness. Like this.
Do you realize what you're doing?
I think I do. Those are them carpenter girls, both of them. And I reckon I got them both. Judge Calvin, Roseanne, come on down with me and take a look at the prize. Bring your lantern more over this way, Roseanne.
Yes, Crane. I'll go a little ahead. Light the way.
I hope you know what you're doing.
You are about to see, Judge Calvin, what I call justice.
I'm afraid so.
Watch out for that big rock there, Judge.
No! No! It just can't be!
What is it, Roseanne?
I thought all this killing might be ended. All this bloodshed.
What are you talking about?
There's your prize. Take a good look.
It's the carpenter girl, the older one.
Amanda, she's dead, Crane, by your hand. And Harmon, your son Harmon, he's dead, too.
And he's holding her in his arms. You killed your own son. Murderer. You stubborn, self-righteous murderer.
Easy, Roseanne, easy. I had no idea. I thought that Harmon was...
You never thought. Not once. You never had a decent thought in your head.
Oh, why were they here together? His arms around her.
There's something else you didn't know. They loved each other. They were going to get married. It was their hope that all these years of feuding might be ended by their marriage.
You must try to control yourself, Roseanne.
You can be real proud of yourself, Craig. The great Captain Webb, maker of corpses.
Wife, I ask you to forgive me, if you can. I'm a killer. I look on the son I killed. I look on his bride that shall never be. They both have died too soon. And by my hand. Cursed be the hand that did this. Cursed be the day that ever I was born.
Why don't you both go back into the house? I'll ride my horse to town and see that what must be done will be done.
I just can't stay here. Oh, my son. My son.
Let me take my son up in my arms. Harmon, I didn't mean what I did. I loved you, Harmon, my son. And now you are no more, nor will ever breathe again. Never, never, never. You up there, come down and strike me. Kill me with your cotton sword.
Easy, Crane.
I am soaked to the bone with grief and sorrow. Let my death come quick, bringing my final day. Oh, let me never see tomorrow's sunrise.
We better see where Roseanne has gone to. She shouldn't be alone.
And maybe you better go to her and comfort her. I don't think she can bear the sight of me.
Captain Crane! Captain Crane, where are you?
Here. Right here.
Who is that?
It's me, Isabel. Isabel Carpenter, Amanda's sister. What's happened?
Your sister's dead.
Oh, no. No!
And so is Harmon. Both killed by the same hand.
I came to look for them. They were gone so long. And on my way past your barn, Captain Crane,
Yes?
What is it, Isabel?
I saw Mrs. Crane in the barn. The door was open. I saw her.
Yes?
She was dead. Swinging from one of the rafters. A thick rope around her neck. Too wet. Two carpenters.
Both sides lost, Isabel.
And nobody won. Nobody.
Our happiness depends on wisdom all the way. The gods must have their due. Great words by men of pride bring greater blows upon them. So, wisdom comes to the old. With those words, Sophocles ends his tragedy of Antigone. I'll be back shortly. The Antigone of Sophocles has been updated many times, in many places, since its premiere nearly 2,400 years ago in ancient Athens. A contemporary French playwright, for example, presents Antigone as a doomed young woman without hope, and Creon, her antagonist, as a wily political figure, both of them very French. We trust you've accepted Amanda Carpenter, Antigone, and Captain Crane Webb, Creon, as suitable American counterparts. Our cast included Arnold Moss, Marion Seldes, Evie Juster, Don Scardino, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
That's simple. You grow a beard, we dye dark for you, alter your hair. Add colored contact lenses to make your eyes brown. You and Carol book a 30-day in advance one-week excursion cruise. You get into Rogeria, we make the contact for you, you turn over your passport, and Eugene Zotescu uses them as his passports to freedom.
Hey, now wait a minute. How come Carol, too?
He has a wife to bring out.
Who looks like Carol?
Enough. Chance we got to take.
Well, how about our chances? How do we get out?
No problem.
Famous last words.
No, Otis. You shave off your beard, wash out the dye, take out the contact lenses, and come back on a passport of your own that we issue, complete with entry visa.
Yeah, and what if something goes wrong?
The chances we take, that's our business.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Pick up the newspaper every day and laugh, or perhaps more likely, weep at the gullibility of people. Whatever their motives, greed, faith in human nature, the urge to gamble, pride of ownership, Mr. Phineas T. Barnum was perfectly correct when he said, "There's one born every minute. And for every sucker, there is at least one con man who is ready to rid him or her of as much money as the traffic will bear."
I'm supposed to escort you home, Mrs. Loring.
Aren't you on duty here at the bank?
Well, yes, but under the circumstances, the bank wanted me to...
Just put the other 2 suitcases in the back seat, Mr. Wicks. I'll manage very nicely.
Yeah, but it's so much money. It's so dangerous to leave it unguarded.
Oh, it'll be guarded. I'll be putting it under the best care in the world.
Our mystery drama, The Burning Whirlwind, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Michael Tolan. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It was probably the biggest day that the Eastern branch of Channing Bank and Trust Company would ever have. The morning the money arrived by armored truck. $8 million in small bills, enough to fill 4 large suitcases. The money belonged to Mrs. Hartley Loring, the eccentric widow of the recently deceased but long-time very rich Hartley Loring, the financier and ex-governor. Yes, it was quite a day. And Mr. Prouty, the bank manager, would never forget how it had all begun 1 week before.
Prouty speaking. Who? Oh, Mrs. Hartley Loring. Yes. Have her shown right in. Oh, dear, I knew I should have changed my razor blade this morning. Be right there.
It's Mrs. Hartley Loring.
I know. Well, my dear Mrs. Loring, this is a pleasure. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
That'll be all, Wicks.
Yes, sir, Mr. Prouty.
Won't you sit down, Mrs. Loring?
Thank you. I shan't be here long. Where is Mr. Stipple?
Oh, I'm afraid he's having a gallbladder.
How inconvenient. Not to have had one to begin with.
Oh, no, I meant an operation to remove his, yes. So I'm standing in for the vice president, as it were.
Well, I suppose you'll do. I want my money, Mr.
Prouty, ma'am, Prouty.
Oh, once is enough. It's a funny name. Sounds like a fish.
Well, it's a very old name.
Still sounds like a fish. Also very old. Oh, no matter. About the money.
Yes. Now, which money would that be, Mrs. Loring? I mean, which of your accounts?
All of them.
All of them? But that would be millions of dollars. I mean, I haven't checked lately, but I'm sure it still must amount
about
to...
$8 million. I hope it still amounts to that at least. In small bills.
Yes. But just what do you intend to do with all that money?
That is my business.
Oh, of course. If about $8 million, where will you keep it?
Also my business. When may I have it?
Oh, dear me, you see that these things take arranging. Such a sum of money is, no matter how liquid a bank is, there are things to arrange.
Then arrange them, please. Now, today is Wednesday. Shall we say next Wednesday morning at 10 sharp? Please, have it then.
Well, yes. Well, how small would you want the bills to be?
Oh, nothing larger than 100. I want to make sure it's all quite negotiable.
$8,003,487.28.
Splendid. And now put the rest of it into the last suitcase, and I'll be on my way.
Yes. The 28 cents?
Oh, I'll put that in my pocketbook. I can use the quarter for the toll on the way home.
Oh, yes, ma'am. All right, Wicks, you can get the guards from the armored car to load those.
Yes, Mr. Prouty.
Well, just a minute. What armored car?
Why, the one to take all this money wherever you want it to go.
But I didn't order any armored car.
Oh, dear me, of course not. I mean, it's merely a service of the bank.
I don't need the bank any longer.
I do wish you wouldn't put it just that way.
What other way? It's accurate and to the point.
But how are you going to get all this money back to, wherever you intend to take it?
If you'll just have your bank guard, Mr. Wicks, is it?
Yes, Mrs. Loring. Wicks. Sidney P. Wicks.
Wicks will be quite enough. If you'll just bring the bags out to the parking lot, please. It's the big green Packard 8-cylinder limousine. The license number...
Oh, I don't think I'll need the plate number. I'm sure I can pick it out.
Very well. I'll be waiting for you.
Shall I do what she says, Mr. Prouty?
Oh, goodness gracious. Why wasn't Mr. Stipple here to handle this? I wish I'd had the gallbladder. Oh, no, what am I saying? I don't know what I'm saying. Yes, Wicks, yes. Get it out of here. The sight of so much negotiable cash makes me sick.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Mr. Prouty. Especially since it doesn't belong to us.
Would you get it out of here?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes. And Wicks?
Yes, Mr. Prouty?
Are you armed?
Why, yes, sir.
Well, you better ride with her and see that cash get safely to where it's going.
How do I get back?
Well, if you have to, take a cab. Thank heavens there's enough left in a checking account to cover that.
I'm supposed to escort you home, Mrs. Loring.
Aren't you on duty here at the bank?
Yes, but under the circumstances, Mr. Prouty wanted me to make sure that...
Just put the other two suitcases in the back seat, Mr. Wicks. I'll manage very nicely.
But it's so dangerous to leave all that money unguarded.
Oh, it'll be guarded, all right. Don't worry. I'll be putting it under the best care in the world.
Well, please let me see you home just the same. It's Mr. Prouty's orders, and I wouldn't want to disobey them.
Very well, Mr. Wicks. If you insist. Climb in.
Well, wouldn't you like me to drive?
Not at all. I never feel safe with a man driving. Come on, get in. Men are much too excitable and so easily distracted. Hang on, here we go.
You always drive this fast?
Oh, you consider this fast?
Well, never mind me. How about the cops?
Oh, the police don't bother me. They know I've been driving for over 50 years. Never had an accident.
Somebody up there must like you, Mrs. Loring.
Of course he does. He takes care of me because I take care of him.
How's that again?
Oh, you wouldn't understand. Oh, I'm glad you came along after all, Mr. Wicks. I want to make a stop. And while I make a short visit, you can stay in the car and make sure people don't come gawking and putting fingerprints on it and...
The car? What about the money?
Oh, I'm not worried about the money. Nobody knows it's here but you. But my packet is something else again. You can't miss it.
Well, Wicks, you certainly took your own sweet time about getting back.
I couldn't help it, Mr. Prouty. She stopped somewhere on the way home and told me to wait in the car. She was gone like for an hour.
Oh, where?
I don't know. I was scared to leave all that dough lying around to go find out. She just went to some old house, climbed up the stoop, and disappeared in the door.
And she didn't take any of the money with her?
No, sir.
You got it home to her house, safe?
Yes, sir. That's where it is now.
Yeah. Did you carry it in yourself?
Yes, sir.
And where did you put it?
Well, I just left the suitcases in the hall like she told me.
Why, she didn't put the money away somewhere?
Not that I saw.
Oh, dear me, dear me. Is she alone in that house?
It looked like it.
Well, then you're the only witness that money got back to her house safely.
I guess so. That is one screwy old day.
Oh, why did this have to happen to me? Why couldn't Stipple have been here to handle it? I tell you, they've had me on the carpet downtown as if it was my fault that the bank had lost all her deposits. I've just been sick with worry. I'm sure they're going to hold it against me, and I was counting on promotion. I tell you, just thinking of it makes my blood race, and I feel faint.
Hey, what is it, sir?
I can't.
Holy Toledo. Hey, somebody get a doctor fast. It's Mr. Prouty. I think he's had a heart attack.
Hey, Sid. Hey, Sid.
You calling me, ma'am?
Yeah, you. Are you Sid Wicks?
That's right, but I don't think
Sure you know me. What are you giving me? Candy Kiss.
Candy Kiss? Is this a rib or... Hey, not little Candy Kiss, a belly dancer from the Carnies.
Oh, in person, not a picture. There's a little more of me now than in them days. What are you going to do? A lot of years gone by. Hey, you're looking pretty good, Sid.
So are you, Candy. Don't badmouth yourself.
Oh, maybe there's a little life in the old bag yet. Hey, are you with the cops or something?
The cops? Nah.
Well, I seen you coming out of the precinct house, so
Oh, no. That was about one of my bosses at the bank. Dropped dead of a heart attack today.
No kidding. A robbery or something?
No, just, well, it seems like he had a history of heart trouble, and all of a sudden it just come over him. Death due to natural causes. That's the way they list it.
Here today, gone tomorrow. You never know, huh?
Oh, that's life. How come you thought I was a cop?
Well, you got a uniform on.
Oh, yeah, that. I forgot. I'm a security officer at the bank, see?
Oh, so that accounts for you wearing the uniform.
Yeah, that accounts for it. So, how does it go for you, Candy?
What am I going to tell you? Up, down, and more down. That's a long story. But I got a little grift going for me now, so maybe I shouldn't complain.
Still in the business, huh? What's your line?
You remember Madame Chanda with the Carney?
Oh, the fortune teller and the medium?
Yeah. Well, she died back here a few years ago.
Well, she would have been pretty old.
Oh, you ain't kidding. Anyways, the last few years she was, crippled with the arthritis and stuff. And anyway, she knew things were kind of tough with me, so I moved in with her, and she trained me. I took over her store when she died.
How about that?
Yeah.
So you're still in the old game, huh?
Oh, more or less. You sound like you miss it.
You said it. Best years of my life.
Oh, you were some spieler in your day.
Yeah, I could ballyhoo pretty good.
The best. I never thought you'd drop out.
Well, the breaks, kid.
Yeah. Hey, my place is just around the corner here. Do you want to come on back for a cuppa and a heart-to-heart?
Why not? Maybe you could read me a free fortune in the grounds.
I use instant. Enter the secret abode of Madame Chanda. Look deep in the crystal ball, and I will find your fame and fortune. Hey, you don't like my act? What are you looking so funny about?
You don't know what a coincidence this is. Hey, I got a hunch.
What kind of hunch?
Maybe you're going to bring me luck. Maybe both of us. Look, I brought you a client this morning. An elderly type lady named Loring. Mrs. Hartley Loring?
Not me.
Now think. Tall, gray hair, old-fashioned clothes, big hat. Like one of them old-time English queens.
Oh, Susie. You mean Susie?
I don't know her first name. I only know Mrs. Hartley Loring.
Well, I don't know from Mrs. Hartley Loring. I only know from Susie. What time this morning?
10:45. From then until after 11:30.
That was Susie.
What did she want?
Oh, who knows what Susie wants half the time. I think she's just lonely and wants someone to talk to. Look, she's a harmless nut.
You mean she comes here often?
Off and on, several times a month.
Well, what does she want?
Well, first time she came, she wanted a reading. And then she got into the spook stuff. Wanted to talk to her husband across the great beyond, ask his advice what to do with all her millions. So fine. What's the harm to make some poor lady happy? I let her talk to him.
And tell her what to do?
Well, sure. Like I say, it's all pipe dreams anyway. I mean, to hear her talk, they don't print anything under a C note. Till she hands out my fee. Then she has to scrabble through her purse for change. What the hell? If it makes her happy, let her play big shot. I don't think I'd mind being crazy if I felt as rich as she does.
Candy. I got a big fat surprise for you. She may be nuts, but she is as rich as she thinks she is.
Susie?
Mrs. Hartley Loring. Hey, Candy, baby, like I said.
Huh?
I got this hunch if we play our cards right, you and me are going to end up richer than you ever dreamed.
have here. A number of fascinating pieces in a complicated little jigsaw puzzle. How do they fit together? And if we could fit them together, would they reveal enough of the whole riddle to be able to know just what's going on? I have to admit, even with a head start on all of you, that I'm not quite sure. Suppose we all have a closer look when I return shortly with Act Two. I believe it was Winston Churchill who said something to the effect that Russia was a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. Well, we seem to have the same sort of thing here. A rich and eccentric old lady who withdraws $8 million from the bank. A security guard who hasn't forgotten that he started life as a flim-flam artist in the carnivals. And an ex-belly dancer turned spiritualist and fortune teller. 3 wildly diverse people suddenly locked together by coincidence. Or fate. For what purpose?
You gotta be stringing me, Sid.
It's straight goods, Candy.
$8 million in small bills.
That's right.
There ain't that much money in the world.
There is. I saw it.
And she has it in her house now?
I hope nobody else has got to it yet.
Where?
Well, that's what maybe you could find out.
What for?
I don't think I have to tell you.
No. I can't take Susie's money like that.
We don't have to take it all. Like maybe half, or say $3 million apiece. That would leave her, too.
Oh, come on. What are you talking about? What do you think I am?
A miserable 2-bit grifter who got trapped behind the 8 ball and never had a chance in life for the big score. Just like me.
Oh. You had kind of heavy going, huh, Sid?
Yeah.
But you got a good, steady job now.
Bank guard? Peanuts. This keeps me afloat. A lousy rented room and food at some greasy spoon. Good job.
What happened to you, Sid? I always thought you were headed for the big time.
What big time? There ain't any carnivals left since television. Who needs a broken-down spieler? And as a flim-flam or a con man, I was always small time.
Hey, you want another cup of coffee?
Yeah, sure. That was good.
You know, I got lazy being by myself. Instant coffee all the time, you know. I'll heat it up. You know, when there were others around, I always made it right from the bean. Grind fresh and all. I was proud of my coffee. Yeah, you get lazy being alone.
Don't I know? I mean, I've been that way all my life. And so's the old lady.
Who?
Her, Mrs. Loring, you know, Susie.
So she's what?
Alone. She hasn't got anybody. You're the one that said it.
Oh, yeah.
You see what I mean is, all that money, she's old enough to kick off any day. Where do you want it to go? The state, federal taxes, some charity?
Well, maybe she's got relatives somewhere.
If she has, does she need you to have just someone to talk to, like she said? If she has, where are they? They don't keep her company. Do they deserve any cut?
Oh, yeah, I dig you, but... Well, we wouldn't take it all, huh?
No, like I said, leave her a cool couple of million. Her age, how's she going to need more?
Yeah, of course, there's no guarantee she'll be back to see me.
But if she don't come, I'll find a way to get her here.
Yeah, and just what is it I'm supposed to do?
Look, Candy.
Yeah?
She says to me, the money will be guarded. I'll be putting it under the best care in the world.
Oh, what does that mean?
That's what I want to find out.
But if it's like a vault or something, how could you get at it?
If it is, you got to find some way to con her into getting it out of there. And keep her busy while I heist it. We got a deal?
Well, maybe I'll think about it. Oops, there I go, letting the coffee boil over.
No, here, I'll get it. Now, you sit still.
Kind of nice. I ain't used to be waited on.
Want me to pour?
Hey, would you?
Sure.
This is real cozy.
All the comforts of home?
Yeah.
Cream? Sugar?
How do you take it?
Regular.
Make mine regular, too. Sid.
Yeah?
Did you mean what you said about me.
What was that?
Oh, you know, I shouldn't badmouth myself. I looked pretty good.
You look a lot better than that to me, kid.
Gee, I think I'm dreaming. This can't be happening after all these years. You want to know something, Sid?
Yeah, tell me, Candy.
I think we are going to be able to work out a deal after all.
Who is it? It's Susie, Madam Chanda.
Susie? Just one moment, little one, and I will bring you the present. Oh, forgive me. I was in deep meditation.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam. You must forgive me, but this is really urgent.
Urgent? What can be so urgent? I have not seen you for almost a week.
Yes, matters of great import, you see. Decisions to be made, and then, of course, my time is not quite my own.
It is not? Why?
Oh, I am under the command of someone greater than I. Greater than all of us. Can I have a sitting right away?
A sitting? For what purpose?
I've got to reach Toto.
Toto?
Is my husband. Hartley, Mr. Loring. In the hereafter, I need some advice from him.
Oh, Susie, I am not sure that today...
But it's urgent. It's quite urgent. You've never refused me before. You know you put me in touch with him.
The medium knows nothing, Susie. She is an instrument only through which you may find communication with the other side.
Well, you've served as that before, even though I do wish...
What do you wish, my child?
I wish I could talk to my husband directly, instead of going through that tedious little twerp Merkin.
Merkin?
It's a leprechaun voice that is my contact with the supernatural and my beloved Toto. If only I could speak to Hartley directly.
Is it that important?
Well, it concerns a great deal of money. And Toto was always better about money than I am. Of course, he knew so much more because he made it.
A God-given talent.
And therefore, render unto Caesar those things which are Caesar's.
Huh? I do not follow you.
I want to give it all away. Back to where it came from. And I want Hartley to tell me how, and if I am doing the right thing.
Yes. Well, we must make every effort to reach him. But some things cannot be done immediately. I need time for preparation, for deep meditation, for preparing to gird myself for this projection beyond the stars.
All right. How long?
How long? Oh, let me see. Today is Tuesday. Let's say Saturday. That is a good day for the planets to conjoin in the house of your rising star.
It is? It seems so far away.
We must all learn the virtue of patience.
Why?
Because only through patience can those of us who deserve achieve what we desire.
Hello?
Sid?
Candy?
Yeah, she was here.
Susie?
Susie.
And?
She's coming back again on Saturday.
You mean you didn't find out today?
No.
Well, why not?
Oh, it's too tough to explain on the phone. Couldn't you come by tonight?
Yeah, well, sure. If I had my way, it'd be every night.
Glad to hear that, Sid. It's just the way I'd like it.
Marriage?
Why not?
Well, at this day and age, who needs it?
Maybe we do.
You don't trust me?
Who said that? No, I just figure if we're going to break any laws, look at how good it is we couldn't be forced to testify against each other.
Who said we're going to have to testify?
Oh, just looking on the safe side, in case. But it ain't only that.
Well, what? What?
I don't know. It's just to have things nice. Old-fashioned. You know, I mean like a ring and all for me, and maybe a church wedding. After all, it's only fair. With the dowry I'm bringing and all.
The what?
The hope chest, like. How many girls you gonna find can maybe put your hand on $5 or $6 million?
But we could just split down the middle.
I don't want to split. Do you?
Well, I
you
just...
listen good, Sidwicks. Once I ate my heart out over you, and you walked away from me. I'm gone again, okay, but this time, I'm not letting you off the hook.
Okay. We'll get the license and all by Saturday. Enough of the jackpot question. How do you get her to tell you where the dough is stashed?
Oh, she won't tell me. I'm in a trance. I don't know what's going on. I'm a medium.
Oh, yeah. We can't have her sicken the cops on you when the money disappears.
Oh, don't worry. She won't. The way I'm going to set it up, she'll know where the money went, and it'll be A-OK with her. Now, here's the way the gaff is going to work.
What time is it?
Oh, now, don't get in an uproar. She'll be here any minute. You all set?
I'm as set as I'll ever be. It's a good thing her husband was a governor. I remember his voice pretty good. And I may not be able to promise you a clean government, but by the Lord, Harry, I promise you the dirty linen will be washed in public. How do I sound, Candy? Like him?
I wouldn't know. I never listen to them politicians. Oh, what's the diff? There'll be so much filter on the sound system. You could talk in like Billy Graham and come out sounding like Rocky Graziano.
Oh, wait a minute. That's not good enough.
Oh, sure it is, honey. Don't you know anyone comes looking for a voice from the beyond? They make it sound the way they want. They want to believe. That's the only way any con game works. Now, you better get in the closet. She'll be here any minute.
Okay. You sure this is going to work?
Oh, one thing I learned from Madame Chanda. Big time, small time. A sucker is still a sucker. If you got as much faith as they have, it's a lead pipe cinch.
Well, there it is. The trap is set, all ready to be sprung. And the innocent victim is about to put her foot in it. Strange feeling, isn't it? That these are such amiable crooks, one is almost tempted to be on their side. Are we to be lulled into thinking, even for a moment, that crime should pay? I'll return shortly with Act 3. The moment of truth has arrived. The curtains have been drawn, and closing Madame Chanda's small studio, the lights dimmed, the Madame herself has gone into a trance. Strange flickerings of light flutter in the gloom. There are breaths of air, murmurings of alien voices. The music of the spheres hangs trembling in the air.
A grieving woman sits waiting for the sound of a well-loved voice. She is torn apart by decisions beyond her power to make by herself. Through the agony of my body, her message flows out to you, her husband. Will you not put aside the shroud and call back to her, listen to her prayer, and send her an answer?
Who calls me? Who calls?
Toto, is that you?
Look in the crystal hemisphere. Can't you see me?
I can't. It's all smoky.
Then hear my voice. My voice. Can't you hear it?
Yes, but it's very hoarse.
Why did you call me?
It's about the money, dear.
What about it?
I took it out of the bank because of Mr. Nichols.
Who?
Mr. Nichols. You know, he writes that wonderful investing letter you always subscribe to. The one who thinks all the banks are going to fail.
I remember. Where is the money now?
At the house.
You thought it safer there?
Oh, yes. So there would be enough left to give away.
To give away?
Oh, Toto, stop repeating everything I say. You know I have to. Only I'm not clever enough to know who's most deserving. So I'm just leaving that up to the Supreme.
To the Supreme.
Now, there you go again. To someone greater than all of us is all I mean. He'd know much better than we what to do with it, don't you think?
I suppose. But how's he going to get it?
Oh, he wouldn't have any trouble, I shouldn't think. Except maybe with the bank.
I didn't want red tape. Was I right?
Of course. You're always right. But where is he going to get it from?
Well, I wanted only one place. But there was only room in the big trash can for $5 million, and the other 3 I stuffed in the wood box. It's so bulky, really. But I wanted it in small bills because nobody likes to bother with big ones, really.
I'm in complete agreement. But in the trash can?
Oh, I didn't leave it with the rest of the garbage. I'm not that silly. I have it all ready just inside the garage door. So he can come and collect it whenever he's ready. Toto, do you think I'm doing the right thing?
Susie, my dear, I couldn't have arranged it better myself.
Oh, I'm so glad you're pleased. Now, I shouldn't disturb you anymore. I know this is a bad time for you. It's usually when you were taking a snooze.
Yes. Well,
You mustn't be embarrassed. I just wish I could join you.
Ah, sweet. But there's no hurry.
Oh, I don't know. It hasn't been a bit the same since you've been gone.
In good time. Not yet. Not yet.
I'll live out whatever's allotted. But I'll tell you the truth, dear. I'll be quite ready whenever it comes.
Hey, come on, Candy. What's the matter with you?
Oh, I don't know. Just leave me alone.
We're sitting on top of the world. Everything's falling into our hands. How come you turn on the waterworks?
Oh, she was just so kind of sweet about him. I hate to be a part of conning her.
Oh, women, how can you figure them? Look, we made her happy, don't you see?
Yeah, but it was a lie.
All right. Forget Mrs. Loring. Look at us. Everything's coming up roses for us.
How?
I'm going to go out, hire a rental truck, and stick a sign I paint on it saying, like, Ace Garbage Disposal. Then, just as sweet as you please, I drive up and pick up that trash barrel from the garage.
Yeah, but she's not going to let you take it.
She's not going to be there to stop me.
How come?
Because I've done a little checking up on her.
Hmm?
Every Sunday morning, she goes to early church service. The janitor lives in my boarding house, and I checked it out with him. She hasn't missed a service since her husband died.
All right, but when she gets back and finds the money missing...
That's the beauty part. She'll figure it just went up to heaven like Elijah's fiery chariot.
I don't know. Look, suppose she blames me.
How could she? The power of positive thought, baby. You got us snowed into believing you don't know anything that's happened when you're in a trance. And anyway, you and me, we won't be here no more, Candy. We'll be long gone.
Gone where?
With 60 times 100 G's. The world, Cupcake, the world.
But I don't have no passport.
Who does? So we'll do the States until we pick them up. Who's going to be looking for us? We got it made.
I don't see why you had to drag me along.
I got to have a lookout. Besides, I may need help loading the garbage can with all the money.
Yeah, is my hair all tucked into the cap?
Yeah.
I don't see why I had to wear this loose old shirt of yours.
Candy, sugar, without it, you couldn't pass for a man. No way.
I must look terrible.
I wouldn't worry. Nobody's going to see you. I hope. Hold it.
What is it?
She's starting the car. She'll be coming out of the driveway any minute right past us.
She'll see us.
Not with the sun on our windshield. But just in case, we'll duck when she passes. Watch it, duck. Well, there she goes. And here we go. This is it, Candy, baby. We're about to strike it rich. Come on.
Suppose someone sees us.
You know the house can't be seen from the road? Let's go.
The garage door is open.
Yeah. And look, there's a big trash can there. I'm so excited, my palms are sweating. Can you imagine, Candy? What is it?
I tripped on something. It's a Bible.
A what?
A Bible. Oh, Susie, she must have dropped it getting into the car. See, suppose she comes back. Come on, let's get out of here.
Not without the
Oh,
dough.
never mind the dough. We can get that.
Holy cow. It's here. The money's here, just like she said it was. Come here, Candy.
I don't want to, Sid. I just want to run before something...
Now, without the $5 million? Give me a hand.
It's her. She came back.
Get back in the shadows. Maybe she won't see us.
She's coming in.
She just came back for the Bible. Let her find it, and then we'll... What?
I still got it in my hand.
Well, then throw it out before... No, hold it. It's too late.
Oh, now, where on earth did I drop my Bible? Must have left it in the house. I'll just put the light on, so...
Sid, what did you do?
I had to stop her before she recognized us.
What did you hit her with?
I don't know. The first thing that came to hand is this spade.
Oh, Sid, her neck's at such a funny angle. And she...
I never meant... I only wanted to... Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's dead.
Oh, let's get out of here.
No, wait, not without what we came for.
What did you bring the money back here for?
Close the door.
All right. But, Sid, we got to run.
Not now.
Now, more than ever.
Don't you see? That's the way we'll get caught. Sooner or later, they're going to find her body.
But they won't know the money's missing.
They'll find out through the bank.
Then you'll get involved.
No.
Hmm?
No, I've been thinking. It's a lucky thing old Prouty had his heart attack. Nobody knows I knew anything about the money. And anyways, I'm going to have an alibi.
How?
Well, we got married this morning, just like you asked me, didn't we?
But that was before we went to Susie's house.
That's right. So before we left, I set her watch back an hour to right about that time. When I hit her, it got broken.
We won't get away with it.
Sure we can. We got to lay low. Just go on like always. I'll keep working at the bank, and you keep on here reading the future.
Well, it won't be much of one. What about the money? Can't we use it to...
No, we can't take a chance.
But what are you going to do with it?
Hide it. Bide our time.
Hide it? Where?
Take up the floorboards. Dump it in there. Get rid of the trash can and turn in the truck. And then we take it easy.
Oh, I'll never be able to take anything easy again.
Come on. Hey, what's that you got in your hand?
Huh? Oh, a Bible. Maybe I'd better start reading it.
You just concentrate on reading the crystal ball.
Oh, God, forgive me. God, forgive us.
Candy.
Who's that?
Susie calling you. Come, look in the crystal ball.
Oh, no. Oh, forgive us. Forgive us. I'm so sorry.
So am I, Candy. That money was meant for the Lord. It is His, not yours.
Yeah, but don't you see this? There's no way to return it now without us getting involved.
Are you so sure? Look in the Bible.
The Bible?
My Bible.
Hmm?
Where I have been reading. The passage I have marked. See it?
Yeah, I guess, like, right here.
2 Kings chapter 2, verse 11. You see it?
Yeah.
What does it say?
And behold, there appeared a chariot of fire, and Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. I don't get it.
Remember what Mr. Wicks said, prophesying in his ignorance.
What?
That when I got back and found the money missing, I would figure it just went up to heaven like Elijah's chariot.
Yeah, he did say that.
There's your answer, Candy. And there's the fireplace. If you want to seek forgiveness, set the money afire. Burn it, Candy. Burn it.
through. Hey, watch out. Let me through.
All right, buddy. This is as far as you go. You can't get through.
Well, that's my building.
Don't matter. You can't get through the fire line.
What happened?
Some dame burning paper or trash in the fireplace. Set the chimney on fire. Whole building's going up like a torch.
Paper? My wife, Candy. Get out of my way.
Hey, watch it. You can't go in there.
I got to. I got to get that.
There's no one left in the building. They already brought the woman out.
Officer, why didn't you tell him his wife was dead already?
Who had the chance? Crazy guy. He'll be going to a crisp.
Above the burning building, lifted in the updrafts of air sucked by the heat, the scraps of blackened paper fall upwards like black snowflakes, swirling and eddying as they climb towards heaven. Mrs. Hartley Loring's money is ascending, like Elijah, to its last resting place. And Candy and Sid have paid the ultimate price for their greed. I'll be back shortly. Suspension of disbelief. So often in telling our tales, we ask for it, and you're kind enough to grant it. I mean, can you honestly believe that a woman would withdraw $8 million from a bank and keep 5 of it in a trash can? Fortunately, we don't have to ask you. If you read the papers, you must have read the news story on which this tale was founded. Our cast included Michael Tolan, Mary Jane Higby, Bryna Rayburn, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Above our heads, a myriad of airplanes trace their contrail patterns in the sky. Beyond them and the stratosphere, countless satellites ride their fixed orbits. We have conquered the air. We are reaching towards space. But on a globe, 4/5 of which is covered by water, beneath the surface of the restless sea lies the real unknown. This story will take us there.
I've made up my mind, Steve. It's up to you to decide.
What's to decide? Count me in, Mr. Hunter.
That's what I need to hear. Oh, one more thing. The name is J.C. Partners. Can't be strangers.
We live through this one, we won't be. Anything this big, one way or another, none of us will ever be quite the same.
Our mystery drama, Raptures of the Deep, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Michael Tolan. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Grease stain, oil stain, mud stain, and chocolate. When you want to talk stain out, shout it out.
Now you can prove Shout's a mom's best friend. Before washing, just spray it on a tough stain. Wait a few seconds. Turn over the fabric and see how Shout penetrates right through to the other side.
That's right. Shout saturates, really penetrates. It's almost like spraying both sides of the stain at the same time.
So when you want to talk stain out, shout it out.
I like pickles, but they don't like me.
Send your stomach some Digel.
I like pizza, but it doesn't like me.
Send your stomach some Digel.
Digel's special combination of antacid and anti-gas ingredients gives you fast, gentle relief from acid indigestion, heartburn, and gas in just minutes.
I like hot dogs, but they don't like me.
Send your stomach some Digel.
For occasional use only as directed.
There is a vast difference between the mysteries of the sea and those of the infinite space beyond the envelope of air that surrounds us. In space, man must cover vast distances by machine to delve into the unknown. Under the sea, machines can travel and observe, but there is so much terrain, so much life, and movement is so limited that eventually only man himself, unencumbered, is the ultimate explorer. The diver, and in particular, that special breed of men, the scuba divers.
Hey, Cobb, you old son of a gun, the Marines have landed.
Get your butt off that helicopter and report for duty. Where's your gear?
Johnny, the pilot's going to dig it out for me. It's stowed in the tail.
There's no time. This is a big one. You can dig out your own gear. I'll help you with it. I got a car waiting, and I'm driving you straight to the Pandora.
The what?
Pandora. That's the name of J. Calvin Hunter's ship.
Ship?
You can decide if you want to call her a boat when you see her. By me, the Pandora's a ship.
The dame who opened up the box and let all hell loose.
That's her.
Well, why would he want to call his yacht that?
Better ask him.
I don't know. It smells like trouble.
When have you and me ever got into anything else? This one, we'll never forget.
The name is Steve Carr, but it didn't start out that way. The real name, the ethnic one, is Stefanos Karalis. Both my mom and dad are from Greece, and I still speak Greek as well as I do English. Me and Cobb Straker were in the Navy together, frogmen. And after we got out, we went into the salvage business. What I mean is, we handled a lot of jobs, but only on the number one jobs did we work together. Matter of fact, we hadn't seen each other in 6 months. I'd been working on some offshore oil rigs around Galveston, while Cobb had been keeping a finger on the pulse of what we really care about. Buried treasure. He stayed with the firm's base in Freeport, Bahamas. We had a lot to catch up on in the car.
So Galveston worked out?
Yeah, finally. What happened to your cake?
Oh, we found the Estrelita okay, in about 40 fathoms.
And?
Just the ribs, and pretty well broken up. The keel was still there, and enough of a stern to identify her. 2 cannons, one eaten away so badly it was scarcely worth raising. The other in fair condition.
But the treasure?
Who knows, buddy boy? You fish around the Bahamas, the Caribbean. A lot of folks might have been there first.
Or storms, drifting tides, or maybe she didn't have gold aboard in the first place.
Well, the hazards of our business.
So tell me about this prize pigeon.
J. Calvin Hunter? No.
Why not?
Because I want you to set up and listen to him yourself. This could be big, Steve. Really big. Or just so much hogwash. I want to let you judge that for yourself.
We hadn't far to go to the wharf where the Pandora was moored. Cobb was right. This was a ship in every sense of the word. She was almost 200 feet overall, beamy, and for sure well over 2,000 tons. One glance at her silhouette told me she had every kind of device to handle deep diving, and the equipment to go with it. I felt a tingling anticipation. I could sniff an explosive future. We parked the wagon and unloaded my gear. Mr. Hunter was waiting for us on the fantail. He was taller even than Cobb, but thin, all whipcord and steel. He had eyes like bullets that shot out from under heavy, dark eyebrows.
You made good time.
This is Steve Carr, Mr. Hunter.
He's almost as big as you are, Cobb.
Not quite, sir. How do you do?
Mm-hmm. Welcome aboard the Pandora, sir. Sit down, sit down. Well, now, did Cobb brief you on what all this is about?
No, sir. He wanted to let you tell me yourself.
So you could make up your mind whether or not I was a nut or not,
I didn't say that, sir.
No, I did. And I'll lay you 100 to 1 Cobb did also.
It's a beautiful ship, Mr. Hunter.
Well, it ought to be. Cost enough. But it's going to pay for itself one of these days.
Why do you call it the Pandora?
Because once I decided to have her rebuilt, I really opened up a can of worms. Cost me 10 times the original estimate before it was finished. A regular Pandora's box of troubles let loose. I was beginning to think she was jinxed.
Then why saddle her with the name?
It suited my whim. Besides, after Pandora opened the box, all the evils and bad luck were let loose on the world. Do you know the one thing that was left?
No, sir.
Hope, according to some versions of the legend. So, that's good enough for me. We're going to need a lot of it where we're going.
Just where is that, sir?
I'll make it short and sweet. In 1663, April of that year, the Spanish sent out a convoy guarded by their heavier ships of war bound for Spain. While it was carrying some valuable cargo, it was merely a decoy, as all the supposed merchant ships were heavily armed.
To decoy the British into attacking?
Right.
A decoy for what, sir?
And first off, to try to lure enough British and French privateers into destruction and clear the seas.
And second, to draw away attention from a real prize.
Right, Steve. The Alhambra. A colossus of a merchant ship that they had built, which was loaded to the waterline with gold, silver, and precious jewels. The value, even then, was in the millions. Today, it could at least run to $500 million, perhaps more.
They sent her out alone?
Oh, no. She was convoyed by 2 smaller men of war, and she took a different route.
But either the British and French weren't fooled, or enough of them were smart enough to smell a rat.
No, they were fooled. Most of them. But not 3 heavily gunned British privateers who were lying in wait for them. The weather was lucky for the British. They came out of a fog bank and sank the first man of war without taking a broadside in return. Then they turned their attention to the second, and with a bit more trouble, sank her. But when they turned to take their prize, they had a blow.
She'd slipped away in the fog?
No. She was too big and lumbering to elude them. So instead, the captain, following his sealed orders, commanded everyone into the boats and lit a fuse to gunpowder charges that had been set for just such an eventuality.
He blew his ship out of the water?
Not quite. He blew the keel and half the bottom out of her, and she foundered and sank like a stone.
Huh. Right off the coast here somewhere.
That's my secret. I have a lot of them, because I have to be careful, gentlemen. My captain, for example, has his coordinates. He knows where to sail, but not why. You boys know why, but not where. And nobody but us 3 knows what I'm after.
How do you know all this, Mr. Hunter?
Money.
Beg pardon?
It buys a lot of information. A little here, a little there. Till finally, I could put it all together.
But how can you be sure the information is legit?
The captain of one of the British ships was one of my more colorful ancestors. He kept a very full and detailed log, which has been preserved as a family curiosity for the 10 generations since it was written.
You know where the ship went down?
Exactly.
300 years ago. And at what depth?
That I don't know. With luck, it could be one side or the other of the trough.
Which trough?
That would be the start of telling, wouldn't it? Until I know you're committed.
Well, what do you say, buddy? Heard enough?
No. How do we split?
That's simple. Since I'm paying you your regular salvage rates, I carry all the financial risks. But I'm not greedy. 60% for me. You split the other 40 as you will. If there's anything to split.
That's very generous, Mr. Hunter.
Well, it's worth it for the very best. The tide is turning. We should sail with it, if we can. Have you heard enough to decide?
Well, I've made up my mind. Up to you, Steve.
What's to decide? Count me in, Mr. Hunter.
That's all I need to hear. Oh, one more thing. The name is J.C. Partners can't be strangers.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah?
You know where we are?
Well, I can look at the sun. I don't have instruments. Roughly the eastern Atlantic, not too far south.
Yeah, but where are we headed?
The man told you. His secret.
We're the ones have to dive.
You said it.
How deep?
You mean free or with heavy equipment?
If we're going to explore, you know it has to be free.
How deep can you go? What's the record? 400-something feet? You can't work there. What's the problem?
Like right now, I think we're over the eastern trough. What, 4,000 meters, maybe 3 miles. You want to dive that?
He's got that little bathysphere we're lugging.
That's for observation, a gimmick. You can't salvage anything with that. You know what I'm thinking he's counting on?
The Atlantic Ridge?
Check. The Azores, the Canary Islands, something like that where the ocean bottom is within reach.
Wherever that is. Maybe we'll turn up the lost continent of Atlantis or something. Who knows?
Well, it's worth a whirl.
At these prices, any day. What have we got to lose? Hold it. What's that?
They cut the engines.
We had dropped anchor in 25 fathoms. That's a long way down. 6 feet to a fathom, 150 feet. Everyone was out on deck when we got there. It was just at sunrise, maybe 4:20 in the morning. J.C. signaled us. He wanted us down in his quarters. There was coffee there, and a large chart on a table marked out in a grid. He pointed to a dot in the middle.
This is our position right here. You and Cobb will take sectors and scout them. We'll use marker buoys to indicate what has been searched. Blue. With the red one, in case we turn up what we're looking for. Now, when do we start?
How about this morning?
Just what I wanted to hear. Suit up. Let's get going.
You going over with us, J.C.?
No. I'm a little old for these depths.
Well, maybe we all are.
Now, look. We have a decompression chamber. I want you to take the least amount of time on the bottom that's safe. If it's too deep, we'll helmet you and put you on the air compressors.
It's deep, all right.
How long will you be down?
Oh, something like an hour and a half, figuring we spend 30 minutes maximum at 160 feet odd.
Well, it'll take 45 minutes staging out on the way up to beat the bends.
Okay, don't push anything. We've got all the time and most of the money in the world. I have a syndicate backing me. Now, be careful.
Our middle names. Ready to go, Cobb? I went off a ladder from the scuppers and hit the water. I went down fast because I was heavily weighted. And going this deep, you don't want to waste time. I used the knotted guideline to help pull me down. The line was 175 feet long. It didn't reach all the way to the bottom. I stopped to consider what to do now. And then I saw her for the first time. The damnedest sight I ever saw. The sight that was to change my whole life.
What does a young man see in the ocean at nearly 30 fathoms deep that will change his life? And whatever it was, what does the term her mean? A female of some species? Or a female of the species? A woman? And if so, what kind of woman in the depths of the ocean? I'll return shortly with Act Two. Steve Carr has encountered whatever strange phenomenon has swum into his view far beneath the surface. His partner, Cobb Straker, has surfaced unexpectedly and now is being helped back aboard the ship.
His relatively sudden reappearance has been a surprise to everyone aboard. And J.C. Hunter is the first to lend him a helping hand, reaching to take his fins as he shucks them in order to climb the ladder back aboard.
You all right? Sure. I came up because there's no point to the dive.
What do you mean? Adams, take Mr. Straker's equipment. Help him out of the tanks.
I don't know what your anchor hook snagged, but it must be some kind of a hill or mountain.
What do you mean?
Well, we've got 175 feet out of weighted guidelines, but mine at least still don't reach bottom. Once I got to the end of the line, I chickened out. I wasn't going any deeper on my own. And what about Steve?
He's still down there.
Well, maybe he's lucky. He hit a slope or something. I'll catch my second wind till he comes up. Maybe we can replot this whole dive better.
How long will he be?
Well, any minute now, unless he narked out.
He what?
Nitrogen narcosis. Raptures of the deep. A sort of deep-sea drunk. Complete euphoria, and you lose all track of time. Hey, he went down before me. Where the devil is he?
Maybe you'd better go down after him.
Well, if he doesn't break water in the next couple of minutes, I sure as shooting will.
Oh, there he is.
Well, where you been, jerkola? What do you want to do? Give us all the hives? You all right?
Just cutting it. You want to gas me aboard, Cobb? Cobb, did you go all the way down?
Right to the end of the line.
See anything?
No. I just knew that any further and I was out of my depth.
You didn't see her?
Who?
The girl. In the sort of flowing robes. She looked like an anemone, sort of.
Well, maybe that's what you saw.
Oh, no. This was no anemone. A sea animal, maybe. But if she was the closest thing to the girl I dream about. And if that's where she lives, then, man, let me live there, too.
You know what I think, Steve? I think you were narked.
No way, Cobb. My head was as clear as a bell. I'm going to tell you something right now, partner. I don't care about treasure ships. We stumbled on something far more special. If I can find her again. And right now I'm going over to see if I can. They couldn't talk me out of it. I asked for and got a longer guideline. 75 more feet took it to 250. Cobb was fit to be tied.
I still think you're crazy, Steve. I'm going down with you.
Oh, no, I want you up top on the line for signal so I know I'm safe.
What's the big deal? 250 feet? Trying to set a record?
Nowhere near it, and you know it. Who was the guy dive something near 400 breathing air?
Some Italian, and they fished him up unconscious.
I'm going nowhere near that. Now, wish me luck, buddy, because here I go.
Now, wait a minute.
I went down the guideline, hand over hand, like a circus flyer climbs to the trapeze platform. I wanted every minute I could have on the bottom, if I ever got there, or wherever I ran into her again, if I ever did. But outside of the beam from my torch, everything was as black as being locked in a closet.
Where is he, Cobb?
Last signal he gave me was at 225. Fruithead, it's too deep for free diving.
Signal him to come up.
Well, what do you think I've been doing? Hold it. He just reached the end of the line. Well, at least he ain't going no further.
I don't know how long I hung there, but at last I gave up. It was too dark to think of leaving the line, not without some ground underneath to read. I signaled I was on my way up. But before I could even start, they swam into the range of my light. I never saw anything like that. Man-shaped. Only they were scaled all over like fish. Not only did they wear foot fins, but their hands were the same. Their heads looked something like birds, with a sort of beak and the face scaly, too. There were too many to count, and they swam as swiftly as dolphins. And in back of them was the girl I'd seen before, in the flowing robe and the swirling hair. I had time only to send an urgent signal up the line before they swarmed over me.
What is it, Cobb?
I don't know. Alarm signal. Something's wrong.
I'm going over and down there. Stand by the line. Keep your hand on it. One jerk means everything's Jake. 2 steady jerks, repeated, means we're on our way up by stages. 3 sharp jerks, repeated or not, means you better have the decompression tank ready when we pop out like corks. You got it?
I have it. What do you suppose he's running to down there?
JC, there are so many mysteries in the black beneath that green cover. Who could even attempt to guess?
2 of the scaly porpoise things grabbed me by the arms and tore me away from the line. They were incredibly powerful, and I was helpless to resist. They started on a plunge deeper into the ocean on the command of one of them who seemed to be in charge. It was then my guardian angel acted, stopping them imperiously. Suddenly, in my confused state, I realized they were speaking to each other quite freely. I could hear the sound of their voices and the words. But even more unbelievable, I could half understand them. They were speaking a strange, old-fashioned kind of Greek.
No, Stanislaus, you cannot take him deeper.
He has invaded our territory. He must be brought to mine, Nucleus. These are my orders.
Not as he is. He cannot stand the pressures. We must have an air tank.
It will meet us on the way.
I hope it's not too late. I don't think he has much air left.
He'll manage. He'll have to.
Couldn't we wait for the tank? I tell you, he may die.
Let him. He is the enemy. If we can take them alive, very well. If dead, what's the difference?
At least let me escort him. I order you, let him go. He is my prisoner.
I was in a daze, my mind suspended in shock as my body tried to take these huge depths. How was it possible these strange entities could speak to each other freely? Then I thought of fish, and more than that, dolphins and whales who communicate without problem. I wanted to pull the mouthpiece out and try to speak myself, but I knew I was not adapted for that. But most of all, I was amazed that by the accident of birth, I had the ability to understand these creatures and the arcane Greek that they spoke. The only terror was that I could tell the air in my tanks was running out.
What happened, Carl? Search me. He's gone. There's no sign of him.
Gone where?
I don't know. Narked, I guess. Raptures of the deep. We've got to fight it all the time we go deep enough.
Oh, you think we've lost him?
No, not in my book. I wouldn't have come up except I ran out of air. Get me in the tank. Decompress me. I came up too fast, but I'm going down again first chance I get.
I don't want to lose you too, Cobb.
We haven't lost anyone. My buddy Steve is down there. All he needs is help.
We were going deeper and deeper, and I could feel the terrible pressure of the water. I wanted to scream out my protest to the lovely woman who swam, if that's what we were doing beside me. But to relinquish my mouthpiece would have meant instant drowning, which suddenly I faced. With the slightest of gurgles, my tanks were exhausted, and I spat out the mouthpiece and tried to say help. It was as if my word had been articulated, for in a moment her mouth was on mine, and she was breathing pure oxygen into my lungs. And in that moment, I saw some of the fish people swimming up towards me with a cylindrical tank just before I blacked out. When I came to, I was lying on a kind of couch on the inside of the tank, and beside me was the girl, woman, the apparition or whatever she was. The tank was transparent, and outside, like the men at the oars of some ancient slave ship, I could see we were being propelled by the fish things. I took a deep breath. Oh, a breath of delirious satisfaction and gratefulness. Whatever was ahead of me, at least I was breathing air again. As I did so, she opened her eyes and looked into mine.
You are all right?
I guess so.
You can breathe? Or shall we adjust the pressure?
No, it's fine, just fine. Who are you?
I am a halfway and in Group 1. My name is Ariadne. And yours?
The name is Steve. Steve Carr.
Steve Carr. It is a strange name. And you are a stranger. Yet you speak our language.
Well, not quite. It's close to my family tongue. You see, my real name is Stefanos Karalis. I'm Greek.
Ah, Greek. I have heard legends of them. They are a people who borrowed our language.
Beg pardon?
They came in ships, so the great book says. But we drove them off and sank them in the sea. But some, it is recorded, escaped. And they stole our language and our culture.
What culture?
The one you are being brought home to. Oh, how I hope you can survive.
Oh, don't worry, I'll make the attempt. But what am I going to survive to enjoy?
You do not like me?
Lady, that's beside the point at the moment. Where the devil are you taking me?
To my home. And the home of my fathers. To my country. To Atlantis.
Mysteries. Is it possible that here is the answer to that mythical island of Atlantis that was, in ancient times, believed to have existed in the Atlantic Ocean? Could someone in our modern times actually have found his way to that fabled land? I shall return shortly with Act 3. The lost island of Atlantis was first mentioned by Plato, the Greek philosopher. Later, in the 1st century before Christ, Solon, the father of law, reported that he was told of it by an Egyptian priest who said that it had been overwhelmed by an earthquake or a shifting in the world's crust, that it had sunk in the sea 9,000 years before his time. This is only one of many legends of the lost Atlantis, including the one you are listening to in my present report.
I remember being propelled by the strange creatures through a thick, waving forest of kelp. The great undulating trunks perhaps some 2 to 3 feet across, and reaching up from the ocean bed into infinity. From then on, everything was blank, until Ariadne woke me up.
You can come out of the cylinder with me now, Stefanos.
Where are we?
On the floor of the ocean.
Oh, no. No, Ariadne, I have no air. I can't breathe.
You will have air.
How? Did you fill my tanks?
No need of that. You will be able to breathe now.
No, you don't understand. I can't breathe underwater like you people.
Oh, but halfways like me can only breathe for a limited time. Only the androcytes are adapted fully to breathe underwater.
The androcytes? The men fish?
You see, they are no longer here.
Where is here?
In the home place. The island under the sea.
I looked through the transparent sides of the cylinder, and I couldn't believe it. A whole city covered the top of this giant floating island on the floor of the ocean. People were walking freely, chatting. The women dressed in flowing garments. The men in kilted skirts, their feet in sandals. I was back in the midst of a civilization older than Christianity and the Romans. Heaven only knows how many thousands of feet below the surface of the Atlantic. Ariadne now took me by the hand, and together we slipped out of the door that served as entrance or egress from the cylinder.
Don't look so terrified, Stefanos. There's plenty of oxygen. Try.
Hey. Well, all right. That's beautiful, but where does it come from?
I will let Minocles give what answers he deems proper to your questions.
Who is Minocles?
He is the ruler, the autocrat, the only one of which there is but one. Come, we must make haste. It is not good to keep him waiting. I have brought the outsider, Minocles, as you commanded.
Bring him forward, that we may talk. Welcome to Atlantis. What is his name?
Stephanos.
He is Greek? I know of Greece. You came in your ships and we sank them.
When was this, sir?
Time for us is different than it is for you. In your terms, let us say in centuries, perhaps 12,000 of them ago.
12,000?
More or less. Before the sea closed the waters of its doors above our heads and we became the lost Atlantis.
What happened, sir?
You may call me Minocles. I do not know this other word.
Was it an earthquake?
At the end, yes. A convulsion of the earth that plunged us forever beneath the water.
But how could you have lived?
We had our warnings. Oh, yes, we were warned.
How?
In the second passage of the seasons after I was named as autocrat, 2 significant discoveries were made which were to preserve us even in the face of disaster. One was that our island had begun to sink slowly, and that our civilization was doomed unless we could prepare to adapt. Come with me. Once I could look from these heights across Atlantis to the sun setting on a sea that stretched beyond the wall about our island.
The wall?
You see? Stone piled on stone and sealed stone to stone to shut out the encroaching waters.
Like Holland and the dikes.
What'd you say?
Just another people who had to shut out the sea.
Like us?
No, not like you. They never sank into it. What did you do when that happened?
First the wall, and then the dome.
I don't understand.
Look up, Stephanos. From the top of the wall, arching above us, we are sealed in one huge envelope.
A giant sort of plastic bubble. You live in the opposite of a goldfish bowl.
A world of our own.
Within this protected area, we manufacture the breath of life.
How?
By pumps, which extract the oxygen from the sea, very much as fish gills do.
But how long did this take to build?
We had 1,000 times the wheeling of the seasons.
1,000 years?
Long enough to be ready for the convulsion that cast us to the bottom of the sea.
How do you live? What do you feed yourselves?
We had to adapt a breed, a phylum, which could cultivate our sea farms outside the protection of this, what you call, bubble.
The androcides.
Exactly. Simply a matter of selective breeding to reverse the process of man's rise to land from the mother sea.
You mean they breathe like fish through gills and no longer can sustain life on air?
Exactly.
But why would they work for you? Couldn't they abandon you and make their own state?
No.
Why?
Because they cannot reproduce. The secret of parthenogenesis. No man or woman or creature that you have encountered in our society was born. He, she, it was created spontaneously. The fabric built from some living cell taken from another.
Cloning?
What is that word?
It means taking a cell from any given body, man or woman, then introducing it into the ova of a woman from whom part of the nucleus has been removed, and producing, after full term, a mirror image of the person from whom the cell was taken.
Substantially correct.
But that's a recent discovery.
In your world, perhaps. It was a technique we perfected nearly 600 generations ago. You must learn to live with it.
What does that mean?
You are a fresh impetus for us. You bring new ideas and knowledge of wider horizons. Since you are to be with us, we must have you duplicated as soon as possible.
My protests were waved away by the imperious Minocles. And in spite of Ariadne's attempts to calm me down, I was finally dragged away by a swarm of guards. The prison room in which I was confined was classic. And its dampness worried me because it brought back too vividly the immense pressure of the sea all about this relatively tiny bubble of air in the midst of the vast oceans of the sea. I don't know how she managed it, but Ariadne came to me. Ariadne.
Shh. Not so loud.
How did you get here?
I have privileges. I am a halfway, but there is royal blood in my veins.
What are we going to do?
Do?
I can't fit in here. How can I?
You can. After the operation tomorrow, you will go to adaptation training and become a halfway like me. And you will be reproduced.
What operation?
To sterilize you.
To what? I won't let them.
But why not? If you are to be among us, we cannot have someone who can reproduce at will. It would tear apart the whole fabric of our lives.
I don't want to do that. I can't be part of what you are, Ariadne.
What else can you do?
I can go back. Back where I came from.
The autocrat would never allow you to do that.
Then you must help me escape.
How? It is impossible. You are not adapted. How could you breathe long enough out there?
Fill my tanks with enough air.
But you could not stand the pressures.
Then we'll have to steal a cylinder like the one you brought me here in.
Impossible. Even if I did, the androcytes would capture it, and we have no way to move it.
You say you are adapted. You could move us up high enough so that I could come out safely.
There is only one chance. I must help you escape.
The details of the escape don't matter. Somehow we got away and started up towards the surface. And we're lucky enough, or Ariadne was smart enough, that we didn't encounter any of the fishmen. Unerringly, she led me back to the spot I had left. How long ago? And there was my weighted rope, its knots climbing towards the surface and my world. I had my arm about her waist, but suddenly she squirmed free, and she spoke to me, while I was helpless to answer.
Goodbye, Stephanos. I wish I had been born as you were. But we are from different worlds, and there is no bridge between them. Only let me say one thing. I have something to take away with me which makes me different. Makes me an individual in a world where such a thing does not exist. I am glad I knew that, even if only briefly. Goodbye, Stephanos.
She darted away from me so fast I couldn't follow. Her loose robes billowing like a flower. I couldn't have followed her anyway, because suddenly the androcytes were all about seizing her and dragging her down. Some of them came for me, and I had no choice but to drop my heavily weighted belt and shoot to the surface in a haze of bubbles. Exploded out of the ocean as if I'd been a champagne cork.
Cobb! There he is. It's Steve.
He came up without being decompressed. Get that chamber ready.
Okay. Okay, Steve. Take it easy.
No, I've got to follow her. To save... Where am I?
You're in the hospital, Steve. And I'm your buddy, Cobb Straker. And you just about copped it, friend.
I've got to get back. I got to get back.
Steve, you ain't going nowhere. Not if I have to sit on you till you come out of all of this.
But Ariadne...
The dame, sure. Lost Atlantis, sure. You got to be kidding, man. Steve, sooner or later, you've got to face up to it. You zonked out down there. You were narked.
The raptures of the deep.
You said it, Steve, not me. But that's all it was.
It's what I've had to settle for. Leave it at that or end in a funny farm. But the memory of it, and of a girl named Ariadne, her hair and her loose garments stirred by the water as if they were the petals of a sea flower, will haunt me all my life. We never did find J. Calvin Hunter's treasure, but I found my own. I only wish I could have kept it.
A curiously unforgettable story, which I find haunts me, too. Not only the girl, but that strange and beautiful city-state that Steve also imagined, or visited briefly. The legend of Atlantis dies hard. Could one imagine that it still does exist, buried somewhere so deep in the Atlantic East Trough that man has as yet no way to find the way there? I'll be back shortly.
Did you know that Goodyear services cars?
I didn't know that.
Lots of people don't. Say Goodyear, they'll say tires almost every time.
Good for them.
Yeah, well, how do we tell them Goodyear services cars?
Why don't we tell them about the limited warranty?
The what?
Tell everyone that if you get your car serviced at Goodyear, the service and parts are backed by Goodyear with a warranty good for 90 days or 3,000 miles.
Oh, which?
Whichever comes first.
Oh.
And if the work isn't done right, and you're more than 50 miles from where you got it serviced, you can take your car to any of over 1,500 Goodyear service stores, and they'll redo it at no charge.
Say, that's a great deal.
Yep.
Look, I thought you said you didn't know Goodyear services cars.
I didn't. I must have read it somewhere.
Well, where would you read that?
Probably in my warranty.
Oh, yeah.
Smooth out your rough-running engine with a tune-up at your Goodyear service store for just $39.88 for six-cylinder cars. Includes new points, plugs, rotor, and condenser. No extra charge for air conditioning or labor. Call for an appointment now. Price is slightly higher in California.
Recently, I read that Steve and Cobb had traced the drifting of a long-sunk Spanish galleon, and that all along the path had come up with gold and artifacts worth a king's ransom. I'm glad Steve struck it rich. I hope he enjoys his hard-bought wealth. I wonder if he would exchange it for that other treasure he found, or thought he found. Our cast included Michael Tolan, Catherine Byers, Ray Owens, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Who's Marla?
You wouldn't understand.
You could explain it.
You wouldn't believe it.
Look, your name is Howard Spurlow.
I know my name.
You are about to be tried for murder.
I know that, too.
I'm the attorney appointed to defend you.
We've been through all this. Why don't you let me alone?
You have to have a defense.
Why?
Why did you kill him?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. Premeditated murder, first degree, puts you in jail for life.
I don't care.
You don't care now. Wait. This state of shock you're in will wear off. You'll care.
I wish you'd let me alone.
On the other hand, second degree or manslaughter or lesser charges, you could get a maximum of 10 years. Maybe as low as 3 or 4. Tell me, why did you kill him?
Why don't you let me alone?
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I'm always delighted when I come across a new Gothic tale, but never more so than when it happens to be written by someone unlikely. Say, for example, Captain Frederick Marryat, who was popular in his day with young readers for his tales of sea adventure, such as Midshipman Ready. This one, however, is a savage, bloody, haunting tale of another color. Or, to be precise, a wolf.
What is it, Herman?
There, Father. Through the trees. The white wolf.
Give me my gun.
No, I have a bead on her already.
Why do you say her?
Because Marcella thinks it's a she-wolf. Now.
No!
Why did you knock my gun in the air?
Because, don't you see? It is not a wolf who comes to us, but a woman. A beautiful woman.
Our mystery drama, The White Wolf, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Norman Rose and Christopher Tabori. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The legends of lycanthropy must be as old as man himself. And believe it or not, the werewolf, or wolfman, is still a valid phenomenon today in certain parts of the world. But that is a pathological phenomenon, a psychiatric descent into cannibalism and bestiality, which has little to do with legend. That's what this story is about, the terrible, spine-chilling transformation of man to ravening beast. The legendary spirits that haunt the Harz Mountains of Germany, and the blood-curdling phantom with the snarling mouth and flesh-destroying claws, the lips bared to reveal the great knives of the canine teeth, and the travesty of a smile that means death. The werewolf.
That damned wolf, why doesn't he be quiet?
They are incredible, Wilhelm. Somehow they smell blood.
How? The animal must be a league away. What are you? Medical doctor or witch doctor, Franz Baum?
The first, I hope. But I have also lived my life in the shadow of these mountains.
How's the boy?
We can let Herman answer that for himself. You feel better from the bleeding?
I don't know, Herr Doctor. I feel weak as a kitten still.
Of course. But I think the fever has abated, yes. Yes, give me a fresh, damp cloth, Wilhelm.
The water is all but gone. I'll have Marcella bring some.
First, let us rid ourselves of this basin of blood. No sight for a young girl.
I'll throw it in the mitten.
No. You dare not do that. That wolf out there, whatever he is, don't do anything to attract him to your house. I will rid you of the blood I have let.
How?
I have some containers. I'll take it back to Coburg. With me, I can use it for my experiments. Sleep, my boy, and wake refreshed.
I'm afraid that's just what I'm going to do.
Doctor, is he all right?
Of course. I gave him a draught to help him rest.
I must get my gun.
Time enough. Let me get away. It grows dark.
You are sure Herman will recover?
I have every hope. But really, Wilhelm, I must protest again. This lost woodsman's cottage on the edge of nowhere is not a place to bind your children to.
Franz, let us not argue it again. You know why I hide here like a criminal. Why do I say like a criminal? I am one in the eyes of the law. I thought you said Herman was asleep.
I hope. But you're speaking loud enough for Marcel and your little boy Caesar to hear. Sounds carry in such a small cabin. From outside as well as in, it seems.
Damned wolf.
Papa, come quickly. Caesar's terrified. He's hiding below the bed and won't come out.
No, hush, darling. I am just going to get my gun.
Better I leave, Wilhelm. Once I am gone, your wolf will not trouble you, I think. I carry away in my bag the scent which tempted him here.
I don't care what tempted him here. I'll put a bullet in him.
Oh, Herr Dr. Baum,
Why do we stay here, hidden in the forest?
It is your father's will, dear Marcella.
How is Herman?
Your brother is resting quietly now. I'll be back to see him as soon as I may. But I think we have drawn away the fever from within him.
How can I help?
Bring him some fresh, cool towels, Marcella. See that he sleeps. Keep him...
Oh, I've got to go to Caesar. He'll be scared. Did you kill that terrible wolf, Papa?
Oh, no, just grazed him. Go tend to Caesar, Marcella.
Yes, Papa.
Where was it?
Damn near inside the house, scrabbling at a back window. An unusual creature. You know, it was pure white, with fur like ermine.
Oh, white wolf?
Yeah, against the snow it moved like a ghost.
But at all events, it is gone.
Yes.
Then I will take with me the blood scent that brought it here.
But what about Herman?
I shall return within the month, unless I can persuade you to abandon the wilderness, come back to the world. I have a deep fear there is some evil threat about you in these haunted mountains.
You mean this white wolf?
I really don't know what I mean, old friend. I am a man of science until I return to these tree-shrouded slopes, and then I become...
Become what?
Primitive, afraid of all I do not know, or am afraid to know, afraid of the dark which I must run to escape, afraid of myself because I have no resource with all my learning to stifle primeval fear. These darkening woods and tortured hills are somehow unnatural, supernatural.
My name is Herman, and I was born in the year 1763. I'm now 21 years old, and I live with my father, my sister Marcella, who's almost 20, and my brother Caesar, who is 11, in a woodsman's cabin deep in the Hartz Mountains. The nearest house to us is several leagues, and the nearest town over 25. I recite all these facts to myself, lightheaded with this raging fever, and sorrowing that we must all live this isolated life. Why? I do not know. There is something quite terrible in my father's background, of which he will not speak. I wonder how long I've been ill, floating half in this world and half, perhaps in some dread other. Now at least the pounding in my head is gone, the ache is washing away from my bones, and I feel myself coming back.
Come, Herman. That's better. Take some more soup. You need to build back your strength.
Never fear. I'm on the mend.
Thank God for Dr. Baum. Oh, why must we stay buried here?
I don't know, little one. But I think the time has come for us to get back among people again.
You think you could convince Papa?
Well, I can try. Where is Father?
Out hunting, he says. But I think he searches for only one thing.
What?
The white wolf.
The what? That wolf meat isn't good to eat.
He's not hunting it for food. Just to kill it.
But why?
Because the stories, the legends about the spirits here in the mountains.
You mean the werewolves? That is an old wives' tale.
I don't know. Something almost human about its voice. And it doesn't sound like a man, but like a woman.
A woman?
Yes. You know something, Herman? Why I am really most afraid?
Why?
Because I think it is me she really comes for. You hear? As if she were calling me.
Well, that's stopping your white wolf. Father's killed her.
No. He missed her again. He always misses.
My little sister, you give me 3 or 4 days to mend my health with your good soups and your good cooking, and I will shoot your white wolf for you. In During the days after my sister had told me of the white wolf, my dreams had been haunted by visions of the animal's shape, twisting and coiling into a pillar of steam, which gradually congealed in the cold into the body of a woman, with corded arms like the feet of some prehensile bird and huge talons built to rip and tear. Within the week, I felt myself again, so much myself, that one morning when we heard... Well, this time I resolved that I should go along with my father.
Ah, it is bitter cold, and the snow makes heavy going, Herman. Are you sure you are up to this?
I'm fine now, Father, and I want at least one glimpse of this white wolf of yours.
Not mine till I put a bullet through its head.
Father, why must we stay buried in this wilderness? Why don't we forget the wolf and this rough life and go back to Coburg?
It is not the first time you have asked the question.
Nor the last.
Very well. You are old enough to know. Let us get out of the wind and under the protection of the trees. And while we build a fire to warm the soup Marcella sent with us, I will tell you the truth at last. I have tried to bury the secret, but you are of age. You have a right to know. You already remember that this is not our home, that we are from Transylvania.
I remember the long journey here after our mother died.
She did not die, son. She was killed. I killed her.
What?
In those happier days, I was steward to the Margrave. I was my lord's most trusted servant, successful and happy. And in return, he had all my faith and loyalty. Until that terrible night when I returned unexpectedly from a mission he had sent me on to find him with your mother, who was so beautiful and I thought so innocent. My reaction was immediate. Before I knew it, my gun had resounded twice, and both of them were dead. No use to try to tell authorities the provocation. To murder such an eminent man had no justification in their eyes, nor in the laws of that feudal state. I gathered all my money and the 3 of you children and fled to this retreat where we live now. Herman, that is the way of it. Blame me or not as you will. I carry the burden of it on my shoulders, sure that Almighty God will visit me someday with the punishment I have tried so hard to avoid. But what is that?
There. Through the trees, just beyond the turn that comes into this clearing.
The white wolf. My gun.
No. I have a bead on it already. I may have better luck than you, Father. Shh. Don't move.
Wait till you see it clear. And make sure.
I have her right in my sight.
Her?
Marcella thinks the wolf is a female. And now... Why did you knock the gun in the air?
Herman, don't you see? It is not a wolf who comes to us. It is a woman. And a beautiful one at that.
How fortunate that young Herman did not kill this lovely woman who had materialized as though out of nowhere. Or would it have been, in hindsight, so terrible a thing? Let's wait for the woman to declare herself first before we judge. I shall be back shortly with Act 2. For a moment, Herman and his father are transfixed. The older man by the dark beauty of the woman, who, even stumbling and reeling from exhaustion, manages to retain an air of grace. The younger man, appalled that, but for his father's hastily flung arm that allowed the carefully aimed gun to discharge harmlessly in the air, he might have ended her life. Then, suddenly coming out of shock, both men rush to her aid.
Are you all right, Fräulein?
Just tired and frozen. Oh, my father?
Come to the fire and warm yourself. Where is your father?
The horse tumbled, and we were both thrown from it. I landed in the snow. But my father, He must have hit his head on a rock. I couldn't rouse him. And our horse ran away.
You stay with my father, and I'll see to yours. I ran quickly into the forest by the path from which she had appeared. Racing through the twists and turns, I seemed to be in some enchanted palace. The snow-laden trees, frozen by the cold, forming a shimmering, otherworldly ceiling over my head. Before I knew it, I was slithering and slipping into a declivity. Lying at the bottom, facing me, was the figure of a man richly dressed in a velvet tunic overlaid with a magnificent cape trimmed in fur. Sir?
Oh, I think I must have been stunned a moment. Never mind that. My daughter?
Have no fear, sir. She's with my father. Not over 200 yards from here. She found us and sent us to your aid.
Oh, thanks be to God. We were both at the end of our tether. Krantz, did you say your name was?
Ja, mein Herr.
Your father could not by any chance be Wilhelm Krantz?
Yes, that's his name.
Must be fate. Help me to my feet, boy, and onto my horse. Then lead me to my daughter and your father.
And that is how we discovered and brought Manfred of Barnsdorf and his daughter Christina into our home and into our lives. From the beginning, our father was enchanted with her silvery voice and her ethereal beauty, and of course, by the common heritage that we shared with Manfred.
It is fortunate we found you hunting.
I was only lured outside in pursuit of a large white wolf, which has been haunting our premises of late.
Ah, yes.
Our quarters are small, but you are welcome to shelter here for as long as it takes you to recover. You said you come from Transylvania.
Even so, mein Herr. I was a chamberlain in the service of the House of Verneigen.
Even as I once was to the Margrave of Bitterstein. But why would you leave such a fine position?
You may well ask. My master conceived a desire for my daughter, not as legal wife, but simply to use for his pleasure. And it ended up by my giving him a few inches of my hunting knife.
Then we are brothers in misfortune, my dear sir.
Ah, brother, indeed. And you need not renew your grief by telling me your story, which I know only too well. We are comrades in misfortune.
Well, you shall make this your home as long as you desire.
Did you hear, Marcella?
Yes, brother.
It seems our family is to be enlarged.
Oh, I pray not.
Why?
I don't know. I cannot bear to look on that woman. For all her beauty, she frightens me so.
Although I was fascinated with Christina, some deep chord in me echoed Marcella's fear. Yet it seemed unreasonable, for Christina was a lovely woman, her features classically molded. Her mouth was a dark red, startlingly vivid against the pastel of her other color, and somewhat larger when it was open, revealing the most brilliantly white teeth I have ever beheld. I'll never forget the night I heard my father and Manfred talking together, almost a month after they had come to live with us.
If it is Christina's will, of course you may have my daughter's hand in marriage. And I shall leave you now that my head has mended and find habitation elsewhere.
Why not remain here, Manfred?
No, I am called elsewhere.
But
Let what I say suffice. Ask no more questions. You may have my child.
I thank you for her truly and will duly value her. There is, however, one difficulty.
I can guess what you would say. There is no priest here in this wild country, nor is there law to bind. Still, there must pass between you some ceremony to satisfy your father.
Of course. But what?
Will you consent to marry her after my fashion?
Yes, I will.
Then I shall marry you directly. Christina!
Yes, Father?
I wish you in here directly.
Coming.
I will get my children.
No need. This is amongst us elders.
What is your wish, Father?
Less my wish than yours. You wish to marry Wilhelm?
If it is his wish, it is my dearest one.
Then come. Take hands.
What is that?
Your wedding march. You have her hand?
Yes.
Then swear by all the spirits of the Hartz Mountain.
I swear, but why not by heaven?
Because it is not my humor. If I prefer an oath less binding, will you deny me?
Do you want me to swear by what I do not believe?
Will you be married, or shall I take my daughter away with me?
What will you have me swear?
Swear by all the spirits of the Hartz Mountains, by all their power for good and evil, that you take Christina to be your lawful wedded wife, that you will protect her, cherish her, and love her, that your hand shall never be raised against her to harm her.
I do solemnly swear.
And swear that if you fail in this vow, may all the vengeance of the spirits fall upon you and your children. May their flesh be torn from their limbs and their bones blanch in the wilderness, and that to this oath you pledge their blood. Swear.
I swear.
Such was the second marriage of my father. From the inner room of the cottage, peering through a crack in the door, we three children watched. I with an arm about Caesar, who was struck dumb, and my sister Marcella, who was trembling from hand to foot with fright and despair. The next morning, our life with our stepmother began.
Marcella, come here at once.
Yes?
Marcella.
I'm sorry.
Yes? Who?
Yes, Mother.
You find it so difficult to say?
Yes. No. I mean, just strange.
How do you mean, strange?
Just that my real mother has been... I mean, we have had no mother for so long that it's hard to say.
You will learn to say it, and to treat me as one, and to obey me. All of you. And when I call, I want you to come quicker.
Sorry,
Sorry, who?
I'm sorry, Mother. I was preparing a soup for the dinner.
Who told you to do that?
Why, no one. But I always
From now on, I will be in charge of what we eat. You will cook and clean and wash the dishes and do the household chores. But I decide what we eat and how we eat it.
Yes, Mother.
That's better. Now, you can prepare the vegetables and set the table. I will prepare the meat.
Herman, wake up.
Well, what is it?
Shh, it's her.
Who?
The stepmother. She's gone out.
Gone out?
Yes. Gone out the door and in her nightclothes.
Are you sure? In this winter weather, not dressed, with snow on the ground? Good Lord. There's a wolf. She'll be torn to pieces. But apparently, she bore a charmed life. For a few minutes later, we watched her return, still in her nightdress. She went to a pail of water, washed her hands and face carefully, and returned to bed. All this, I may say, I watched as in a dream, for my fever was coming back on me. So much so, I had to take to my bed again. And through the days was able to watch how cruel and demanding my stepmother was to Marcella and Caesar, and to learn that every night, the moon now being full, she stole outside in her nightdress to roam.
Herman, wake up. Oh, wake up.
Yes, I'm awake. I'm awake.
Forgive me for bothering you when you were sick, but I'm almost out of my mind.
But what is it, dear sister?
Her again. She's out prowling the night. And it's bitter cold with the snow coming down. It's not human. Listen to that.
I'm almost ready to pray the wolves might get her.
They'll never get her. It isn't wolves. Only one. I looked out of the window. The moon is full and high. It's that special one. The white wolf.
Who fired that shot?
Oh, he must have been Caesar.
Caesar?
Yes. He knew you were sick, and he's been bragging to me how he could take your place and guard us all. Oh, that's why I woke you. Somehow he followed her into the night.
Well, at least he seems to have driven off the wolf. Marcella, help me out of bed.
No, you have the fever, and I...
What's that?
Shh, it's her. Her dress all bloody. And she's alone. But where? Oh, dear sweet God. Where is our little brother?
Behind the door, the watching girl suddenly feels the blood drain from her head, and a wave of faintness makes her reach for support. In the room outside, the woman turns, moving silently to her bedroom, her wide mouth open in a caricature of a smile. There is blood on her gleaming teeth. I shall return shortly with Act 3. The moon is now obscured by dark clouds heavy with snow. Outside the cabin, the snow is pouring down. And what might be a small figure dark against the snow has now become only a minor unevenness in the white carpet. Inside the cottage, Marcella, noticing her brother's weakness, has gone to his aid.
Herman, brother, let me help you lie down.
No. I'm all right. You watch her. What is she doing now?
She's going into their bedroom. Shh. Wait.
Who is it?
Lie still, dearest. It's only me. I have lighted the fire to warm some water. I'm not quite well.
What? I'll get up, Christina.
No need. It's nothing. I can manage myself.
Tell me, what is she doing now?
Stirring up the fire. And now she is changing her linen and... her right leg is bleeding. As if...
But no, wait. Let me see. For myself. As I watched in horror, half supported by my little sister, I saw the wound in her leg. There was no mistaking that a bullet had grazed her. I fought back the red mist that was beginning to swim before my eyes long enough to see her remove those parts of clothing that were stained with blood and burn them in the fire after bandaging her leg. Then as she sat, huddled before the flames, the last thing I saw was her wiping her lips daintily and casting the kerchief into the roaring blaze. When I woke up, Marcella was sitting in a chair by my bed.
All right, Herman?
Yes. I feel better, but weak.
The fever's gone.
You were with me all night?
Yes. I was afraid to go to bed. She's still sitting there in front of the fire.
And Caesar, did he come back?
No. He never returned. Oh, Hem, where is he? How was she wounded unless it was from his gun? And if that's how she was wounded, and that means that she's...
Morning, Christina, my dear. You're up and about early.
I thought to make your breakfast.
Why? Where is Marcella and the boy?
Hey, quick, go ask him, where is Caesar?
All right.
Oh, there you are, Marcella. What are you doing in Herman's room?
If you please, Father. Herman has the fever again. He cannot rise from his bed. But where is my little brother, Caesar?
Is he not in his room?
No, his bed has not been slept in. And he is nowhere in the house.
Oh, merciful heavens. Perhaps that's what woke me. I was restless and not feeling well, and I thought I heard the door latch opening. But when I came out, the room was empty. Why would the boy...
What is it, Christina?
My dear husband, Nothing, I hope. But your gun is missing. It's no longer hanging over the chimney.
Father, Papa, I thought I heard the white wolf last night. And
Hush, hush, child, a little boy. Christina, hand me my broad axe.
Leaning weakly against the door, I had heard and seen all this. And when my father went out without another word, in the short while he was gone, I was able to dress myself so that I was just coming out into the main room as he returned.
Caesar! Oh, no!
No, clear the table, Christina, so I may lay him down.
Yes, husband.
Stop your weeping, girl, and help her.
Yes, Papa.
You may put him down now, Wilhelm.
Yes. Poor, broken little body. Savaged and mangled.
The boy must have taken your gun down and gone after some wolf. But the animal was too powerful for him. Oh, poor child. A dear price to pay for such rations.
For 3 days, while the family mourned, I lay in a stupor. You see, my days and nights were filled with fevered dreams, through which a great white wolf ran snarling, slashing at me with gleaming white fangs. Waking sometimes, I seemed to see my stepmother's face floating above me. And through my twisting, fevered tossings, again and again, with the looming of night beneath my window about the house, I heard the growl of a wolf. Till one day, I came back to my senses to find Marcella sitting beside me, holding my hand.
Oh, you're awake. Can I get you something?
No. I'm all right again, I think. How long have I been?
Almost a week.
Are you all right?
Yes.
But Caesar, I seem to remember. Marcella.
He's dead, Mother dear. Every day I've wanted to go to his grave and pray. Papa has kept us all here in mourning. Today, Father went, at my constant urging, to make sure that all was well.
And was it?
He hasn't returned yet.
And the stepmother...
You'll be glad to know that I'm in the best of health. I'm sorry for your indisposition. You must be very weak.
Thank you, but I'll soon have my strength back. Dr. Baum is due to return soon. He'll have me on my feet in no time. For that matter, I feel fine now.
Where is everyone?
In Herman's room, husband,
Can you
dear.
imagine, Christina, that those wolves, perdition take their whole species, have contrived to dig up my poor boy, and there is nothing left but his bones?
Oh, no. No, that's impossible.
Not so, Papa. A wolf growls under our window every night.
Why didn't you tell me, Marcella? You wake me the next time you hear it.
I will.
Wilhelm, Herman is much better, and everything is under control here. But you, poor husband, you've had such a shock. Come away with me. Let me soothe you in your grief.
But how could they have moved those stones?
What were you going to say to Father?
I was going to say that all this week while you lay in fever and Father mourned, every night without fail, she left after midnight and was gone till early morning hours. Where do you think she went?
I shudder to imagine. But one thing I do know, you or I could be next. We must get away from here.
It cannot be too soon for me. The moment you are strong enough.
Yes, I agree. Until then, we must stay together, always.
Except when Papa is in the house. You're safe with him. But he could be in danger, too.
Well, it's a danger he'll have to face. Perhaps this is his retribution for killing our mother. Remember, I told you.
Yes. But first, we must think of you. And then when the time comes, we will do what has to be done.
When the time comes, how bitterly I blame myself for not moving immediately, as I should have. Dr. Baum arrived suddenly, just as I had a full remission of my fevers and my weakness. I was still abed, but ready to rise. More ready, I suppose, than the good doctor realized. else I would never have heard his fatal words.
These anemic conditions, a kind of cancer of the blood for which there is no known cure yet. Some colleagues lean to the name leukemia, but even in the enlightened 18th century, we have no way to stop it from being terminal.
How long?
Who knows exactly? A week, a month, and certainly not much longer. Probably sooner than later.
I stumbled away from inside the front door where I had been listening. I fell on my bed and wept. Why? Why had God singled me out for this fate? By that very night, I was to know. It was shortly before twilight when the doctor left. An hour, perhaps a little longer, had passed, when suddenly I was summoned out of my melancholy by... Marcella! Marcella! Father, where is she?
She went out to pick some herbs for dinner.
No, I don't mean my sister. I mean your wife.
Christina? Out walking.
Not Christina. She is the White Wolf. Don't you know what you married?
Oh, Herman, my poor boy. You are under the influence of a fever. You don't know what you're saying.
Oh, don't I? Well, look. There, you see.
That damned White Wolf. Give me my gun. What is it, Christina? What is it?
Did you see the White Wolf?
Yes, but what is it?
Oh, it's too horrible to think of. Marcella. Oh, no. No, I can't say it. She's
not dead.
I'm afraid so. My loving stepson. That wolf has torn her to pieces.
For several days, I thought my father would never recover from the shock of losing his second child. I was numb myself. Together, we buried her, although it was 2 days before he could bear to consign Marcella to what he called her last resting place. If only that could have been true. But the monster was not yet satisfied, nor was I. On the third night after my sister was buried, I watched that foul woman, or whatever she was, rise and leave the house. Immediately, I went and wakened my father.
Who is it?
It's Herman, Father. You come with me.
Where are we going? What are you doing with my gun?
We're going to kill the White Wolf. But first, I want you to see her for what she really is. It was bright moonlight as I led my father to my sister's grave. And there, too ghastly to relate, was my stepmother in her white nightgown tearing away the stones piled above the grave. She was frantic with haste. In a moment, she was in the grave and ready to rend the sweet flesh apart with her hands, ready to devour it.
Oh, great God in heaven.
Your wife, or what passes for one. See what you sold yourself, and us too. This time, I will make sure there is no miss. She dropped like a stone, a bullet through her head. We rushed to the grave. But imagine our horror to find, lying across the remains of my dead sister, not my stepmother, but the body of a large white wolf.
What have you done to my daughter, Wilhelm? Where is she?
Where she should be, Manfred of Ponsdorf. Where fiends belong. In hell, I hope.
Remember your oath that you would never harm her.
I made no compact with evil spirits.
You did. And if you failed in your vow, your children were to meet the vengeance of the spirits, to perish and their bones blanch in the wilderness as you shall do for what you have done to my daughter. A bullet for a bullet. But my daughter is immortal and will wreak her revenge on the last of your blood. Up, Christina, up!
Great weakness was upon me again, and I watched transfixed as in a flare of lightning the body of the wolf twitched and then dissolved in a blinding white light out of which Christina appeared. Taking her father's hands, she leapt up behind them on the horse, her voice carrying on the wind as they disappeared.
I will be back for you, Herman. Never fear. I will be back.
Somehow I brought my father home to die. And somehow I buried him beside my sister and my brother. Then the fever overwhelmed me. I lie now in my bed, weak and helpless, waiting for her to come. The white wolf, the glistening teeth bared, the fangs ready to sink into my throat and slake her insatiable thirst on the blood which first attracted her to this mountain cottage. I wait in eager anticipation. No bullet, no dagger, no mortal means could damage this white wolf. Only the tainted blood which flows through my veins. And so, by an ironic twist of the Almighty, will bring her to the death she so richly deserves. Come, Helion, come. Sink your fangs and drink my blood so that in dying I can send you to burn to hell for all eternity.
Do you feel a shudder run through you? An icy wave of distaste chill the spine? The chance you take, you know, when I open that door and invite you in. I promise you a gripping tale. Not always a nice one. But if you've listened to this late at night, sleep easy. The white wolf is dead. I shall be back shortly.
I guess I'm lucky. My family's always been healthy. Oh, a touch of constipation now and then. But we've got X-Lax for that.
When you need a laxative, shouldn't your first choice be the one more families buy than any other? That's today's X-Lax. Families like the chocolated taste. You like the way X-Lax works, gently overnight for relief in the morning. Next time, make gentle chocolated X-Lax your first choice for occasional use only as directed.
We've always been healthy, and X-Lax is part of that.
I know there is a move afoot to persuade us that the wolf is a much maligned creature, that he is a loving, a good companion, and never kills except for food and sustenance. I'm sure it may be so, but I'll take it on faith. I don't want to prove it by testing the theory. Personally, every time I hear a wolf howl, which is not often, I'm glad to say, I'm tempted to revert to childhood and hide my head under the nearest blanket. Our cast included Norman Rose, Christopher Tabori, Jada Rowland, Ann Shepard, and Paul Tripp. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In the years 1906 through 1910, the world in general was at peace. A magic time. China, that sleeping giant, had gone through the Boxer Rebellion and now was temporarily quiescent. And in those halcyon years, the characters of this story lived, breathed, died, and were reborn. You find that statement a little puzzling? I don't blame you. But then, you see, this is a story of reincarnation.
Why must you wait so long?
Wait?
Through 2,000 years, the lotus flower blooms and dies and is born again. But I lie drowning while my ancestors cry in vain for me to join them.
I am in my own prison. How can I come to you?
Seek me out where I lie. But hurry. We have so little time to become immortal. Find me. Find me. Find me.
Our mystery drama, Legend of Phoenix Hill, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Howard Da Silva. It is sponsored in part by X-Lax and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In the beginning of this century, here in America, the world was awakening to a new tempo, a new set of beliefs, horizons that had no limits. We'll forget Mr. Olds, Mr. Ford, the industrialists, and concentrate instead in the fields of academia. In particular, as this story unfolds, on the person of Dr. Samuel Arnold, professor of archaeology, and his adopted son, Lee, now 20 years old, and an honor student in the same subject as his adoptive father. Only somehow, suddenly, the chemistry between them has gone wrong.
You're being unreasonable, Lee.
Which goes double, Papa. That's my view of you.
Oh, don't be a child. This expedition is expensive. It can only afford experts and specialists.
They haven't any better credentials than I have.
All right, son. If you think you can prove that, give me a for instance.
Just give me time, and I'll prove to you how very important it is that I have to be along.
My name is Samuel Arnold. I hold the chair of archaeology at Windham University. On a most generous grant in this year of 1906, I am organizing a trip to Hunan in China in the belief that in the alluvial deposits there, we may unearth a wealth of artifacts from the great Han Dynasty, which flourished 2,000 years ago. It is an exciting project, and I am bubbling with excitement. An excitement not shared, by the way, by my wife, Jessie.
Sam, what happened?
Oh, Lee and I, we had a slight disagreement.
Well, I've never heard you two talk like that before.
No, Jessie, I suppose we haven't, but, well, the boy is not a boy anymore.
That doesn't give him the right to dictate to you.
But it does to his own opinion. He's just stretching his wings.
Oh, I know. I should be glad you're not taking him. Losing one of my boys is bad enough.
Oh, come on now, darling. It's not that bad. I'll be back inside of 6 months.
No, you better be. I'm going to miss you.
I'll miss you. And Lee.
You love him very much, don't you?
Like my right arm.
He's meant so much to both of us. Sam, I'm sorry I never was able to give you your own child.
You didn't have to. We've had Lee. And don't forget that in adopting him, we chose him. He's our boy. He's been a good boy. We've had 20 marvelous years with him.
Yes.
Would you deny that?
Oh, no. No, of course not. He's been a wonderful son in every way. Except...
Except what?
A little part of him is remote. A place we could never reach.
I guess so. Not many people share each other the way you and I do, but there's no one of us who somewhere within himself doesn't walk a secret strand.
listen to the music of alien seas.
Is that a quote?
Huh? No, I guess it is.
Sam, I don't know, but I think somehow you should take Lee along.
Darling, how can I justify a student on an expedition for which every first-ranked person in this field has offered himself? I have to judge each member of the team on what he can offer the whole.
I know, Sam. I understand. But somehow I don't know why. Something inside me tells me you've got to take Lee with you.
It was nonsense, of course. Or was it? So many times during all the years I've watched and been surprised by this incredible son of mine. His parents, as well as I could judge from the Adoption Bureau, were American citizens. But I've always sensed that one of them must have had an Oriental background. Two sources for my hunch. One, a sheerly ethnological suggestion, a certain fold in the skin above the eyes, which gave them an Oriental cast. The other, I don't know how to explain that except to tell you that, well, to tell you the facts in this curious case as it developed. Lee, where have you been the last few days?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I'm not going to lie to you. I went to New York, and I had a lot of drinks, and somehow I found myself in Chinatown.
Where in Chinatown?
I don't know the address. I was just stumbling along, and suddenly there was this Chinese beside me, and he said, "You want to be happy. You come have pipe dream." And he took me inside.
To an opium den?
I guess so. It was all mixed up. I remember I was lying on a pad, and the whole world was swimming around me like I was in a fishbowl tank. And then, all of a sudden, there was this sound. And she was there.
Why must you wait so long?
Wait?
Through 2,000 years, the lotus flower blooms and dies and is born again. But I lie drowned while my ancestors cry in vain for me to join them.
I am in my own prison. How can I come to you?
Seek me out where I lie.
How can I find you?
Follow in your father's footsteps, and it will be made known.
But how?
Seek the magic mirror. It will tell you all. But come fast, fast, my lover. The body may last, but in this prison, my soul is a fading butterfly. Where have they blown us with the wind? To the edges of darkness and the empty void? We have so little time to remain immortal. Find me. Find me. Find me.
Papa, I tell you, it was weird. I woke right up in this little place, and they were having a fair, you know, stalls and games and balloons and all, and I wandered around a while, and then there was this one place, and it had, you know, old metal and brass and lamps and things like that. And there was another Chinese behind the counter, and this was what I bought.
Let me see it.
Here.
Where did you get this?
I'm telling you, I don't know. I just have it. And it's really important.
I wouldn't dispute you for the moment. You realize how ancient this must be?
I got a feeling.
And what it is?
Why do you think I shined it up?
It's a mirror. A metal one. Heaven knows how ancient. Convex face. Probably bronze.
And it's a little more than just a mirror, Papa.
What do you mean?
Before I show you, let me ask you again to take me with you to China.
Why?
Maybe I can show you why. Look in the mirror. What do you see?
What else? A dim, distorted vision of myself.
Okay. Then come with me.
All right, Lee. You lugged me here to the old dry well. Now what?
I don't honestly know, Papa. I'm only traveling on hunches and things I don't understand. Just let me follow this old superstition.
Drop a mirror into the well and pull it out. You'll find the girl you can't live without.
Mom used to quote that old song. I'm going to try it. Watch. Okay. Here's the mirror.
What is it?
You look, Papa.
I can't see anything.
You can't see that girl? In the mirror?
It's a poor image, shadowed and shaky. I'm sorry, son. What did you want me to see?
What has to be seen? Didn't you even hear her?
Hear her?
Oh, what's the use? You can't understand why I must be with you when you go to China.
Just convince me you would be of use, and I will take you.
Where will you know to go for the dig?
That's all mapped out.
What do you expect to find there?
Artifacts, utensils, evidence of a culture that goes back over 2 millennia.
You hope to find more than that?
Yes, son, I do. I've done some private research that suggests we might even find, preserved, some remains of actual people who lived B.C. in the Han Dynasty.
And I can tell you that you will. Not partially preserved, but wholly so.
After 2,000 years?
After 2,000 years.
How do you know?
The voices which have been with me all my life. What happened to me a few minutes ago is not surprising to me. Papa, level with me?
I've always tried to, Lee.
You and Mom adopted me nearly 20 years ago.
That's no secret.
But you still insist you know nothing of my background, who I am, where I came from.
That isn't exactly true. We had a general profile of your mother and very little of your father. The orphanage, as you know, tries to match parents and children on many levels. We felt, your mother and I, that we both had something to offer each other, you and us.
Have you ever been sorry?
I can speak for your mother as well as myself. Not for one single moment.
Not even now?
Now?
Now that I'm on your back to include me in the expedition.
I thought you understood and that was settled.
I thought maybe you understood that I didn't agree. I thought perhaps you were beginning to realize what I've grown into.
What's that?
Your contact with the past. Just let me try once more to let you understand I must be with you. For your sake as well as mine.
Son, please.
Just give me this one last chance. Now look. Now, before the water is dry. Can you see?
It's not possible, but there is a face. And such a face.
You saw?
I saw.
Then may I go with you?
Yes, son. You may go.
Thanks, Papa.
The question that haunts me is, will you come back?
A strange beginning to a very simple story. But it will not remain simple long. Let's spend a minute on adoption, which today is such a common and marvelous practice. Could Dr. and Mrs. Arnold have adopted today as strange a child as Lee has proven to be? no chance. But let us remember, this is 70 years ago, and many things were possible then. I shall return shortly with Act Two. In 1906, the two great methods of commercial travel were the railroad and the steamships. It was by railroad that Professor Samuel Arnold's expedition to China set out, crossing the American continent in May of that year, with 2 full cars of equipment to be transferred on the West Coast to a steamer. And on that railroad trip... Oh, no, it's Professor Arnold's story. Let him tell it himself.
May 9, 1906. We are finally off on a great adventure. The train is moving. We are on our way to China, and what marvels we may reveal, what miracles may happen are beyond comprehension. I'm as excited as a child, pleased about all the members of our adventure, save perhaps only one. The one iconoclast amongst us, that brilliant misanthrope by election and pathologist by profession, Dr. Hubert Stern. By heaven, I never thought we'd do it, but we're on our way.
And I should have my head examined.
Why, Hubert?
Getting involved in this Chinese pipe dream. It's really ludicrous.
I repeat it. Why?
Oh, I've no doubt you'll dig up your odds and ends, your shards, pottery, and the like, but any record or any evidence of human remains, that's impossible. Sam, the Chinese are not Egyptians or Mayans. They have absolutely no history of embalming or the preservation of bodies.
You will reincarnate a great deal more than that, Dr. Stern.
I beg your pardon? Who are you, young man?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't believe you met my son, Dr. Stern. This is Lee.
Your son?
My adopted son.
How do you do, Doctor?
Oh, I do very well. But, may I ask what was the meaning of that strange remark you just made?
Just what I said, Doctor. I think we are going to find people who once lived during the Han Dynasty.
Oh, really? And I trust you're not prophesying alive.
No, sir. That is, not in the sense you mean. They will have been held in what you might call suspended animation.
Ah, remarkable. And how do you perceive all this?
I can't explain.
I should think not. How old are you?
Not quite 21, sir.
Well, that's even more remarkable. So young and so, now what would be the word of choice, huh? Precipient? Or perhaps just fanciful? Tell me, Sam, is your son accompanying us on this expedition?
He is.
Really? As a member?
Yes.
Not quite 21? Well, in what field is he accredited?
Lee is studying archaeology. But he is with me as my secretary. I am defraying whatever expenses he may incur.
Well, it's not a question of money, Professor Arnold. It's of opportunity and the honor to be part of this expedition.
Hubert, disregarding your naturally bileful nature for the moment, let me say that because of your eminence as a pathologist, I felt you must be along. For no other reason would I have wanted you. Now you imply there is no reason for your being here at all, that we will find nothing to interest you on this dig. So let me ask you a question. What the devil do you want to be along for?
I want to be along because it's my right, no matter what we find or don't. I certainly have infinitely more reason to be here than this young man who is still too wet behind the ears to know what he's talking about, even if he is your adopted son.
I may be young by your measurements, Dr. Stern, but in China, you may discover that you are the amateur.
Lee, no matter what the provocation, you will not be rude to a man of Dr. Stern's eminence.
I'm sorry, Father. The best thing for me to do is leave.
This is an unfortunate note on which to start out a great adventure.
It's hardly an adventure. It's a scientific expedition. But I have a strange feeling quite unscientific, I assure you, that bringing that young man along is a mistake.
I don't think that's for you to decide.
Well, it may be, since my hunch is that he's destined to bring us bad luck.
April 19, 1906. We are at last in San Francisco. and the refurbished supplies and equipment lost in the train wreck on March 9th, scarcely after we had begun, are now on the dock waiting to be loaded on the ship. Everyone has taken the unfortunate delay very well. The loss of a month on our special calendar, with the exception of Dr. Stern, he unreasonably has marked Lee as a sort of Jonah, as though he was some threat to our plans.
Morning, Sam.
Morning, Hubert. Are you joining me?
Yes, if I may.
You look a little tired.
Not tired. Concerned.
About what?
Well, if you must know about the expedition. Sam, I can't explain this, but I'm asking you to send the boy home.
What for?
Well, I know he's your adopted son, but he shouldn't be on this trip. He carries disaster with him.
What are you talking about?
If I explained, I don't suppose you'd believe me. But if you persist, I warn you, we are headed for disastrous failure.
April 20, 1906, San Francisco. I've been unable to keep up my log for a couple of days. I'm heartily ashamed now that I laughed at that ridiculous little man, Dr. Hubert Stern. His prophecy has turned out to be true. This vital, throbbing port now lies in agonized ruins after the terrible earthquake that struck it the day before yesterday. Not that I think my son had anything to do with such an elemental force of nature. It is only that my conscience gnaws at me. What strange, mystical voice cried out a warning to Dr. Stern? And why was he so certain our mission was doomed? Dr. Stern is gone, crushed in the first tremor. And when the port will return to normal is anyone's guess. We are facing, at the very least, another long delay. I'm determined that's all it will be.
Captain says we should be making land soon, Papa.
Thank heaven. I don't like this weather.
Neither does the captain. The barometer's dropped out of sight. Looks like there's a typhoon on the way. Granddaddy of them all. Oh, but look!
I can see. That must be Hong Kong. I only hope we can make it before the storm hits. But we didn't. For that was September 19, 1906. And we were in the path of the biggest typhoon in recorded history. The wind slammed into us like a giant hand, sweeping up the ship like a cork and whirling it away clockwise from the coast and out into the China Sea. September 28, 1906. For the first time almost since we began this journey, my heart is beginning to lift. Today we watched the ship from which we were all rescued when the storm had blown itself out, towed into port, and made fast at the dock. By some miracle, waterlogged though she may be, she did not go down. And I'm awaiting now a report from our British contact here in Hong Kong as to how badly damaged our cargo is. Come in. Hello, Sir Reginald. What news?
Rather good, Sam, actually. Taking a little time and drying out, one thing and another, but I don't think we have to be too down in the mouth. Oh, by the way, Professor Arnold, allow me to introduce His Honor Huang Du Chang.
I am most honored, most estimable Professor.
Thank you. How do you do?
Mr. Chang is, what shall I say, mandarin or governor of the area where we all hope eventually to dig in Hunan.
Well, this is a pleasure. I'd expected to meet you on your own home ground. Surely it's a long trip here to Hong Kong from Sarasa Gold.
A long trip, yes, but I felt an imperative one. I wish you to call off your expedition, Professor Arnold.
Call it off? Certainly not. Sir Reginald, I thought I had the assurances of the British government that...
Oh, no one's going back on his word or anything like that. The point is, the matter is more or less academic for the moment, don't you know?
No, I don't know. Why?
Well, with the delays, we've rather come a cropper. I mean, we've lost the good summer weather, and winter is hardly the time for a dig.
We still have a couple of reasonable months. Certainly enough time to make a start. The delays have been unfortunate, of course, but accidents of nature...
Excuse me, Professor, but we Chinese do not consider them accidents, and certainly not holy. of nature.
A train crash because of a river flooded and swept away the roadbed, the San Francisco earthquake, a monstrous typhoon. Surely you can't believe our expedition had anything to do with them.
I'm afraid we do, Professor.
What?
Our ancestors, we think, have spoken. They do not wish to be disturbed.
But good Lord, this is ancient superstition. We are scientists. You can't seriously believe, Mr. Chang, that there's any logical connection between the accidents we've weathered and our expedition.
At least one member of your expedition did, Dr. Stern. He felt there was a bad influence traveling with you.
How could you know about Hubert?
You may remember Dr. Stern visited China several years ago and made our acquaintance at that time. Before he died, he wrote to both of us about... Damn it, I'm sorry to bring this up, but about your son.
You can't think that the presence of a boy, not yet 21, is any way injurious to the success of our mission?
Let me please explain. First, I must recall to you a legend of our people. In the year of the peacock, or as reckoned in the Western world, the year 23 BC, exactly 2 millennia ago, the Sun Emperor in the Han Dynasty was Han Chu-Xiang. And the Emperor had a daughter of surpassing beauty who was called Mai Lung. According to custom, this princess was promised in marriage to the highest of the mandarins in the province of Hunan. But Mai Lung thirsted after a young warrior in the imperial guard, as he did for her. There was no hope for their love, so the night before the imperial wedding, hand in hand, the lovers climbed the 77 steps of the tower, the sacred temple, and hand in hand flung themselves to their death on the rocks below. The emperor, prostrated by sorrow, had the broken body of his daughter reclaimed and restored and buried in a tomb, so that her beauty would remain undimmed for twice 1,000 years.
I am aware of the legend. In part, that is why we are here, with the hope that by some miracle of the embalming art, we may find this ancient princess who lived 2,000 years ago.
And my answer to that is over my dead body. And not at least if your so-called son is part of that discovery.
So-called? Just because he is adopted? And why? What do you have against him?
The young warrior with whom Princess Mai Lung met her death was called Li Tse-ang. When he lay broken on the rocks, he was not yet dead. It is said he screamed aloud that in another world, another time, he would come back to reclaim his love. We believe, my countrymen and I, that your son Li is the reincarnation of that man. And we will not let him take our princess from us.
How many times has the questing desire of man to dig into the past run up against the equally strong desire for the superstitious to resist, deeming the past inviolable, not to be interfered with? And although the human urge is to add to knowledge, is it always in the human interest to explore things long buried? Or is it better to say with Longfellow, let the dead past bury its dead? I shall return shortly with Act 3. Whatever Henry was with Longfellow's feeling about leaving the dead undisturbed was, it is not shared by Professor Samuel Arnold. He has come to China to dig. And to paraphrase a utility company slogan, dig he must. So, unwillingly, he has forced himself to a disagreeable task.
So what you're trying to tell me, Papa, is I'm out?
It's so ludicrous, I know, but we are on an alien shore when in Rome. I know this is important to you, an adventure, a call, a dream, even something more than that. But...
A lot more than that. Remember the mirror in the well? Remember the face?
Yes.
And remember, you agreed that I was your contact with the past?
Oh, that was 1,000 lifetimes ago after what we've been through in the last few months. Son, if I try to take you with us, they will not grant permission for the expedition to leave. Answer me something, Lee. Why?
You mean, why me?
Yes. Who are you?
You know that better than I do. Except...
Except what? Go on.
Please don't misunderstand this, but I feel it was fated for me to come here at this time and at this place. And more than that, that somehow I am coming home.
The girl in the mirror?
Yes. That and 1,000 sense memories. Hard to explain.
Don't try.
You are going to take me after all?
No. I am more than ever determined to send you home. I am assailed by feelings I neither understand nor can cope with. I have to save you somehow from fate. And for your mother, who might never forgive me if I didn't. I'm arranging for your departure on the first boat I can book you on. 5 October, 1906. At last, we are on the site. A whole lifetime of anticipation, dreaming, speculating. I feel guilty about Lee, but I mustn't. I can't think of that for the moment. With Sir Reginald today, I scrambled all over Feng Huanshang, which means Phoenix Hill.
It's really quite incredible when you face it.
What?
That you are so convinced we will uncover human remains.
Why?
Because there is nothing in the Chinese culture as we know it to suggest that they knew anything about or care enough to preserve the human body.
Yes, I know.
Artifacts, yes. I hope and am convinced we will uncover those. But what makes you so sure we will uncover human remains?
I don't know. Write it off in American terms to what we call a hunch.
It's more than that, I should think. I should hope.
Yes, a good deal more than that. I can't explain, or rather I won't, except to say that the vision was my son's.
I say, that's too bad. What a pity you had to send him home.
I wonder if perhaps in human terms, it wasn't a blessing. 7 November, 1906. We have been digging now for a month, and it is only in the last few days that we have probed deep enough to expect results. But there are none to report. I find that I do not trust Chang. For some reason, I feel that he has deliberately misled us.
You have found nothing yet, Professor.
No. Hard to understand. The terrain is perfect. Soil, location, history.
Hey, say, Professor, we seem to have made a strike. Have a look at these.
Yes, clay figures. Yes, these could be. What else have you got?
1 or 2 seals cut from jade or some other hard stone.
Yes, possibly.
And here, we've just uncovered a mortuary vessel, embellished with bronze forms and encircled by bands of hunting scenes in relief.
By heaven, we may have struck pay dirt at last. Come on, let's go have a look. 8 November, 1906. It has just turned midnight, and I am almost too exhausted to enter this in the log, but I must. Because now I am convinced that this expedition is doomed. Was doomed before we even started out. Oh, I'm not talking about any supernatural agency. The enemy is flesh and blood, and his name is Mandarin Chang. We dig furiously all day without turning up any artifacts, and by now, I know why. The artifacts were buried recently for us to discover. The dig, in other words, has been salted in an attempt to mislead us into thinking that we are digging at the right place. Why? And why is Chang attempting to delude us? Yes, who is it? All right, I'm coming. Lee, son, what are you doing here?
Wait till I close the door. Are we alone?
Yes, but now, where?
I didn't go home. It's as simple as that. I cashed in my ticket and used the money to come up here to Fen Huangshan.
You disobeyed me.
Yes. Because I knew what Chang would do to you.
How could you know?
My mirror told me.
Told you what?
In 3 more days, it will be my birthday. I have only till then to find Mei Lung, so that we can be united again at last. So that at last we can go together before the Son of Heaven and live forever in peace. Help me, Dad.
Help you do what?
She lies across the valley, but I ran out of money, and my coolies deserted me. The ground is freezing. I can't do it alone.
So we have been digging in the wrong place. Made fools of by Chang.
Why? Because he's afraid of the truth.
What truth?
2,000 years ago, the Princess Mei Lung and I gave ourselves to each other in marriage in the sacred temple of the 77 Steps. But before we could run away together...
Seize him!
You are too late, Mandarin Chan. We are married.
Seize the priest, too. Take him outside, kill him, and burn the body.
No! No! Do not hurt him.
He knows too much. He has to die.
And Lee, not Lee, too.
That depends on you. If you will marry me, I will let him go.
But I cannot. I am already married.
Only the boy, you, and myself know that. And my soldiers, they can be trusted to keep the secret. If you wish to save Dik Setung, you must marry me. I will not lose face.
You cannot force me.
Take him. One of you help me with the girl.
Let me go. Let me go. Oh, when my father hears
Your
of
father
this,
promised you to me, and I intend to have you.
Mei Lung, don't think of me. Think of yourself. To die is not so much. And you will join me one day. Don't sell yourself to him.
Take him to the edge of the cliff. Go. Now, Mei Lung, make up your mind. You have no choice.
Yes. Yes, I do. I choose death rather than dishonor. Seek me out in heaven, my husband Lee. I love you.
Mei Lung! Send him after her. Throw him up.
Mei Lung, I come! The Mandarin was Chang's ancestor. He was able to cover up the murder. And all these years, the secret has been kept. It has lain buried in the coffin with Mei Lung.
How do you know all this?
The same way as I know where she lies. She told me through the mirror. This is how I found the right place. Holding the mirror by this cord around it and using it like a dowser uses a wand or a stick to find water. Watch and listen.
We all of us watched and listened in awe, heard the faraway voice, watched the burnished metal glow and shimmer in the dancing light of the flare, and swore that just for a moment we could see in it a face, young and of unsurpassed beauty, the face that 8 hours later stared up at us from where the Princess Mei Lung lay in what had been an airtight coffin, immersed in a bath of red liquid, 2,000 years old and as perfectly preserved as if she had gone to sleep only the night before.
I must say, I'm absolutely dumbfounded.
I might say I'm terrified. I have a terrible feeling that somehow we are not at the end of this.
If you mean Chang, I don't think he dares make a move against us, no matter how much he values his precious face.
Surely a 2,000-year-old legend can't matter all that much to him.
Well, I don't know. That's why I gave young Lee a revolver. If he's going to insist on standing watch over the little princess all night, I thought it better your son should be armed.
My son? I wonder, is that really who he is?
Yes, my love.
You know what still has to be done.
Yes. But then I will lose you again.
So long as my body still lives, I cannot join my ancestor. If I cannot, then you can never join me. Lift me from where I lie. I want to go home.
if it must be. Goodbye, my heart.
Put me down. Now, my soul can escape the prison of my body. We will soon be together again.
So, here you are. But it will do you no good. Die, you fool! You kill.
What happened, son?
Watch out. Chang has a gun. He's dead.
And you, son, are you?
As good as dead. Good Lord. He's taken the princess out of the coffin. Help me get her back, Professor, before too late. She's gone home. And I'm going to join her.
Lee.
Good Lord.
What is it?
The princess. Look at her. She's literally dissolving.
And my son, he's turning to ashes. They're both going back where they belong.
A curious tale, and one I'm sure many of you may scoff at and call hard to believe. Perhaps. Yet, only the other day, in northern Hubei province, the cradle of Chinese civilization, Chinese archaeologists discovered the body of a man buried and embalmed at least 2,000 years ago, with a complete set of teeth, elastic skin, movable joints, and intact internal organs, even to the thyroid, the organ which decomposes most easily. So, which is stranger, truth or fiction? I shall be back shortly. Death is nearly always tragic, particularly when it overtakes the young. But for those who believe in life after death, sometimes it is a welcome visitor. As George Santayana said, happiness is the only sanction of life. Where happiness fails, existence remains a mad and lamentable experience. Our cast included Howard Da Silva, Bob Caliban, E.V. Juster, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.